naquela planilha eu vi que tu tá na Pets,
Porque eu só quero chamar de Pets.
Vem com ele, vê se ele não se confundiu.
Pois
Não,
é.
tem que a hora tu não venha pra estar aqui. Vê se ele se confundiu na planilha.
Logistics Summit. We invite you to visit our stands. Feel invited to occupy all the spaces here in the auditorium so that we can begin the first panel of today.
A logística é o caminho que impulsiona o crescimento de uma região. E no Nordeste, a Sudene traça esse caminho. Com os fundos regionais FDNE e FNE, financiamos grandes projetos logísticos. Temos também incentivos fiscais fortalecendo a conexão entre negócios e oportunidades, gerando mais empregos e renda. A Sudene atua na análise do cenário econômico e social, para garantir que investimentos em setores como a logística possam transformar realidades. Sudene. A nordestinidade é para todos.
Em uma região diferente como a nossa, existe um banco diferente de todos os outros. O Banco do Microcrédito, que produz, orienta e gera renda. O Banco da Agricultura Familiar, que cuida e alimenta toda uma nação. Do agronegócio, que fortalece o PIB e exporta para o mundo. O Banco das Pequenas, Médias e Grandes Empresas, que empregam e fazem a economia girar. O Banco da Infraestrutura, que constrói pontes e abre caminhos. Da energia limpa, que protege o futuro do planeta. da inovação que cria soluções para o dia a dia. O Banco da Cultura, viva, dinâmica, pulsante. Da geração de renda, com 58 bilhões de reais investidos que influenciaram na geração de milhões de empregos. Isso é bom para todo mundo. Eleito Banco de Desenvolvimento do Ano da América Latina. Não é qualquer banco, é o Banco do Nordeste.
Tem 10 minutinhos? A hora de evitar a proliferação dos focos do mosquito é agora.
Aproveita que tá esperando o bolo assar para eliminar qualquer água parada.
Tem 10 minutinhos esperando o mozão escolher o filme? Aproveita para colocar areia nos pratinhos de plantas.
Tem 10 minutinhos para esperar o time entrar em campo. Aproveita para dar uma geral no quintal e relembrar os vizinhos.
10 minutos por semana fazem total diferença para eliminar focos do mosquito e prevenir dengue, zika e chikungunya. Tem 10 minutinhos? A hora de prevenir é agora. Ministério da Saúde, Brasil, União e Reconstrução.
Fundado em 1942, o Sindicato das Empresas de Transporte de Cargas e Logística no estado do Ceará, o SETCARSE, é a entidade sindical mais comprometida com a economia cearense. O Ceará conta com mais de 53 mil quilômetros de estradas, que é por onde passa o PIB brasileiro. Todos os bens de consumo passam pelo transporte rodoviário, que é o principal meio de movimentação de cargas. Neste cenário, o SETCARSE está diretamente envolvido, com representatividade em diversos setores da economia do Ceará e do Brasil. O transporte de cargas é um dos pilares da economia. O abastecimento interno conta com outros importantes meios, como aéreo, hídrico e ferroviário. Mas para fazer chegar aos distribuidores que alcançam os consumidores finais, somente o transporte rodoviário é capaz de fazer. SETCARSE, fazendo rodar a economia do Ceará.
Sustentabilidade, criatividade, eficiência. Um país de braços abertos para o mundo. Foi reconquistando a nossa imagem no exterior que o Brasil atraiu investimentos, abriu novos mercados e bateu recordes de exportações. A Apex Brasil está cumprindo seu papel e colaborando para o país superar metas. Com o maior número de empresas apoiadas na história, está realizando rodadas de negócios que unem empresários de diversos setores e regiões do Brasil a compradores internacionais. Isso ajudou a abrir novas fronteiras para milhares de produtos brasileiros que já estão conquistando o mundo. Vem conquistar mais com a Apex Brasil. Afinal, o mundo é pequeno para quem enxerga longe e as oportunidades são gigantes. Apex Brasil, levando um novo Brasil para todo o mundo.
Eu não me enquadro
em nada disso.
Sempre é tempo de empreender com o Sebrae. Com sua experiência e nosso apoio, você pode transformar ideias e sonhos em negócios. Sebrae, pensando o mundo para todo mundo.
Chegou a hora de se destacar no mercado de trabalho. Seja Senai Ceará. Oferecemos mais de 300 cursos em mais de 20 áreas: energia, logística, TI, vestuário, automotiva, refrigeração e muito mais. De cada 10 alunos, 7 saem empregados. Tá esperando o quê? Vem alavancar sua carreira com a gente.
Todos nós temos uma receita de felicidade. Uma boa dose de saúde é essencial para vivermos em paz e aproveitarmos cada minuto. E o SESI Ceará leva a sério a missão de contribuir para a promoção de sua saúde, educação e segurança dentro e fora da indústria. Nossos serviços e nossa tecnologia estão se expandindo, proporcionando às empresas soluções inovadoras que impulsionam a economia cearense e criam diferenciais competitivos no mercado. Nas SESI Clínicas, oferecemos uma estrutura de qualidade e profissionais qualificados em diversas especialidades médicas. Também oferecemos teleconsultas em clínica geral, nutrição, psicologia e psiquiatria, garantindo acesso rápido e eficiente aos cuidados de saúde, realização de exames em tempo hábil e recebimento dos resultados com rapidez. Todas as nossas ações estão alinhadas com desenvolvimento sustentável. Ao substituir papel e películas de raio-x por sistemas integrados a QR Codes, por exemplo, estamos contribuindo para a preservação do meio ambiente, alinhados aos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável ODS. Nas indústrias, as empresas também contam com nossas soluções em saúde e segurança do trabalho, que garantem conformidade com a legislação, produtividade e qualidade de vida para os trabalhadores. O SESI realiza uma gestão integrada e inteligente de saúde e segurança por meio de uma plataforma denominada SESI Viva Mais. Esta plataforma dispõe de um software exclusivo para a gestão de dados e um BI denominado InfoSESI Viva Mais. Desenvolvido por uma equipe multidisciplinar, é um painel intuitivo com 60 indicadores que mostram a realidade da saúde e segurança no trabalho. Essa ferramenta traz informações que auxiliam na tomada de decisões, redução de custos e aumento da produtividade e qualidade de vida dos trabalhadores. E para termos uma vida saudável, também é preciso o movimento. Por isso, nossas unidades contam com academias de alto padrão. Oferecemos estrutura para diversas modalidades esportivas, como natação, cross-sese, beach tênis, hidroginástica, pilates, entre outras atividades. É assim que damos sentido ao nosso trabalho com segurança e qualidade, criando uma relação harmoniosa com o mundo ao nosso redor. SESI Ceará. Feliz de quem tem.
Cuidar das pessoas, avançar o Ceará. Essa tem sido a nossa missão. A missão de cada servidor, de cada prefeitura, que tem nas mãos a chance de fazer a diferença na vida de milhões de cearenses. O empenho de cada um de nós é muito importante para cumprir esse propósito com eficiência, integração e responsabilidade em todas as áreas de atuação. Um compromisso que a cada dia vem impactando cada vez mais pessoas.
É muito bom saber que eu vou comer no outro dia e que tem alimentação balanceada, né? De qualidade para me comer, né?
É prazeroso ver que eu estou podendo ajudar uma outra pessoa que está necessitando.
O Ibrahim, ele tinha muita dificuldade para respirar e agora mudou totalmente a vida dele.
Que eu não conseguia me locomover direito e agora que está recuperando, daqui a pouco voltar pro futebol, né?
Esse programa realmente é muito bacana e foi assim que eu consegui recuperar o meu desanimado.
Eu recebi ele tá intacto, eu já dei uma olhada nele, não tem arranhão, não tem nada, então ele tá ótimo para uso, então tá perfeito.
A escola de tempo integral realmente me ajudou bastante. Me ajudou não só a gerenciar meu tempo e tudo, mas me ensinou a gerenciar o meu tempo da maneira certa.
Educar para mim é fazer parte do desenvolvimento das crianças e eu tenho orgulho de ser professora.
Sou mãe solteira, meu filho é autista, não tenho com quem deixá-lo e ele aqui eu fico mais tranquila.
Eu consegui a entrada no mercado de trabalho através dos programas do governo. Né, como jovem aprendiz, quando você recebe essa oportunidade de trabalho, sua dignidade fica conservada, né?
Esse é o Ceará que a gente quer, que cuida das pessoas, que avança no desenvolvimento, que trabalha unido para transformar a vida do nosso povo. Esse é o Ceará que estamos construindo. Governo do Estado, cuidar das pessoas, avançar o Ceará.
O transporte é um dos pilares essenciais para o progresso socioeconômico de um país continental como o Brasil. Todo o ecossistema desse setor é representado pelo Sistema Transporte, formado pela CNT, Confederação Nacional do Transporte, pelo SEST-SENAT, Serviço Social do Transporte e Serviço Nacional de Aprendizagem do Transporte, e pelo ITL, Instituto de Transporte e Logística. A CNT é a entidade representativa das empresas transportadoras brasileiras. É a atuação da Confederação que garante os avanços necessários e assegura um ambiente de negócios propício ao desenvolvimento da atividade transportadora no Brasil. O SESC-Senat é o eixo social do sistema transporte. Na prática, cada uma das unidades operacionais oferece serviços de nutrição, psicologia, fisioterapia e odontologia, além de atividades físicas e cursos de capacitação, formação e aprendizagem para jovens e adultos. O sistema transporte também investe na melhoria da alta gestão. E esse é o papel do ITL, destinado à capacitação da alta gestão das empresas. Para isso, a instituição oferece, por meio de parcerias com instituições de ensino, os melhores cursos para garantir a evolução do setor de transporte. A atuação da CNT, do SESC-Senat e do ITL se baseia em ações que buscam garantir mais investimentos para o setor de transporte brasileiro. Afinal, o transporte movimenta a nossa vida. Movimenta o Brasil.
O complexo do Pecém é formado por uma área industrial, pelo porto do Pecém, um terminal offshore de classe mundial, e por uma zona de processamento de exportação, a primeira a entrar em funcionamento no país. Possui mais de 19 mil hectares, administrados pelo governo do estado do Ceará e pelo porto de Roterdã, na Holanda, o maior e principal porto da Europa. Desde sua inauguração em 2002, este importante terminal marítimo vem sendo ampliado. Sua profundidade natural permite receber navios com calados de até 15,4 metros e atualmente pode abrigar até 10 navios ao mesmo tempo em seus berços de atracação. O Pecém é privilegiado por ter uma posição geográfica estratégica. Na prática, isso proporciona redução no tempo de viagem para navios que movimentam cargas entre o Brasil e os principais portos dos Estados Unidos, Europa e Oriente Médio. O complexo do Pecém impulsiona a economia do estado. Na área industrial, estão instalados diversos segmentos geradores de cerca de 80 mil empregos diretos e indiretos. São usinas siderúrgicas e termoelétricas, cimenteiras, fabricantes de pás eólicas, pré-moldados, suplementos minerais para animais, tubos e equipamentos. Além disso, o Pecém também quer transformar o Ceará num grande fornecedor global de energia limpa e sustentável, com a implantação do hub de hidrogênio verde, que vai gerar mais emprego e renda para os cearenses. Este é o complexo do Pecém, feito de pessoas e do compromisso com o crescimento do Ceará.
So serious. Let's open up a smile and begin with some festivities. We are here on a Thursday, the last week of November. Good morning. I can see some people sleeping in the back, no problem. We'll get you guys a cup of coffee. And we're up for some very interesting synergy. I would like to invite our first panelists, but before, I would like to report that Prática Eventos, the idealizer of this event, actually is always worried about accessibility and social inclusion. And as such, in all events, we have our sign language interpreters who have been here with us since yesterday, Jaiane Freitas and language interpreters, I would like to ask for a round of applause. They help us include those who are hearing impaired, not only in our state but in our country. Also allow me to remind you that our programming is being broadcasted on YouTube. And this broadcast is not limited to Ceará. It is being broadcasted to Brazil and other countries. Countries that are taking place here at Expolog. Therefore, it might be seen in real time, and the schedule in full is available at Expolog's YouTube channel for everyone that is watching us through that vehicle. We're here this morning in Ceará, the northeastern region of Brazil, and it is a great pleasure to have your online presence with us today. During our second day of activities of the 19th International Logistics Seminar, we will be seeing, in a few instances, a panel named Sustainability and Efficiency Innovation in Logistics, in Regional Logistics. This theme brings as its discussion axis the main innovative practices in the context of logistics for our region. As moderator, I would like to call upon Mrs. Coordinator of Business Promotion, Services and Innovation of the Secretariat of Economic Development of the State of Ceará, SDE Ceará, Amanda Ardo. Welcome, Ananda Arno. And now on the screen we will get to know our panelists. I would also like to invite the panelists to the stage. Mr. Executive Secretary of Commerce, Service and Innovation of SDE Ceará, Robson Vasconcelos. The CEO and founder of Einship, Luiz Policarpo. The Commercial and Terminal Director of Transnordestina Logística, Alex Trevisan. The CEO of Value Global Group and President of Value Port Terminais Multimodais Limitada, Ricardo Azevedo. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our event and this panel. Please take your seats. Please feel free to take your seats. And our in-person audience as well as our online audience, we would like to grant the floor to the moderator and coordinator of Innovation Business Promotion from SDE Ceará, Ananda Arbo. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here today. Not only here in person, as for everyone who is online, I would like to thank the panelists for being here as well. And I would like to begin by thanking everyone. Thankfulness is something that moves mountains and brings changes. So thank you for everyone for being here. I also want to thank this event for everything it is bringing and the opportunity of moderating this panel. And basically that's it. I hope we can contribute to this content. It is very rich indeed. And my name is Ananda. I have been with SDE for about 5 years now. I promote businesses, that's what I work with, and our mission is to improve business environments, be it through events or mainly as articulators between sectors. And today we have an action at the trade show, and this happened yesterday and will take place today again. I'm not going to talk too much because the panelists are the stars here, and I would like to ask you to present yourselves and to talk a little bit about your themes or your sub-themes. And let's not forget that our focus here is how Ceará has been positioning itself regarding logistics to increase efficiency and maintain sustainability. So what innovations do we see as of now? How are they increasing points of connection and efficiency in our logistics ecosystem? So I'd like to start by calling upon the Executive Secretary, Ney Hobson. Please feel free. Good morning. My name is Ney Hobson. I am the Executive Secretary of Commerce, Service and Innovation of SDE, the Secretariat of Development of Ceará. And today, what we wanted to do was present actions that we are implementing within our Secretariat or State Department to directly act with businesses that are here today and show a little bit of what the government is doing regarding these actions. We have a very strong directive from our Governor Elman de Freitas and our Economic Development Secretary Salmito Filho for all actions that are geared towards logistics, that they be incentivized, because if we have strong logistics, we will be able to act in agro and other businesses and everything. We have a few bullet points that should be mentioned. The logistic hub from the port, we have Bessem Port with connectivity to all places in the world, where we strongly operate in the execution. Thank you. This map demonstrates the interaction between the airport connectivity and the best location we have, which is here in Ceará. And this makes us able to have a strong structure in connectivity to all of these places. So we have the port hub of Bessem, and it attracts investments at a basis of 300 million reais for its implementation. And right now, our governor is raising funds for a further growth. The air hub, with the implementation of Frapó and its actions, holds an investment of about 1 billion reais, which really strengthens our logistics. But we need to channel this to the countryside of Ceará. So we also have Transnordestina. Oops. actually increased significantly. Now we are considered a hub, logistic hub with all structures and modes. So companies like Amazon, Magazine Luiza, and others came to install themselves here in Ceará due to the activity. So we are an attraction pole for these logistic hubs so that we can, together with the companies that are here, grow even further. This logistic hub, it is concentrated. It concentrates on all of these actions, whether it's air, port, or now we're going to have connectivity with Transnordestino, which is going to reach the Bezin port. And for us to be able to do that, we are strongly structuring our logistics to make it faster, less bureaucratical, and be able to make things seamless and faster. We have here Transnordestina. That's going to be represented by our colleague here. And that's basically what I had to present. The state of Ceará. Expects to be able to support with all actions possible through the Secretariat of Economy, State Department of Economy, so that we can attract even more companies to our busy port complex and to the Fraport structure and to the dry port. As we also would like to invite all the municipalities to connect with us as well. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to the second panelist, and now we're going to address technology and innovation that is geared towards novelty, a more tech point of view. So I'm going to invite Luis Budka, who is to present himself and talk about his theme and to speak within the time granted. First of all, thank you. I am Luis Budka, I'm the CEO and founder of Einship. We are a platform, 5PL platform, where we connect exporters and importers to logistic providers in the management of loading from port to port. So we manage the entire supply chain from cargo collection at the address of the exporter to the actual entry of the cargo at the importer's site, whether it be here in Brazil or a site at another location abroad. I was invited here to talk a little bit about what this 5LP is and the connection with ODS and what is this 5LP? With this transition from digitalization to the super intelligence era, the evolution of AIs, the 5LP is nothing other than the management of logistics through a provider digitally. So imagine that the logistic provider in the 4LP, he concentrates the entire logistic chain. So you have maritime, road, railway, everything, any branch that can arise in the chain. A multi-mode practice, and they concentrate management with them. In 5LP, this management is done digitally. A perfect example that I can mention here of best practices and companies that use this 5LP, especially in e-commerce, is Amazon, Shopee, Shein. They are huge logistic providers. They are big tech companies, but that in essence, they are logistic providers. They concentrate the entire logistic chain from start to end. They connect the provider and the receiver of that cargo digitally. And that's what we build inside Einship. But we look at cargo in general that are moved in containers or not. And To make a correlation between the 5LP and ESG, I would like to comment on the evolution of AI in the prediction of demands. You have here, for example, the case of Amazon, which is a huge case that uses demand prediction at its supply points so that you optimize logistic operations and avoid losses. In addition, they also use algorithms to streamline their trajectories or routes, and they prioritize the reduction of CO2 consumption, which are the greenhouse effect gases. And today we have some algorithms within the 5LP platforms that already contribute to this calculation. For example, if I have a route that I go from China to Beijing, and in this route I have to go through Rotterdam. The platform is smart. It has the intelligence to calculate what the CO2 consumption is and how much is being reduced through this route, through best practices and using vessels that already adopt CO2 reduction measures. So the 5LP platforms nowadays do have that capacity through algorithms to identify and pass on this information to companies, for companies that already are immersed in ESG and in their environmental responsibilities. These companies need to measure this as indicators. So how are they going to measure this indicator regarding GHG reduction within its logistic chain? By using these platforms, 5LP platforms that manage these indicators and can measure these factors. I would also like to mention electrified freight adoption. In Brazil, this is not yet a heavy practice, but we have two logistic providers that do adopt them in 2 units, which is DHL and FedEx. They are great logistic providers and international courier providers, and they have electrified freight, which allows cargo transport to be less polluting, which makes some routes already reduce their CO2. And lastly, I would like to mention AI assistants created within these 5LP platforms that have as their purpose to reduce any losses that may hinder the actions geared towards social and environmental practices. At my company, we have created an AI assistant, and it actually does all of this management from start to end using several algorithms that we have created, predictability of the supply chain to avoid ruptures and huge inventories and this even bigger consumption of CO2. And basically that's what I had to contribute. I thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to participate, and I'm available for the debate that will follow.
Thank you very much, Louise, for your contribution. It's really good to be able to see all of that attention that is being given to sustainability. It's really interesting. And it's very nice to see this startup that was born here in Ceará through facilitating programs that were able to give birth to this new initiative. We see that this is an environment that really facilitates the creation of these startups that are really going to add to the sustainability. In order to continue, I'm going to invite the other friend that is going to talk to us from Transnordestina, Alex Trevisan. If you you may introduce yourself. Feel free to speak a little bit. Thank you very much, Amanda. So, while the IT people are organizing the slides, I would like to thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation that I've received, the possibility of being here, the opportunity that STE has given us to participate in this panel. I'd like to congratulate all the friends that participated, giving their testimonies. My next friend too is going to speak, Ricardo, who is a partner of ours. My name is Alex Trevisan. I arrived in February here in Ceará. So I worked for 14 years in the federal government, working with rail transport, budgeting, logistics, businesses, all that is connected to rail transportation. 4 years in the private sector before passing a public test to work for the government, and plus 14 years in the public sector. And today I'm one of the business directors in Transnordestina, and it's indeed a big challenge for all of us. We have a lot of investments in different works. We really want to get to the Pecém port in order for us to transport all that cargo and have that interaction with the city of Pecém. We speak to all the partners and we have a very good relationship with all of them. And then what we want to do is to transport that cargo to different states, Pernambuco, Piauí, and also bring them back. I went to the countryside of Bahia another day, and I believe that cargo that comes from the interior, the countryside of Bahia, they might be able to get to the Pecém port too, with good logistics. I'd like to show my presentation, if possible. I'd like to talk about the advancements that we've been able to carry out. So Transnordestina, it comes from the CSN group. It's a gigantic group. You might know it by mining. It's also connected to the providing of electricity, cement, and it's also connected to logistics operations. So we're having a special week, having lots of lectures. Right now we're having lectures in the morning, in the afternoon, about environmental and social issues. So this work is very important. We try to meet all the requirements connected to the environment. Whenever we pass by a city, we try to really follow up with all the social norms that we are expected to meet. It's a work of big magnitude, and it's going to cause an impact wherever it goes. So I'm going to talk about this little map. We have a little update. The map that Ney Robson showed us. Today in Brasilia, we're going to have an announcement. We're going to have the hiring of Lot 7 in Quixadá, Ceará, to the north of the city. And next month, we're going to have the hiring of the Lot 11 inside the port area. So we're probably going to start feeling the breeze that comes from that Pecém seashore. We still have to hire lots 8 and 9, and we expect to do that until April of next year. We really want to deliver all of that together with the original contracts that we have with NTT. So due to the legal deadline, we are supposed to deliver all that work in the second semester of 2027. We're going to be working really hard to actually deliver that before. That's what we do. That's what we want. That's what the population wants to do. That's what the state government want. Now we've got some images here of all that work that we've been doing, the parts that have been finished and also the ones ongoing, that are still ongoing. We have almost 400 kilometers of railroad. So that's why I'm here today. Actually 700 kilometers of ready-to-use railroad. So our expectation is that by the second semester of next year, we might have like some permissions so that we can start transporting some cargo, some commercial cargo, in those intermediate places from Piauí, Pernambuco, the countryside of Ceará. We want to be able to deliver those cargoes and start making it operational. We've got a wagon called Hopper that can work with very special kinds of cargo. We're trying to acquire 100 more wagons to transport grains. So our company is getting ready to do that transport. And you can see the images of that. We see lots of tunnels, we see lots of bridges. Why? Because we can't have a ramp. What does that mean? 1%. That's the limit. So we need to have like around 120 wagons, for example, that will substitute 150 lorries or big trucks. So it's indeed a very big project. And we really need a high capacity. So if we want to really have good quality in all of that, we really have a lot of work, especially because it's in the Pecém port, which is also a high quality facility for all of that. That's why we have this partnership with them. We're going to talk about the first flows of that work. We have a specific area in Piauí where we're trying to develop a grain terminal in order to deliver that cargo to the countryside of Ceará. There's a lot of the consumption of grains over there when it comes to cattle. We have lots of premises where we have the production of eggs. That is part of the economy. So you see that is already existing. It's an existing flow. So we want to mix all of that to our railroad transport system in order to deliver good service to our public with reduced costs. So whenever we were able to create a terminal, to build a terminal in Ceará, we can transport that cargo to different states, Rio Grande do Norte, Bahia. So when we talk about rail transportation, well, that encompasses lots of different other states. And my friend is going to add to it when he speaks about the next company related to this topic. So after mentioning this little beginning and looking into the future when it comes to our next project, we're going to try to build a terminal in Eliseu Martins to receive fertilizers. That area in Piauí is undergoing transformation right now when it comes to the production of alcohol. The corn-based production of alcohol. So lots of different companies are getting together to make that all possible by the second semester next year. So we're going to be able to transform corn in alcohol. So we're going to have that novelty over there. Having all of the fuel coming from Pecém here in Ceará and going straight to Piauí and coming back with the new products. We have the central area of the railroad, which is where the consumption of fuel is quite high. We have lots of fruit over there. So lots of fruits that come to Ceará for exportation. So it's very clear to see the volume of containers. So we're thinking about some boats that have been bought by the group to construct, to build those terminals, or to seek other partners that might be able to help us out with that initiative and help us with that logistics operation. And in the future, we want to have something closer to the capital, Fortaleza, because we have high consumption of corn and many other different products that need to be transported to different states. So it's very important for us to have that, to transport raw material, to have that interaction, and to propitiate, to facilitate this distribution in the capital and also in the metropolitan areas. And we know that our rail transport sometimes may not be able to get there, but if we do some adjustment, if we make some adjustments, we might be able to do that. So those 3 points that I've mentioned are things that on which we are working. So of course I can't really talk about everything that we've been trying to do, some confidentiality issues of course, but we are sure that new projects are very soon to be accomplished, especially when we see what's going on in the port of Pecém. And in the end, I'd like to show you a little video about what's being done. Accelerated works, 1,000 direct employees, 180 pieces of equipment. Developing opportunities. TLSA. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alex, for your contribution. It was very nice to see that is actually taking place right now. It's really exciting. So we're going to continue now with our program. Passing on to our next speaker. That's Ricardo Azevedo. If you would like to introduce yourself, please. Good morning, everyone. I am the oldest one, so I'm going to stand. I don't want to be in the way of anyone. I am Ricardo Azevedo. I'm the CEO of Value Global Group and the president of Value Port. So I'd like to talk a little bit about our company. So this project is over 7 years old. We wanted to operate in Pecém at first. We had some difficulties. We worked for CSN in different operations throughout the Brazilian northeastern area. We were trying to export to a client iron. So we're trying to find a way to actually help our clients. Most of our clients are outside Brazil, in Switzerland, Singapore, Chile. We've got 4 facilities in Brazil. One of them is where headquarters is found in Itajaí. We also have one of them is our partner. We have one of them in the USA, Value Group Exports. We have an office in Berlin, one in Shanghai. And whenever we don't have offices, we have commercial partners. So we are operating whenever we are allowed to. Even in Russia, Ukraine, in the Arab Emirates, we found no difficulties concerning all of that. So after having introduced myself and my company, speaking a bit about our topic, our theme today. Well, because of our need to survive, commercially speaking, we are obliged to reduce CO2 emission. We've had an important agreement that we've made with a big company for fertilizers. this is one of our expectations. It's not a promise yet, but we are working hard in the logistics operations to get all of that done. Even though we focus on international trading, but we're also doing that nationally. So the first confusion that we had, a misunderstanding, I was speaking to the governor yesterday. So one of my friends here is a witness of what happened yesterday. I spoke to the governor. Porto Seco, the dry port, is the terror of businessmen, because it's actually the Secretariat of Finance that is responsible for all of that, not us. So we're going to work with two things: multimodal terminal. What does that mean? It means that I can receive any kind of cargo, for example, liquid cargo. So we already have a planning for that specific kind of cargo. We have an example, Atos Construtora, which is one of our partner companies. So we see that all the project is encompassed, is involved by the end of 2027 in order to facilitate that kind of delivery. So we really want to be ready for all of that kind of transport and delivery. So we're going to talk about cargo management. We talk about rail transport, but we always focus on maritime and air transport and cargo delivery too. We try to involve all of that. If our clients want their products delivered in China, Europe, they don't really care what kind of transport I use. I can even go by bike. So he wants to save money. He wants it to be efficient according to the CSG politics. So we already have a government support when it comes to all of that. I'm going to confirm with my friend Marcelo over there. So the state has been supporting us with all the financing that we need and permissions. When it comes to the municipalities too, so we're going to talk to our mayor over there. He has confirmed. So all of the benefits that can help us with that are ready to use. So with this dry port, we're also going to have some financing from the federal government. So we have big clients where I can have different wagons for a better price. He's going to hire more products from me. I can go to my partners. I need more trains. I need more wagons. I need a better price. I've got a lot of demand, so we can negotiate. But when it's a dry port, when it's controlled by the customs department, it's a public fee. It's a bit different. So I have to charge the same price. We have a specific operation. Still speaking about the dry port that's specifically international.
Yesterday, the governor authorized the environmental licensing process. And in the case of the dry port, we need the Treasury to authorize this. What is the dry port? It's a secondary area where I have the rigor of a port as the primary area with all types of technology and security. I, who am the CEO, for example, can only enter the operational area if the Treasury authorizes that. So you are sort of a hostage in a good way of these authorities, and it's an international rule. So, and why do I need this dry port? Because I have clients that require this of me. So we have a multi-mode area and also a customs area with all the characteristics and features of a dry port. And what are we doing? Within our business unit, we are already going to begin implementing all the heavier requirements in security, technology, automations, information to be able to start implementing the dry port, because the higher the technology, the the higher the celerity, I can contract more railways, more trucks, more ships. I have scaling, I have price. So we're going to really dive into this to provide the dry port as it should be. The area throughout which we are operating in will have these features, but for outside businesses, we will also be offering the same service. And I told the governor, whenever we establish the dry port, in fact, we're going to start bringing in, reeling in the new companies. So these are our 4 axes of gains. We are going to make money in this way. We have operations, and you can read that. We have warehousing. We're going to have silos for grains. We're going to have minerals and all sorts of other elements. So basically, anyone that is interested in being in our area, whether in the services area, the logistics area, the container department, I have been talking to a huge number of people. We have no competitors. You can have a customs agency. We actually do all of this, but we have space for any serious company to join us in our terminal. And we make money on the management of the logistic complex. And so we will have loading and unloading and operational processes. That is ours. That is our DNA. So infrastructure, parking, electricity, everything that is most interesting, so to speak, will be within the logistic complex management. Now, moving forward, here's an idea of our partners. Only a few of them, those that are most connected to technology. We have the security company that looks over our entire security scheme. And we're going to implement the first of 5 operations here in Brazil. I told the governor, I don't know if I'm going to be a dry port, but we will be the most modern and largest multi-mode terminal of the northeastern and northern region. And if we do become a dry port, then we will be the largest one in Latin America. So we will be very proud if the Treasury understands that we are able to endeavor in this. It's not an ambition, it's an intention. And if we are granted this title, we will be the largest one in Latin America. So our partners here in security, they are specialized in, they are experts in special operations, and they deal with technologies and several other aspects. Please, Mark, stand up. This is the man in charge of our security, automation. We have projects in Santa Catarina, in São Paulo, at Fontecchi. We have several projects together. If you want to talk about technology, he is your man. We also have Vibra with us, who is also a partner of ours. I don't know if they're telling the truth, but they said that our budget was voted for next year. Is that true? And it was done in Rio? Okay, let's see. Vibra, I can say this. It will be there. It will install the structure to be able to meet the needs of the truckers. So we will have our time off, our nighttime stay structure, Wi-Fi structure for the drivers, 24-hour safety, tire repair, wash and dry for your clothes. Everything they need will be offered through Vibra. We have Comerci, which is also from the Vibra group. Is there anyone here representing? There they are. If you need to talk about sustainable energy. They're the people to talk to. Comerc is here to talk to all of those involved in photovoltaic energy. And the last thing, I promise, 30 seconds. These people that I mentioned and other providers, service providers and legal service providers, they make our project, the government of the state, the city hall, they made us possible. And now we exist and we are ready to assist everyone in their needs. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ricardo. Thank you, everyone. I am very happy to be here and moderate a panel with such important people to the state who make logistics so innovative and so differentiated. Ceará does position itself as a logistic hub that stands out in Brazil, of course, and to be able to bring to this panel people who, in a way, act differently in different modes of operation, but that increase the efficiency of our logistics as a whole is superb. It's incredible to be able to witness Ceará developing in this way. We're not going to have our time for debate, but I would like to thank everyone for being here today and for saying yes to the idea of this panel. And I just wanted to thank you for the invitation. I want to thank the team of the Secretariat that supported the construction of this panel. Marcelo, who helped appoint the people that should be invited. Stefan, Paulo, I don't think Paulo is here. And I just want to say thank you for your work that contributes to Ceará within innovation, commerce, and services, and of course, the secretary. And we're wrapping up our panel. Thank you so much once again for being here. Let's take our photo to keep this moment recorded in time here at Expolog 2024. In the name of partnering institutions, we thank Ananda Arnold, who very cordially accepted the invitation to moderate, and the panelists who came to enrich our program with their knowledge. I would like to remind all of you that throughout our programming, we are being broadcasted on YouTube through the Expolog YouTube channel, and this goes beyond the borders of the state, reaching Brazil and the world. At this 19th International Seminar of Logistics. Moving on with our schedule, we will be receiving panelists who will talk about neo-industrialization, a panel that will address the use of new technologies and practices that are sustainable and transform the industry and logistics. To moderate this panel, I would like to invite Mr. Energy Consultant of the Federation of Industries of the State of Ceará, Mr. Jurandir Picasso Jr., representing FIEC. I would like to ask for your understanding and request that you take your seats so that we can receive our panelists and guests. Please, to those participants who are still standing, Please take your seats so that we can continue with our schedule. We already have Mr. Jurandir Picasso here on the stage, and he will be moderating this panel that will begin as of now. Mr. Jurandir, welcome. Let's get to know our panelists here on the screen. Let's welcome to the stage our panelists and Mr. Jurandir Picasso Jr., energy consultant of FIEC and member of the Ceará Academy of Engineering, ACE, will be moderating this panel. I would like to invite Constantino Frati, coordinator of the Energy Center of FIEC, Federation of Industries of the State of Ceará. I would like to invite representative of Senai, Professor Tarcísio Bastos. He is executive manager of the Innovation and Technology Unit of Senai Ceará, called Unitec. The international consultant of the Federation of Industries of the State of Ceará, Mrs. Mônica Panichi. Manager of the ESG Center, Alcileia Sena. Alcileia Sena, manager of the ESG Center of FIEC. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. In the name of the partnering institutions of this the Expolog 2024, feel welcomed and thank you for accepting to participate and enrich this panel. We would like to greet the audience here with us today, that is here in person, and those who are online, and of course our panelists. And therefore, I would like to grant the floor to the moderator, energy consultant of FIEC, member of the Ceará Association of Engineers, Jurandir Picasso Jr., Ceará Academy of Engineers. Good morning. It is a huge satisfaction to be here today with such a current theme of neo-industrialization. We have here a panel completely comprised of people from the Federation of Industries, and we will demonstrate how the Federation is integrated into this process. Industrialization is something that I see as a very broad way into innovation. Innovation is actually what guides what is now neo-industrialization. And down this path, we have several lanes. One of them is ESG, which all companies and businesses will have to follow and adopt and address sustainability and environment and governance. That is one of the paths towards innovation. Another one that is taking over the economy is energy transition. And energy transition, it will act in all sectors, in all segments, and particularly in all industries. You have industries that are that belong to the energy network, and you have others that use energy. All of them will undergo impacts due to the transition. And we also have digital transformation. And digital transformation is going to take over all businesses. They will all have to look into their innovation processes, adopt AI, the Internet of Things, and all of the everything that is offered today in terms of digitalization. We have a panel here where all of these themes will be addressed. Here with us we have Monica Saraiva, who is FIEC's international consultant. She plays the role of liaison between the FIEC system and everything that is happening in the energy segment worldwide. And in particular, the theme that has been a fundamental theme, which is green hydrogen. We have Constantino, who is the driver of the energy segment of FIEC, stimulating and bringing and taking all information regarding this process in the state of Ceará. And we have Alcileia Sena, who is the person here in Ceará today that has the most experience in ESG. She is the most expressive figure here. She is going to do incredible work in that sense. And of course, we have Tarcísio Bastos here representing innovation, and he is 24/7 plugged into innovation. So I would like to greet our panelists and wish them success in this event and hope that everyone here has their expectations met. Thank you so much.
I'm going to call now Monica Panic to give us an international notion of that energy segment. Please, Monica. Good morning to all that are here. I'm very happy to be here with you today in person. I always participate in Expolog online, so the fact that I'm here today with all of you is a reason to rejoice for me. So I'd like to start introducing to you this study that was done by Hydrogen Europe in 2021. And it's very interesting to see it because we see some different considerations that we see that are already taking place. All the maritime ports have a very central role when it comes to the transition to a hydrogen-based economy. Ports will become hydrogen hubs where all the hydrogen that is produced and its derivative substances are going to be stored and distributed for different uses in different applications. Until 2030, many different ships, small ships, are going to be powered by hydrogen and other fuels that are based on hydrogen. Also riverboats and ships that operate in different areas. And in a short term, ships that are fueled by hydrogen are going to be able to also furnish for bigger boats, for bigger ships, in order for us to be able to replace oil. So from 2050 on, most ships, most of them completely automated and autonomous, are going to be fueled by alternative fuel, only hydrogen-based. So now we're going to see that this is already taking place. In Rotterdam, for example, the Rotterdam port, which is a partner of the Pessin port is one of the most advanced ones when it comes to the implementation of infrastructure and logistics operations for hydrogen and derivative substances. So over there, we see that we're trying to prepare some operations to be able to distribute those fuel derivatives in a multimodal way, which means that it's going to encompass rail transport, air transport, road transport too. So we see that we have to try to involve all of the kinds of delivery and transport so that we can be able to distribute all of these alternative hydrogen-based fuels. We know that Rotterdam is becoming the biggest hydrogen port in Europe. So we have this big project, which is very important, where we are trying to use big trucks that are moved by hydrogen, that are going to transport hydrogen. We have another one called Hein, which is a river transport project, where we're going to be applying different initiatives on the Reno River to transport hydrogen in different containers. So we are no longer talking about a mixing of hydrogen mixes, but we're trying to implement and ameliorate, to improve our gas pipelines in order to have better fuel. We have 11,000 kilometers of pipelines operating until 2030, distributing hydrogen, and until 2050 those kilometers are going to be even more. So using hydrogen as a fuel is definitely something that gives us a lot of advantages. We know that the infrastructure is not just about transporting hydrogen, but also amplifying, generating more renewable sources of energy. In Rotterdam, for example, we're trying to expand all of the wind parks and produce green hydrogen too. We have a blueprint that is already under work, and we're going to make it grow up to 2.5 gigawatts in 2030. So we have many different projects for all of that. 90% of all of that hydrogen and derivative substances are going to be imported, and 10% produced here. I mean, there in Rotterdam. So we're really trying to work out all of those different implementations, especially working with ammonia too. Besides all of those pipelines, that also encompasses all the electrical structures that are involved with all of that, especially when it comes to the treatment of water. Pipelines of hot vapor, which is going to be used to heat up the communities around those power plants. So we're going to use a lot of different products that come from all of that. An electrolysis blueprint power plant. So we have an expectation, a high expectation for importation. They want to import 4,000 tons of hydrogen and derivative substances by 2030, starting next year, and 18 tons by 2050. 9 different terminals are being prepared to receive methanol, ammonia, LHC, which is an organic liquid fluid, and liquid hydrogen, and implementing different power plants, because we know that some industries, some companies prefer pure hydrogen in its base form. So until 2030, and starting from next year, starting with the first ammonia importation, expanding the ammonia terminals. So we're also facilitating the delivery by the trains, trucks. The first power plant is going to start operating by the end of next year. those pipelines in the port are going to be ready to be used. And we're going to replace grey hydrogen by green hydrogen. And also different trucks that are going to work with the refineries. From 2026 to 2028, we're going to have the second ammonia terminal in operation. So we're going to import that organic fluid that we talked about. We're going to have an investment that is going to facilitate all of that. On the Reno River, we're going to have the first ship that is going to be transporting that hydrogen. And we are also going to be producing blue hydrogen. And in 2029, 2030, we are planning on creating the first liquid hydrogen terminal. We're going to have a full gas pipeline in full operation that is going to be bringing the hydrogen produced by plants to the consumers. So the International Maritime Organization is in charge of supervising and coordinating all of that. We have a reduction of 20% of greenhouse effect gases, and this is going to increase until 2040. Those goals involve not only the port, but every sector related. For example, ship owners, cargo operators, ship builders, designers, engine designers, fuel providers, and also those who make the decisions, politically speaking. We're really trying to reduce those emissions by 2050. We have some pioneer projects that are substituting heavy oil with alternative fuels. So we have a very significant reduction of those greenhouse gases. We are using methanol and ammonia, which are the most utilized fuels when it comes to the substitution of those other fuels that we are currently using. For methanol and ammonia, we have many concrete cases here. For example, big companies that are operating in the maritime sector have already bought ships that are moved by methanol and ammonia. I've been doing some research recently, and this industry is ready. It's not something that is going to take a long time. It's already there. We already have ammonia-based engines, natural gas engines. We have all of that available. We have a big list of different products and equipment that facilitates the use of renewable fuel. We have the refurbishing infrastructure to be boarded on ships. For example, Vasilla and IM are companies that really work trading those kinds of engines that use those alternative fuels. I'm going to give you some more details about this Reno River project from Rotterdam to Geneva. We're trying to substitute those old-fashioned motors and engines, and all of that is being transported in different small ships, and those are also going to transport hydrogen. And that structure is also going to be used for the trucks that are moved by those fuels. And all of that infrastructure connected to the pipelines is very noteworthy. Industry, you know that the industries, they choose either one or the other. They can't really mix those fuels because they can't really have equipment for all of that. So some countries like the Netherlands and Belgium, they are very advanced when it comes to the implementation of those pipelines. They started the building of those hydrogen dedicated pipelines, and some studies have shown that infrastructure can be easily easily modified. We just changed the compressors to distribute hydrogen, so it's already there. Some other implementations are being done to connect different countries that are going to be using that combustible. In Germany too, we have some planning. 9,700 kilometers of pipelines are being designed in Germany, and that all can be made possible by the conversion of those fuels. This is going to be done between 2025 and 2032. You know that Germany is one of the biggest consumers of hydrogen in the world, and it's going to continue being so, because Germany can't really produce their own hydrogen and derivative substances. It can't really generate all the energy that it consumes. So we have a high consuming energy industry, so they need help. We have some machines to show that those are the port equipment. Those are the port equipment pieces that are using that fuel. So those pieces can definitely be used to substitute those old-fashioned equipment. We have some traditional industries in the sector that furnishes different equipment for all of us, and all of that equipment is going to be very useful for all of us. For example, forklifts. We have many different trucks that are moved by cell fuel. So from one end to Europe to the other, we see that we have some toll gates that are responsible for augmenting the economy, for making it better in Europe too. We have different ports that are involved in this coalition, this global coalition. We have different projects for machinery, ships, and all connected to hydrogen. In Pecém, here in Ceará, this industrial complex is completely aligned to this global tendency. So we're really proud to say that Ceará is a pioneer in this sector and is completely aligned to these global tendencies. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Monica. We had a very impactful presentation showing the use of green hydrogen in logistics. From one side, the fuel that we use needs to be altered, needs to be changed. So we have challenges that lie ahead when it comes to the transport and storage of that hydrogen. So now we're going to continue still talking about the energy transition. We're going to talk to Constantino Fragiu, who is going to help us understand a bit more about that. Good morning, everyone. I'm very honored to be here. I'm happy to be here to show you this green hydrogen panorama. So first of all, I'd like to show you some new details, still adding to Monica's presentation. We have many different projects on a world level. We have a very big market for all of that, as you can see on the slides. That can result in $150 billion in annual revenue, and that can still grow. We're also going to be working with 600 tons delivered every year. So this is what really leads us into making these new projects all around the world. These lines are very representative of this new industrialization, this tendency that nobody can hold back anymore. We see that all over the world, we have thousands of different projects that represent in their entirety 740 gigawatts of electrolysis, among which we have 298, almost 300 projects, which are ready to be done. We already know the investment plans about them, connected to them, with high quantity of electrolysis. So what is the opportunity in Brazil when we look at that scenario, the international scenario? So we can't really miss out on it. So it's time for a new industrialization initiative. When we see all of those worldwide projects, and when we see what the international studies and research that has been done show, we see that Brazil is great for that, because we have great natural resources, wind energy potential. We have the right market conditions. We're still going to see that in our panel when it comes to laws and the framework, the legal framework. Everything is favorable for all of those implementations. We're going to talk about Bloomberg Neuf, which is an institute that has helped us see that Brazil can produce green hydrogen with low costs. Brazil has a unique opportunity to accelerate that growth, a sustainable growth, and to take on the role, a leader role, in reducing carbon emission in the world. We really know why we believe that Brazil can be this global player in this game. So wind energy, we have 800 gigawatts in potential. So in different kinds of energy supplies, we have immense opportunities to grow. So that's just the potential. Talking about the northeastern area, the northeastern region, for example, all the energy that we can produce could supply twice the need of energy that Europe has. So this is something that we can't really miss out on. That's why we need to dedicate our efforts and competencies to make it feasible. So for example, the energy sector in Brazil is essentially renewable, as you can see in the slides. When we consider G20, Brazil is one of the countries that has clean energy in its core. So we see that 83% of the renewable energy, electricity produced in Brazil is renewable.
We have, before Ibama, approximately 97 offshore wind projects at 227 gigabytes. Of this total, 109 gigawatts of these licensing projects are located in the northeastern region of the country, and 64 gigawatts here in our state. And when we look at these projects and consider the decarbonization of the project and the need to replace fossil fuel for clean energy, we see the potential that Brazil offers, especially the northeastern region of Brazil, and even more specifically Ceará, the potential that we offer to this. Now, regarding insertion in the new worldwide geopolitics of energy, the European Commission has already established its goals. It wants to reach 10 million tons of renewable hydrogen and 10 million tons of imported renewable hydrogen until 2030. The United States has thrown into renewable energies and hydrogen, if I'm not mistaken, $1 trillion simply to pay the difference between the price of renewable hydrogen to conventional fossil hydrogen. And the European Union has published in 2023 the rules of its carbon frontier adjustment mechanism, CBAM in English. Brazil's hydrogen legal framework has advanced prolifically. If we look at these two legislations that were approved, 14948 approved in August of this year, and 14990 also approved in September of this year, we can see that we have a legal framework that is sufficient to provide this new energy vector with a basis. The first green hydrogen framework was actually, the first signature on it was from Pissing itself. We have our governor El Mano, the minister Camilo Santana, and the president of FIEC, Ricardo Cavalcante, and this regulation that gives way to the regulation of green hydrogen in Ceará was kicked off initially by these people. FIEC articulated the celebration of an MOU, the execution of an MOU, with institutions such as the state government, Port, so that these institutions could provide the best of their efforts to actually implement this project and move it forward. So, in sum, we have several projects from several places of the world that have signed pre-contracts with Bisang, symbolizing an investment of $1.3 billion in terms of renewables. That represents 18 billion reais in terms of hydrogen and ammonia, 20 billion. And here in Bisang last year, we executed with the Netherlands two very important agreements. First of all, a hydrogen corridor in which Pissing is placed as priority provider for Rotterdam. And Monica even mentioned this, saying that 4 million tons are to be imported by Rotterdam in 2030. And of these 4 million, Rotterdam's commitment is to import 1 million from Ceará, specifically through the Pissing port. And that itself places Ceará's project far ahead in the game. Why? Because that is practically an off-taker. It's a commitment that is extremely symbolic. And how can we see we have enough water to provide this? We have a project called Hydra, developed by a company owned by Cagesi, BB Construções, Marquise, Gessim, Inima. And its initial goal is to begin with 1.6 square meters per second of reuse water. And this can be expanded to 4.0 cubic meters, which is enough for the production of the H2V hub. So in addition to producing clean energy, we will also have an advance in sanitization. We will also have shared ammonia tankage, and it was publicly procured. The companies who won this tender were Stolthaven Terminals and Global Energy Storage Consortium, and they will be building the shared ammonia tankage. We have some challenges to overcome, but everything here is going to generate a huge volume of investments. If the 7 projects that we mentioned that are pre-hired, pre-contracted with Pissing, that have, a few have environmental licensing and others are at another stage, if they come true, this study that includes Harvard, the Institute, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology will be mapping the opportunities that will be generated through the deployment of this project. We will have energy, construction, metal mechanics, education, research, commerce, services, and others, all of these sectors involved. And we will have a port infrastructure that will be capable of exporting ammonia. This project is ready and it is moving forward in its consolidation with its executive project. The reuse water that I was just mentioning, its initial phase will be 300 million. We will have 2.27 billion in public transmission lines. We will have the shared ammonia tankage that will be about 800 million reais in investment. The port infrastructure, 700 million. The public hydric infrastructure, 0.15 billion, and in total 4.2 billion. So the Pecém port and the business sector of Ceará are strongly engaged and partnering. Thank you so much for the opportunity and have a great event. Thank you so much, Constantino, for this presentation. We were able to see how Brazil and Ceará are deeply engaged in this process of energy transition, and it is one of the very important vectors of neo-industrialization. So let's move on with this presentation. I would like to call upon Alcileia Sena, the most prominent authority we have here today in ESG here in Ceará. I grant you the floor. Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning, my panelists, colleagues, and to everyone that is watching online. I am Alcileia Farias, the manager of the ESG Center of FIEC, and in the state of Ceará, right? But yesterday we were awarded third place in the incentive project in industry promotion in ESG, and that makes us very proud. It is a brand new center. We've only existed for 2.2 years, 8 months, and we are already known across the country. That says a lot about our leadership and about FIEC as a whole that support sustainable development in the industrial sector. And today I am going to say that we have already passed the limit of industry, and we are now diving into aspects such as ports and others. Now I'm going to talk about the ESG agenda and its connection to energy transition. It is no longer feasible for us to talk about logistics and energy transition without thinking about sustainability, and that is the relationship that I would like to shine light upon for entrepreneurs, students, professionals, so that you can see once and for all that we are talking about businesses and business sustainability and preserving employment positions and optimizing profits and continue to operate, and of course projecting the economy towards a sustainable and stable growth that is responsible and cooperative. Okay. ESG agenda. I have already spent a number of years of my life trying to educate people on this subject, and I'm so happy that now we're at a time where people already know this subject. We can see it in the market, we can see it in logistics, we can see it in purchasing and sales and production. Sustainability. It's important to say that everyone tries to present their business as selling sustainable products because the market is requiring this. The market is defining who it wants a relationship with. And why? Because being sustainable isn't enough. You have to have a logistics chain of provision chain that is also sustainable. At the time that you and your partner provide your clients and boost a chain that is complementary and sustainable, that is where you build the relationships. So what are the indicators and pillars and criterias that set you apart? Since we're talking about businesses, we are going to be talking about strategy. So what makes you sustainable? What moves you forward? What is the purpose of your business? What are the practices that your operation, your trade, your logistics, and your delivery will allow you to qualify as sustainable? FIEC certification requires that 74 indicators be met, but we have different frameworks around the world that also contribute to this clarity. We have B certification, we have several ISOs, we have the 14,000 family ISO, we have social responsibility, governance, social responsibility, compliance, good product use, warranty of product quality. Regarding the list that provides products as health safe. So get to know these certifications and these seals that can qualify you as a product or sustainable business. Sustainable product or business. Nobody is sustainable. You are sustainable. It's an agenda that focuses on continuous improvement, and we need to evolve constantly. It's not something that happens in the snap of a finger and you wake up and everyone is sustainable. That's not how it works. We have to improve with every day that goes by. We have to present ourselves to the market based on criteria and methodology to prove that we are indeed acting more sustainably. So how do we promote sustainable logistics? Beginning with the hiring of service provisions or providers, how you store, how you package, what material is used for packaging, how you transport, how you deliver, and how you are co-responsible for all of the waste produced throughout this operation. So there is criteria within this timeline that can classify you as a sustainable logistics company. The ESG Center is completely available for this. We have partners that act as consultants and auditors that can bring this knowledge to you. As I said, it doesn't happen in the snap of a finger. We have to act through diagnoses. We have to know where I am today, what barriers I have to face today, and where I want to go. I have to define my direction and the speed at which I will travel to meet my goals. This strategic target based on the sustainability agenda. Logistics is what connects consumption and logistics. So we have to make sure that what left a sustainable industry that goes through sustainable
eu doido aqui. Foi. Toma. Esse é o de ouvir, esse é de falar. Quer testar? Pra ver se tá funcionando aí.
When I talk about international businesses, I'm talking about two very relevant things. Foreign investment, and we are deeply connected to commerce. Apex was connected to the Ministry of Foreign Relations. This changed in government Lula. And we have 5 regional offices, one here in the northeastern region, which is located in Recife. We have one in Belém in the northern region, one in Goiânia, one in Porto Alegre, and our headquarters in Brasília, an office in São Paulo, naturally, in the financial and economic capital of Brazil. We have several offices that are spread across the world. If you're interested in working with Apex, we have an office in Colombia. In the United States, we're located in San Francisco, Miami. In Europe, we are in Brussels. We also have offices in China, Peking, Shanghai, Dubai, Israel, although due to the war, we are not in operation there. I'm not going to go into detail here, but it is an agency that is geared towards international issues, and considering our results, we work with about 4,000 companies, 4,200 companies to be exact. And this represents, just so you can have an idea, 4,000 out of 25,000 more or less, so a little bit under 1/5 of the number of exporting companies in Brazil. And on the other hand, these companies that we work with are responsible for 40% of Brazilian exports, and that's a high number. In 2023, Brazil exported about $340 billion, and the companies that work with us, $140 billion, which is about 40%. If you calculate that, you'll see that it is true. We work with several operational areas. I am from the market intelligence sector. I cross data, manipulate data in the good sense, okay? I provide reports, cut off data, and we have several lines of work: promotion, expansion, investment, foreign investment attraction. And what do you mean when you talk about image? For example, we talk about image operations in the way that the image of the Brazilian businesses is seen positively abroad. These encompass some of the areas that we address, some of the sectors that we have. Maybe image is one that is most well known. We talk about trade shows within this. We attract investors to Brazil, among other elements. And all of this was just to say, for us to arrive at foreign trade trends. And I actually used up a lot of my time, so I'm going to have to try to be very compact in my statements. And the first point to observe is that Brazil probably becomes the 8th greatest economy of the world in 2024. And even though it is the 8th, better yet, it is about to become the 8th. In foreign trade, we're a bit behind. In exports, Brazil is always occupies about 1.2, 1.18% of the market share. So we're in 20th, 22nd. We have our company is growing, our inflation is down. We're within within what is expected. The unemployment rate is down as well. So we have a scenario in which Brazil is coming back with our new industry, our neo-industrialization, a good export dynamics, a perspective of growth that is above the worldwide average. If you take the most recent data, you will see this is confirmed, and we also see some highlighted markets, especially for logistics. And what do we see based on our studies? India is showing significant growth along with China, about 5% growth in India. Actually, right now it's under 5%. But we're talking about 5% in the second largest economy of the world, a GDP of almost $30 trillion. So growing 5% in size, that is not something that you turn away from. That's not something to ignore. International logistics managers and operators pay attention to the flows that comprise the southeast of Asia and sub-Saharan Africa. All of these countries are relevant, and the demographic growth, such as with Nigeria, is a good example of how they are rising. There are several issues involving the future mandate of Trump, but the United States is growing as it never has before, with a very low employment rate. Let's talk about export data for Brazil. Successive breakthroughs, and in that regard, transformation industry, processing, manufacturing industry is growing. Our export data is growing, taking the results about 3%, but the volume of exports is growing. So despite the fact that prices are falling, volumes are increasing, and that's good in some senses. We're exporting more despite the price has reduced a bit. The two most relevant markets, China and US, a slight decrease. The United States with a significant rate here, and I'm not going to go into detail. We have our standalone or highlighted focuses. I think I just jumped over a slide. No, I didn't. I'll come back to this later on. We have some of the highlighted regions. Keep an eye on Southeast Asia. I already mentioned a few. We have Vietnam, Malaysia. I went there last year, actually. Thailand, Singapore, with whom Brazil, Mercosur actually, just opened negotiations. We have Sub-Saharan Africa. Keep an eye on Nigeria. Its growth is very interesting. The Portuguese-speaking countries such as Angola, South Africa, always a relevant market. Middle East, as I had anticipated for you. We have Saudi Arabia and Arab Emirates. You have huge opportunities in ceramics and construction regarding export to Saudi Arabia. Two friends of mine just came back, and of course India, as I mentioned before. What can I tell you about the main issues here to be addressed? We're almost finished, I promise. Concentration of destinations. We have a medium concentration of destinations. If you take a look at these charts, you will see at this left table, it shows that the 10 main destinations for Brazilian exports represented around 68% of our exports, and today they represent around 72.4. China is 30%, European Union 13%, United States 11, Argentina about 5, and then we have everybody below that is under 2.53. So as I said, pay attention to opportunities for those involved with logistics, the ports that will be implemented and launched are of utmost importance, and now we have the concentration of origins by state. In this, I mean Brazilian states. Nowadays, a good part of our exports, take a look at the table on the left, they're concentrated in the southeastern region and southern region. In the northeastern region, we have about almost 7%. The north, we have 8%. Southeast 49.5%, and south 17.4%. And south and southeast actually decreased a bit, but it picked up in the Middle East, and marginal gains in the northeastern region. And in the Middle East, we have an increase due to meat and soybeans. So the northeast is about 7% in terms of participation, and I was listening to the prior panel. Right now is the time for you to change this game. If the projects connected to energy transition, and that is the expectation that they actually do come to life and are realized, I am sure that this number will be completely changed in a short time. I'm moving forward with this. I just wanted to call attention to the growth of Mato Grosso. You can see here Mato Grosso, Goiás, São Paulo's participation in Rio grew, São Paulo went down, Minas went down as well. And when you look at the states, the last ones here, you see Ceará, for example, as I said, has a huge potential to go up in this ranking due to energy transition. Now moving forward towards the end, another thing that we talk a lot about is the need to diversify in terms of sectors. I'm going to take 1 minute from your time, okay, I promise. We have a strong concentration in commodities. I don't think anyone is surprised by this when we talk about soybeans, crude oil, refined oil, and iron ore. We have high values. Oil has been contributing to the growth in this number. So when we talk about crude oil or minerals, we go up to 12.5% or 42.6 billion. And if you look at the first, you will see 53.2 billion in soybeans and 15.7% in participation. So a lot is, we have a very outgoing industry in manufacturing. We have shoes, fruits, coconut. It's a state that can highly contribute to the diversification and better distribution in the industries. We have a few sectors that Apex works alongside with. The regulatory overview, I just wanted to end this discussion. I just wanted to bring you the fact that you should pay attention to what was said about sustainability and energy transition applied to logistics. We have been seeing a discussion regarding SAF, renewable energy in maritime transport, attraction of investments related to these sectors. So there could be a significant transformation in this overview. Take a look at our website if you want more details. I'm not going to go into this, we don't have the time. Trackability of Brazilian products is very strong right now. as our seals and certifications that were already mentioned, but what I really wanted to do was provide you with my contact information. Thank you so much. If you are interested, I am the head of this sector at Apex. I will provide you all the links you need, everything you need that can help you as an exporter. And we can think about the best way of inserting the state into foreign trade as partners.
Business analyst. I work in the marketing department, and I'm very happy to be here with all of you. Today I'm going to talk to you about women in international businesses. So the objective of this project is to promote the equity, the gender equality in different international businesses, and to also increase the number of companies that are managed by women all over the country. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how this project was started and what we've been going through until we got to the point where we are right now. When Ana Repesa, our business director, when she came to Apex, she saw lots of women working over there. So so she found lots of different women working for her. So what about the managing jobs? Do we have that that equality? Do we have more women, more men? So we decided to take a look at that inside Apex Brazil. So we saw that there were some differences. There were more men in positions of leadership. So we decided to think about what we could do to bring this equality, this gender equality in Apex. So we decided to commit ourselves that is focused on equality, capacitation, cooperation, and transparency. So we had different sectors that adhered to this commitment. We started with 20 different institutions that were supporting us, and on the 13th of March, we had a signature. In this challenge, sorry, we're having some technical problems with the sound. There you go. So we have 6 different pillars: commercial intelligence, qualification, commercial promotion, and business attraction, and image promotion too. We have different executions for all of that project. We have specific actions. I'm going to explain later about what that entails. So we have many different movements in here. We have different target markets. We are working with the Caribbeans, Latin American, Asia. So we're trying to work with different companies in order to make them available for women to take charge, to be in charge of those. And in different service sectors, we are supporting different segments that are connected to environmental sustainability and the new industrialization too. So how does that work when it comes to the inclusive actions that we need to make? So how can we give visibility to women? How can women understand how international business works and so that they may be able to participate? So we decided to apply a gender magnifier in all the different programs that Apex is involved with. So we decided to create different processes for women to be included. We have some specific actions, for example, actions that are directed only to women. For example, we have a partnership with MDIC, and we have mentorship to all women, to the women that are participating in the projects, so that they can reach the international market. They may be able to participate in all of that. We have a series of activities during the program to work on the technical abilities, the social emotional abilities of all those entrepreneurs. We don't teach them only how to export, but also how to make businesses, to make agreements. How can she sell? How can she trade? They're able to participate in different business. We want them to feel that they can do that. So now you may have an idea. Just for you to have an idea, we have more than 80 different partners. We have Alibaba, Banco do Brasil, Kubiji, and other very important, relevant institutions that are supporting Apex in this initiative. We have some results too from the program. Between June 2023 and June 2004, the span of a year, we had 76 actions of the MNI program. 10 were specific, but the others were inclusive. And when it comes to the kinds of actions that we carried out, most of them were commercial, but we also worked on the qualification, the professionalizing of those women, and also on how to attract foreign investments in the country. In 1 year, we have 2,100 appointments set, women that benefited from all of that, and we have many companies that are supported by this program. All of the companies that are considered equal when it comes to the gender are companies that have 51% of the people making the decisions. When they are women, then they are equal. And most of those companies, micro, little, small companies. So that's when we start, and then we go on to the average size companies, and then to the macro companies too. So when it comes to where these sectors are found, we see that fashion, hygiene, and cosmetics, they're definitely the most important ones where we've been able to work with, and also IT. With the regional distribution, we have that women all over Brazil have been supported. We have fewer of them in northeastern Brazil. Ceará occupies the second position, following only Bahia. We've got some awards too that have resulted. We've got 2 international prizes in this first year. The first one was in March. In New York, we received Movimento Elas Lideram, which is about feminine leadership. And in September, we earned the WTPO Awards for Best Initiative of Inclusion and Sustainability in Businesses. So we are very grateful for all those awards that we received. We are following definitely the right path. Finally, I've got some cases of women that are participating in our program. Tainá Fagundes from Da Tribu, that developed a technology that mixes late latex and cotton. So she's been able to provide jobs in the whole community, facilitating this latex extraction. And then she produces different jewelry, and she's exporting today to 8 different markets internationally. So, and she wants that to be a constant thing. She wants that to be continuous. She doesn't want that to stop. We have the example of Camila Sol from Sol Saboaria. She's one of our ambassadors for the She Trades project that we are carrying out, where we have business meetings specifically for women, support points, support hubs. We work with all of that. So Camilla comes from a humble background, we can say, but she decided to start a business of handmade soap, and it really worked. And in the end, her company was her main source of income. And then she decided to get some training from Apex, and then she went skyrocketing. She received some advising when it comes to how to export. So she received a consultant in a business. By the way, that's a free program by Apex. And in the end, she had a business plan. She participated in different movements that we had, different meetings, different trainings, and today she exports to 4 different markets globally. So this is what I wanted to show you. If you'd like to know more or recommend this program, Mulheres em Negócios Internacionais, we have our website that you can see on the screen. My contacts are on the screen too. Feel free to reach out if you are interested in the program. Thank you very much. In behalf of all the institutions that are partners of ours here, that are helping us with the Expolog 2024, thank you very much, all of those who participated, who helped us understand a bit more the opportunities, the growth opportunities that companies can carry out, that are showing up. We thank you for showing our products that are being distributed internationally. We don't need to be that big. We can have small beginnings. We never should take that for granted. We're going to take a photo now. I know that you have your flight schedule that is quite tight, so thank you very much for giving us the chance of having your company. Thank you for your participation. Thank you Apex, which is one of the partners that we can count on. We've been able to count on them for years, and they've been instigating our entrepreneurs, and it's really nice to see the attention that they're giving women and how they can participate in entrepreneurship. You are welcome. Thank you very much. We're going to have one of our friends who's going to participate in this photo, one of the speakers from before. So in our photo here, we have people that have participated in all of the editions that we've held here. And we know that Expolog is reaching new horizons when it comes to the credibility, and also when focusing on the need for that planning, that structuring of logistics in different segments and sectors. We have Professor Augusto Wagner, who is part of our technical committee. Ladies and gentlemen, a standing ovation to all of those. Let's be warm towards all of our guests. I'd like to remind you of the gamification, the little game, the drops. So please, you can visit the stands and scan the QR codes and collect your drops. The participant that has accumulated or collected 20 drops is going to be able to participate in our raffle. That is going to take place at around 6:30 in this main auditorium. Now we're going to have a break, the lunch break. Take the chance to work on your network. We're going to resume our program at 2 o'clock, and we're going to talk about the national plans for logistics in 2025. You can't miss it. I'll see you at 2 p.m.
A Bahia tem o mais extenso litoral do Brasil. São 1.100 quilômetros de praias, enseadas e baías, entre elas a maior do país, a Baía de Todos os Santos, onde estão dois dos principais portos brasileiros, Aratu, Candeias e Salvador, ambos administrados pela Codeba, Autoridade Portuária da Bahia, empresa pública federal, responsável também pelo Porto de Ilhéus. Por seus portos entram e saem toneladas de produtos, riquezas e minerais, alimentos, grãos e tudo que movimenta a economia baiana e brasileira. Sem falar nos milhares de passageiros que desembarcam para fazer turismo em Salvador, a primeira capital do Brasil, que nasceu e cresceu ao redor do seu porto. Localizado no centro histórico da capital baiana, o Porto de Salvador é um terminal urbano multipropósito com uma posição estrategicamente privilegiada. A entrada da Baía de Todos os Santos, que tem condições navegáveis o ano inteiro, águas tranquilas e excelente profundidade. Por aqui, toneladas de grãos, trigo, celulose, frutas e cargas em contêineres são movimentadas diariamente. Também na Baía de Todos os Santos está outro porto da Codeba, o de Aratu, Candeias. Estrategicamente localizado próximo ao Centro Industrial de Aratu e ao Polo Petroquímico de Camaçari. O Porto de Aratu, Candeias tem forte vocação industrial e excelente acesso rodoviário e ferroviário. Tudo isso faz dele um dos mais importantes exportadores de minérios, granéis sólidos e da produção química e petroquímica do Brasil. Descendo em direção ao sul do estado, chegamos ao Porto de Ilhéus, o primeiro em alto mar do Brasil, operando com cargas da Bahia e norte de Minas Gerais. O porto tem capacidade para movimentar mais de 1 milhão de toneladas por ano, entre o tradicional cacau, grãos, minérios e carga geral. Além disso, o Porto de Ilhéus tem um potencial turístico que cresce a cada dia. Além de cuidar da gestão, infraestrutura e fiscalização de seus terminais, dos canais de acesso à Baía de Todos os Santos e áreas de fundeio, a Codeba, Autoridade Portuária da Bahia, é a responsável pela navegação comercial em águas baianas e segue em permanente evolução para garantir mais eficiência para a rede portuária do Estado, buscando novas soluções no setor estratégico e vital para a nossa economia.
Chegou a hora de se destacar no mercado de trabalho. Seja Senai Ceará. Oferecemos mais de 300 cursos em mais de 20 áreas: energia, logística, TI, vestuário, automotiva, refrigeração e muito mais. De cada 10 alunos, 7 saem empregados. Tá esperando o quê? Vem alavancar sua carreira com a gente.
Todos nós temos uma receita de felicidade. Uma boa dose de saúde é essencial para vivermos em paz e aproveitarmos cada minuto. E o SESI Ceará leva a sério a missão de contribuir para a promoção de sua saúde, educação e segurança dentro e fora da indústria. Nossos serviços e nossa tecnologia estão se expandindo, proporcionando às empresas soluções inovadoras que impulsionam a economia cearense e criam diferenciais competitivos no mercado. Nas SESI Clínicas, oferecemos uma estrutura de qualidade e profissionais qualificados em diversas especialidades médicas. Também oferecemos teleconsultas em clínica geral, nutrição, psicologia e psiquiatria, garantindo acesso rápido e eficiente aos cuidados de saúde, realização de exames em tempo hábil e recebimento dos resultados com rapidez. Todas as nossas ações estão alinhadas com desenvolvimento sustentável. Ao substituir papel e películas de raio-x por sistemas integrados a QR Codes, por exemplo, estamos contribuindo para a preservação do meio ambiente, alinhados aos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável ODS. Nas indústrias, as empresas também contam com nossas soluções em saúde e segurança do trabalho, que garantem conformidade com a legislação, produtividade e qualidade de vida para os trabalhadores. O SESI realiza uma gestão integrada e inteligente de saúde e segurança por meio de uma plataforma denominada SESI Viva Mais. Esta plataforma dispõe de um software exclusivo para a gestão de dados e um BI denominado InfoSESI Viva Mais. Desenvolvido por uma equipe multidisciplinar, é um painel intuitivo com 60 indicadores que mostram a realidade da saúde e segurança no trabalho. Essa ferramenta traz informações que auxiliam na tomada de decisões, redução de custos e aumento da produtividade e qualidade de vida dos trabalhadores. E para termos uma vida saudável, também é preciso o movimento. Por isso, nossas unidades contam com academias de alto padrão. Oferecemos estrutura para diversas modalidades esportivas, como natação, cross-sese, beach tênis, hidroginástica, pilates, entre outras atividades. É assim que damos sentido ao nosso trabalho, com segurança e qualidade, criando uma relação harmoniosa com o mundo ao nosso redor. SESI Ceará, feliz de quem tem.
O transporte é um dos pilares essenciais para o progresso socioeconômico de um país continental como o Brasil. Todo o ecossistema desse setor é representado pelo Sistema Transporte, formado pela CNT, Confederação Nacional do Transporte, pelo SEST-Senat, Serviço Social do Transporte e Serviço Nacional de Aprendizagem do Transporte, e pelo ITL, Instituto de Transporte e Logística. A CNT é a entidade representativa das empresas transportadoras brasileiras. É a atuação da Confederação que garante os avanços necessários e assegura um ambiente de negócios propício ao desenvolvimento da atividade transportadora no Brasil. O SEST-Senat é o eixo social do sistema transporte. Na prática, cada uma das unidades operacionais oferece serviços de nutrição, psicologia, fisioterapia e odontologia, além de atividades físicas e cursos de capacitação, formação e aprendizagem para jovens e adultos. O Sistema Transporte também investe na melhoria da alta gestão. E esse é o papel do ITL, destinado à capacitação da alta gestão das empresas. Para isso, a instituição oferece, por meio de parcerias com instituições de ensino, os melhores cursos para garantir a evolução do setor de transporte. A atuação da CNT, Senat e do ITL se baseia em ações que buscam garantir mais investimentos para o setor de transporte brasileiro. Afinal, o transporte movimenta a nossa vida. Movimenta o Brasil.
Eu não me enquadro
em nada disso.
Sempre é tempo de empreender com o Sebrae. Com sua experiência e nosso apoio, você pode transformar ideias e sonhos em negócios. Sebrae, pensando o mundo para todo mundo.
A logística é o caminho que impulsiona o crescimento de uma região. E no Nordeste, a Sudene traça esse caminho. Com os fundos regionais FDNE e FNE, financiamos grandes projetos logísticos. Temos também incentivos fiscais fortalecendo a conexão entre negócios e oportunidades, gerando mais empregos e renda. A Sudene atua na análise do cenário econômico e social, para garantir que investimentos em setores como a logística possam transformar realidades. Sudene. A nordestinidade é para todos.
Cuidar das pessoas. Avançar o Ceará. Essa tem sido a nossa missão. A missão de cada servidor, de cada prefeitura, que tem nas mãos a chance de fazer a diferença na vida de milhões de cearenses. O empenho de cada um de nós é muito importante para cumprir esse propósito com eficiência, integração e responsabilidade em todas as áreas de atuação. Um compromisso que a cada dia vem impactando cada vez mais pessoas.
É muito bom saber que eu vou comer no outro dia e que tem alimentação balanceada, né? De qualidade para me comer, né?
É prazeroso ver que eu tô podendo ajudar uma outra pessoa que está necessitando.
O Ibrahim, ele tinha muita dificuldade para respirar e agora mudou totalmente a vida dele.
Que eu não consegui me locomover direito e agora que tá recuperando, daqui a pouco voltar pro futebol, né?
Esse programa realmente é muito bacana e foi assim que eu consegui recuperar o meu disseminado.
Eu recebi ele tá intacto, eu já dei uma olhada nele, não tem arranhão, não tem nada, então ele tá ótimo para uso, então tá perfeito.
A escola de tempo integral realmente me ajudou bastante. Me ajudou não só a gerenciar meu tempo e tudo, mas me ensinou a gerenciar o meu tempo da maneira certa.
Educar para mim é fazer parte do desenvolvimento das crianças e eu tenho orgulho de ser professora.
Sou mãe solteira, meu filho é autista, não tenho com quem deixá-lo e ele aqui eu fico mais tranquila.
Eu consegui a entrada no mercado de trabalho através dos programas do governo, né? Como jovem aprendiz, quando você recebe essa oportunidade de trabalho, sua dignidade fica conservada, né?
Esse é o Ceará que a gente quer, que cuida das pessoas, que avança no desenvolvimento, que trabalha unido para transformar a vida do nosso povo. Esse é o Ceará que estamos construindo. Governo do Estado. Cuidar das pessoas. Avançar o Ceará.
Há 22 anos, a Tecer Terminais é o braço operacional do Porto do Pecém, investindo em inovação e capacitação para transformar a logística do Ceará. A Tecer participa dos principais projetos industriais do Complexo do Pecém e é pioneira no manuseio de produtos siderúrgicos e eólicos. Desenvolvemos soluções inovadoras para otimizar a movimentação de cargas gerais, eólicas, granéis e projetos. Investimos continuamente em equipamentos de alta capacidade, como guindastes e empilhadeiras de até 150 toneladas. O futuro chegou e a Tecer está pronta para movimentar as novas cargas com a Transnordestina e os novos projetos eólicos offshore, utilizando fontes renováveis. Nossa história é de inovação, compromisso e eficiência. Tudo que passa pelo Pecém tem o apoio da Tecer Terminais.
O que transforma um lugar? As pessoas, os negócios, o trabalho, as oportunidades, o propósito, a união. Assim nasceu a AECIP, Associação das Empresas do Complexo Industrial e Portuário do Pecém. Fundada em 2015, a AECIP tem o propósito de fortalecer e desenvolver de forma colaborativa e sustentável o ambiente de negócios instalado no Complexo Industrial e Portuário do Pecém. A entidade reúne empresas protagonistas no desenvolvimento do Ceará, presentes nos municípios de São Gonçalo, Paracuru e Caucaia. As associadas fazem parte de 4 setores da economia: indústrias de base, empresas de serviços, empresas de comércio e empresas de apoio. Juntas, elas representam cerca de 92% do PIB da região. O planejamento estratégico da associação envolve 3 eixos de atuação: governança e gestão, infraestrutura industrial e infraestrutura social. Os projetos da AECIP vão desde treinamentos de mão de obra da região, encaminhamento ao emprego, atendimento às comunidades, estratégias conjuntas de segurança do trabalho e patrimonial e estímulo à realização de negócios. As empresas associadas e sua cadeia de suprimentos junto com governos, academia e comunidades locais atuam como agentes do desenvolvimento sustentável de todo o ecossistema. A AECIP e suas associadas também trabalham como elo na estruturação de ações, por meio dos fóruns temáticos, nas áreas de recursos humanos, comunicação, logística, desenvolvimento de fornecedores, meio ambiente, relações trabalhistas, responsabilidade social, inovação, segurança patrimonial e saúde e segurança. E o trabalho só acontece porque também existem parceiros como o Instituto Federal do Ceará, IFCE-PECEM, Cine-IDT, Forças de Segurança, comunicadores locais, prefeituras, câmaras municipais, ONGs, escolas e toda uma rede que se interliga para tornar possível a transformação. Muito já foi feito para que possamos nos fortalecer e olhar para o futuro. Um futuro em sinergia com o ambiente para melhorar investimentos locais, capital de giro, empregabilidade e desenvolvimento social. Um futuro que valoriza o passado e o presente, projetando ainda mais conquistas no horizonte de oportunidades que estão pela frente.
Há 11 anos,
Mais do que apenas representar, a ATP é movimento. É a transformação do segmento portuário privado e a modernização dos portos brasileiros. Ao longo desses anos, os terminais de uso privado se consolidaram e hoje representam 65% da movimentação portuária brasileira, impulsionando a economia e promovendo o desenvolvimento sustentável do Brasil. Conectar a sociedade ao setor portuário é parte da nossa missão. A constante busca por soluções inovadoras, como a Biblioport, Legiport e Dataport, que ajudam a disseminar conhecimento e dados sobre o setor, são exemplos do nosso compromisso com a transparência e a inovação. A ATP também é responsável pela coordenação de comitês, grupos e centros de apoio, conduzindo mais de 20 frentes de trabalho. Estamos crescendo. E juntos com nossos associados, estamos construindo um futuro melhor para as áreas essenciais da economia brasileira. Assim, seguimos firmes no fortalecimento dos terminais de uso privado, fundamentais para o crescimento estratégico do setor e para o futuro do Brasil. ATP, 11 anos de resultados, inovação e compromisso com o setor portuário privado.
A Bahia tem o mais extenso litoral do Brasil. São 1.100 quilômetros de praias, enseadas e baías, entre elas a maior do país, a Baía de Todos os Santos, onde estão dois dos principais portos brasileiros, Aratu, Candeias e Salvador, ambos administrados pela Codeba, Autoridade Portuária da Bahia, empresa pública federal, responsável também pelo Porto de Ilhéus. Por seus portos entram e saem toneladas de produtos, riquezas e minerais, alimentos, grãos e tudo que movimenta a economia baiana e brasileira. Sem falar nos milhares de passageiros que desembarcam para fazer turismo em Salvador, a primeira capital do Brasil, que nasceu e cresceu ao redor do seu porto. Localizado no centro histórico da capital baiana, o Porto de Salvador é um terminal urbano multipropósito com uma posição estrategicamente privilegiada. A entrada da Baía de Todos os Santos, que tem condições navegáveis o ano inteiro, águas tranquilas e excelente profundidade. Por aqui, toneladas de grãos, trigo, celulose, frutas e cargas em contêineres são movimentadas diariamente. Também na Baía de Todos os Santos está outro porto da Codeba, o de Aratu-Candeias, estrategicamente localizado próximo ao Centro Industrial de Aratu e ao Polo Petroquímico de Camaçari. O Porto de Aratu-Candeias tem forte vocação industrial e excelente acesso rodoviário e ferroviário. Tudo isso faz dele um dos mais importantes exportadores de minérios, granéis sólidos e da produção química e petroquímica do Brasil. Descendo em direção ao sul do estado, chegamos ao Porto de Ilhéus, o primeiro em alto mar do Brasil, operando com cargas da Bahia e norte de Minas Gerais. O porto tem capacidade para movimentar mais de 1 milhão de toneladas por ano, entre o tradicional cacau, grãos, minérios e carga geral. Além disso, o Porto de Ilhéus tem um potencial turístico que cresce a cada dia. Além de cuidar da gestão, infraestrutura e fiscalização de seus terminais, dos canais de acesso à Baía de Todos os Santos e áreas de fundeio, a Codeba, Autoridade Portuária da Bahia, é a responsável pela navegação comercial em águas baianas e segue em permanente evolução para garantir mais eficiência para a rede portuária do estado, buscando novas soluções no setor estratégico e vital para a nossa economia.
Chegou a hora de se destacar no mercado de trabalho. Seja Senai Ceará. Oferecemos mais de 300 cursos em mais de 20 áreas: energia, logística, TI, vestuário, automotiva, refrigeração e muito mais. De cada 10 alunos, 7 saem empregados. Tá esperando o quê? Vem alavancar sua carreira com a gente.
Todos nós temos uma receita de felicidade. Uma boa dose de saúde é essencial para vivermos em paz e aproveitarmos cada minuto. E o SESI Ceará leva a sério a missão de contribuir para a promoção de sua saúde, educação e segurança dentro e fora da indústria. Nossos serviços e nossa tecnologia estão se expandindo, proporcionando às empresas soluções inovadoras que impulsionam a economia cearense e criam diferenciais competitivos no mercado. Nas SESI Clínicas, oferecemos uma estrutura de qualidade e profissionais qualificados em diversas especialidades médicas. Também oferecemos teleconsultas em clínica geral, nutrição, psicologia e psiquiatria, garantindo acesso rápido e eficiente aos cuidados de saúde, realização de exames em tempo hábil e recebimento dos resultados com rapidez. Todas as nossas ações estão alinhadas com desenvolvimento sustentável. Ao substituir papel e películas de raio-x por sistemas integrados a QR Codes, por exemplo, estamos contribuindo para a preservação do meio ambiente, alinhados aos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável ODS. Nas indústrias, as empresas também contam com nossas soluções em saúde e segurança do trabalho, que garantem conformidade com a legislação, produtividade e qualidade de vida para os trabalhadores. O SESI realiza uma gestão integrada e inteligente de saúde e segurança por meio de uma plataforma denominada SESI Viva Mais. Esta plataforma dispõe de um software exclusivo para a gestão de dados e um BI denominado InfoSESI Viva Mais. Desenvolvido por uma equipe multidisciplinar, é um painel intuitivo com 60 indicadores que mostram a realidade da saúde e segurança no trabalho. Essa ferramenta traz informações que auxiliam na tomada de decisões, redução de custos e aumento da produtividade e qualidade de vida dos trabalhadores. E para termos uma vida saudável, também é preciso o movimento. Por isso, nossas unidades contam com academias de alto padrão. Oferecemos estrutura para diversas modalidades esportivas, como natação, cross-sese, beach tênis, hidroginástica, pilates, entre outras atividades. É assim que damos sentido ao nosso trabalho com segurança e qualidade, criando uma relação harmoniosa com o mundo ao nosso redor. SESI Ceará. Feliz de quem tem.
O transporte é um dos pilares essenciais para o progresso socioeconômico de um país continental como o Brasil. Todo o ecossistema desse setor é representado pelo Sistema Transporte, formado pela CNT, Confederação Nacional do Transporte, pelo SEST-Senat, Serviço Social do Transporte e Serviço Nacional de Aprendizagem do Transporte, e pelo ITL, Instituto de Transporte e Logística. A CNT é a entidade representativa das empresas transportadoras brasileiras. É a atuação da Confederação que garante os avanços necessários e assegura um ambiente de negócios propício ao desenvolvimento da atividade transportadora no Brasil. O SEST-Senat é o eixo social do sistema transporte. Na prática, cada uma das unidades operacionais oferece serviços de nutrição, psicologia, fisioterapia e odontologia, além de atividades físicas e cursos de capacitação, formação e aprendizagem para jovens e adultos. O Sistema Transporte também investe na melhoria da alta gestão. E esse é o papel do ITL, destinado à capacitação da alta gestão das empresas. Para isso, a instituição oferece, por meio de parcerias com instituições de ensino, os melhores cursos para garantir a evolução do setor de transporte. A atuação da CNT, do SEST-Senat e do ITL se baseia em ações que buscam garantir mais investimentos para o setor de transporte brasileiro. Afinal, o transporte movimenta a nossa vida. Movimenta o Brasil. Eu não me enquadro
em nada disso.
Sempre é tempo de empreender com o Sebrae. Com sua experiência e nosso apoio, você pode transformar ideias e sonhos em negócios. Sebrae, pensando o mundo para todo mundo.
A logística é o caminho que impulsiona o crescimento de uma região. E no Nordeste, a Sudene traça esse caminho. Com os fundos regionais FDNE e FNE, financiamos grandes projetos logísticos. Temos também incentivos fiscais fortalecendo a conexão entre negócios e oportunidades, gerando mais empregos e renda. A Sudene atua na análise do cenário econômico e social, para garantir que investimentos em setores como a logística possam transformar realidades. Sudene. A nordestinidade é para todos.
Cuidar das pessoas. Avançar o Ceará. Essa tem sido a nossa missão. A missão de cada servidor, de cada prefeitura, que tem nas mãos a chance de fazer a diferença na vida de milhões de cearenses. O empenho de cada um de nós é muito importante para cumprir esse propósito com eficiência, integração e responsabilidade em todas as áreas de atuação. Um compromisso que a cada dia vem impactando cada vez mais pessoas.
É muito bom saber que eu vou comer no outro dia e que tem alimentação balanceada, né? De qualidade para me comer, né?
É prazeroso ver que eu tô podendo ajudar uma outra pessoa que está necessitando.
O Ibrahim, ele tinha muita dificuldade para respirar. E agora mudou totalmente a vida dele.
Que eu não conseguia me locomover direito. E agora que tá recuperando, daqui a pouco voltar pro futebol, né?
Esse programa realmente é muito bacana e foi assim que eu consegui recuperar o meu desanimado.
Eu recebi ele tá intacto, eu já dei uma olhada nele, não tem arranhão, não tem nada, então ele tá ótimo para uso, então tá perfeito.
A escola de tempo integral realmente me ajudou bastante. Me ajudou não só a gerenciar meu tempo e tudo, mas me ensinou a gerenciar o meu tempo da maneira certa.
Educar para mim é fazer parte do desenvolvimento das crianças e eu tenho orgulho de ser professora.
Sou mãe solteira, meu filho é autista, não tenho com quem deixá-lo e ele aqui eu fico mais tranquila.
Eu consegui a entrada no mercado de trabalho através dos programas do governo, né? Como jovem aprendiz, quando você recebe essa oportunidade de trabalho, sua dignidade fica conservada, né?
Esse é o Ceará que a gente quer, que cuida das pessoas, que avança no desenvolvimento, que trabalha unido para transformar a vida do nosso povo. Esse é o Ceará que estamos construindo. Governo do Estado. Cuidar das pessoas. Avançar o Ceará.
Há 22 anos, a Tecer Terminais é o braço operacional do Porto do Pecém, investindo em inovação e capacitação para transformar a logística do Ceará. A Tecer participa dos principais projetos industriais do Complexo do Pecém e é pioneira no manuseio de produtos siderúrgicos e eólicos. Desenvolvemos soluções inovadoras para otimizar a movimentação de cargas gerais, eólicas, granéis e projetos. Investimos continuamente em equipamentos de alta capacidade, como guindastes e empilhadeiras de até 150 toneladas. O futuro chegou e a Tecer está pronta para movimentar as novas cargas com a Transnordestina e os novos projetos eólicos offshore, utilizando fontes renováveis. Nossa história é de inovação, compromisso e eficiência. Tudo que passa pelo Pecém tem o apoio da Tecer Terminais.
O que transforma um lugar? As pessoas, os negócios, o trabalho, as oportunidades, o propósito, a união. Assim nasceu a AECIP, Associação das Empresas do Complexo Industrial e Portuário do Pecém. Fundada em 2015, a AECIP tem o propósito de fortalecer e desenvolver de forma colaborativa e sustentável o ambiente de negócios instalado no Complexo Industrial e Portuário do Pecém. A entidade reúne empresas protagonistas no desenvolvimento do Ceará, presentes nos municípios de São Gonçalo, Paracuru e Caucaia. As associadas fazem parte de 4 setores da economia: indústrias de base, empresas de serviços, empresas de comércio e empresas de apoio. Juntas, elas representam cerca de 92% do PIB da região. O planejamento estratégico da associação envolve 3 eixos de atuação: governança e gestão, infraestrutura industrial e infraestrutura social. Os projetos da AECIP vão desde treinamentos de mão de obra da região, encaminhamento ao emprego, atendimento às comunidades, estratégias conjuntas de segurança do trabalho e patrimonial e estímulo à realização de negócios. As empresas associadas e sua cadeia de suprimentos junto com governos, academia e comunidades locais atuam como agentes do desenvolvimento sustentável de todo o ecossistema. A AECIP e suas associadas também trabalham como elo na estruturação de ações, por meio dos fóruns temáticos, nas áreas de recursos humanos, comunicação, logística, desenvolvimento de fornecedores, meio ambiente, relações trabalhistas, responsabilidade social, inovação, segurança patrimonial e saúde e segurança. E o trabalho só acontece porque também existem parceiros como o Instituto Federal do Ceará, IFCE-PECEM, Cine-IDT, Forças de Segurança, comunicadores locais, prefeituras, câmaras municipais, ONGs, escolas e toda uma rede que se interliga para tornar possível a transformação. Muito já foi feito para que possamos nos fortalecer e olhar para o futuro. Um futuro em sinergia com o ambiente para melhorar investimentos locais, capital de giro, empregabilidade e desenvolvimento social. Um futuro que valoriza o passado e o presente, projetando ainda mais conquistas no horizonte de oportunidades que estão pela frente.
Há 11 anos, a ATP embarcou em um compromisso com o futuro. Mais do que apenas representar, a ATP é movimento. É a transformação do segmento portuário privado e a modernização dos portos brasileiros. Ao longo desses anos, os terminais de uso privado se consolidaram e hoje representam 65% da movimentação portuária brasileira, impulsionando a economia e promovendo o desenvolvimento sustentável do Brasil. Conectar a sociedade ao setor portuário é parte da nossa missão. A constante busca por soluções inovadoras, como a Biblioport, Legiport e Dataport, que ajudam a disseminar conhecimento e dados sobre o setor, são exemplos do nosso compromisso com a transparência e a inovação. A ATP também é responsável pela coordenação de comitês, grupos e centros de apoio, conduzindo mais de 20 frentes de trabalho. Estamos crescendo e, juntos com nossos associados, estamos construindo um futuro melhor para as áreas essenciais da economia brasileira. Assim, seguimos firmes no fortalecimento dos terminais de uso privado, fundamentais para o crescimento estratégico do setor e para o futuro do Brasil. ATP, 11 anos de resultados, inovação e compromisso com o setor portuário privado.
A Bahia tem o mais extenso litoral do Brasil. São 1.100 quilômetros de praias, enseadas e baías, entre elas a maior do país, a Baía de Todos os Santos, onde estão dois dos principais portos brasileiros, Aratu, Candeias e Salvador, ambos administrados pela Codeba, Autoridade Portuária da Bahia, empresa pública federal, responsável também pelo Porto de Ilhéus. Por seus portos entram e saem toneladas de produtos, riquezas e minerais, alimentos, grãos e tudo que movimenta a economia baiana e brasileira. Sem falar nos milhares de passageiros que desembarcam para fazer turismo em Salvador, a primeira capital do Brasil, que nasceu e cresceu ao redor do seu porto. Localizado no centro histórico da capital baiana, o Porto de Salvador é um terminal urbano multipropósito com uma posição estrategicamente privilegiada. A entrada da Baía de Todos os Santos, que tem condições navegáveis o ano inteiro, águas tranquilas e excelente profundidade. Por aqui, toneladas de grãos, trigo, celulose, frutas e cargas em contêineres são movimentadas diariamente. Também na Baía de Todos os Santos está outro porto da Codeba, o de Aratu, Candeias. Estrategicamente localizado próximo ao Centro Industrial de Aratu e ao Polo Petroquímico de Camaçari. O Porto de Aratu, Candeias tem forte vocação industrial e excelente acesso rodoviário e ferroviário. Tudo isso faz dele um dos mais importantes exportadores de minérios, granéis sólidos e da produção química e petroquímica do Brasil. Descendo em direção ao sul do estado, chegamos ao Porto de Ilhéus, o primeiro em alto mar do Brasil, operando com cargas da Bahia e norte de Minas Gerais. O porto tem capacidade para movimentar mais de 1 milhão de toneladas por ano, entre o tradicional cacau, grãos, minérios e carga geral. Além disso, o Porto de Ilhéus tem um potencial turístico que cresce a cada dia. Além de cuidar da gestão, infraestrutura e fiscalização de seus terminais, dos canais de acesso à Baía de Todos os Santos e áreas de fundeio, a Codeba, Autoridade Portuária da Bahia, é a responsável pela navegação comercial em águas baianas e segue em permanente evolução para garantir mais eficiência para a rede portuária do estado, buscando novas soluções no setor estratégico e vital para a nossa economia.
Chegou a hora de se destacar no mercado de trabalho. Seja Senai Ceará. Oferecemos mais de 300 cursos em mais de 20 áreas: energia, logística, TI, vestuário, automotiva, refrigeração e muito mais. De cada 10 alunos, 7 saem empregados. Tá esperando o quê? Vem alavancar sua carreira com a gente.
Todos nós temos uma receita de felicidade. Uma boa dose de saúde é essencial para vivermos em paz e aproveitarmos cada minuto. E o SESI Ceará leva a sério a missão de contribuir para a promoção de sua saúde, educação e segurança dentro e fora da indústria. Nossos serviços e nossa tecnologia estão se expandindo, proporcionando às empresas soluções inovadoras que impulsionam a economia cearense e criam diferenciais competitivos no mercado. Nas SESI Clínicas, oferecemos uma estrutura de qualidade e profissionais qualificados em diversas especialidades médicas. Também oferecemos teleconsultas em clínica geral, nutrição, psicologia e psiquiatria, garantindo acesso rápido e eficiente aos cuidados de saúde, realização de exames em tempo hábil e recebimento dos resultados com rapidez. Todas as nossas ações estão alinhadas com desenvolvimento sustentável. Ao substituir papel e películas de raio-x por sistemas integrados a QR Codes, por exemplo, estamos contribuindo para a preservação do meio ambiente, alinhados aos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável ODS. Nas indústrias, as empresas também contam com nossas soluções em saúde e segurança do trabalho, que garantem conformidade com a legislação, produtividade e qualidade de vida para os trabalhadores. O SESI realiza uma gestão integrada e inteligente de saúde e segurança por meio de uma plataforma denominada SESI Viva Mais. Esta plataforma dispõe de um software exclusivo para a gestão de dados e um BI denominado InfoSESI Viva Mais. Desenvolvido por uma equipe multidisciplinar, é um painel intuitivo com 60 indicadores que mostram a realidade da saúde e segurança no trabalho. Essa ferramenta traz informações que auxiliam na tomada de decisões, redução de custos e aumento da produtividade e qualidade de vida dos trabalhadores. E para termos uma vida saudável, também é preciso o movimento. Por isso, nossas unidades contam com academias de alto padrão. Oferecemos estrutura para diversas modalidades esportivas, como natação, cross-sese, beach tênis, hidroginástica, pilates, entre outras atividades. É assim que damos sentido ao nosso trabalho com segurança e qualidade, criando uma relação harmoniosa com o mundo ao nosso redor. SESI Ceará, feliz de quem tem.
O transporte é um dos pilares essenciais para o progresso socioeconômico de um país continental como o Brasil. Todo o ecossistema desse setor é representado pelo Sistema Transporte, formado pela CNT, Confederação Nacional do Transporte, pelo SEST-Senat, Serviço Social do Transporte e Serviço Nacional de Aprendizagem do Transporte, e pelo ITL, Instituto de Transporte e Logística. A CNT é a entidade representativa das empresas transportadoras brasileiras. É a atuação da Confederação que garante os avanços necessários e assegura um ambiente de negócios propício ao desenvolvimento da atividade transportadora no Brasil. O SEST-Senat é o eixo social do sistema transporte. Na prática, cada uma das unidades operacionais oferece serviços de nutrição, psicologia, fisioterapia e odontologia, além de atividades físicas e cursos de capacitação, formação e aprendizagem para jovens e adultos. O Sistema Transporte também investe na melhoria da alta gestão. E esse é o papel do ITL, destinado à capacitação da alta gestão das empresas. Para isso, a instituição oferece, por meio de parcerias com instituições de ensino, os melhores cursos para garantir a evolução do setor de transporte. A atuação da CNT, do SEST-Senat e do ITL se baseia em ações que buscam garantir mais investimentos para o setor de transporte brasileiro. Afinal, o transporte movimenta a nossa vida. Movimenta o Brasil.
Eu não me enquadro
em nada disso.
Sempre é tempo de empreender com o Sebrae. Com sua experiência e nosso apoio, você pode transformar ideias e sonhos em negócios. Sebrae, pensando o mundo para todo mundo.
A logística é o caminho que impulsiona o crescimento de uma região. E no Nordeste, a Sudene traça esse caminho. Com os fundos regionais FDNE e FNE, financiamos grandes projetos logísticos. Temos também incentivos fiscais fortalecendo a conexão entre negócios e oportunidades, gerando mais empregos e renda. A Sudene atua na análise do cenário econômico e social, para garantir que investimentos em setores como a logística possam transformar realidades. Sudene. A nordestinidade é para todos.
Cuidar das pessoas. Avançar o Ceará. Essa tem sido a nossa missão. A missão de cada servidor, de cada prefeitura, que tem nas mãos a chance de fazer a diferença na vida de milhões de cearenses. O empenho de cada um de nós é muito importante para cumprir esse propósito com eficiência, integração e responsabilidade em todas as áreas de atuação. Um compromisso que a cada dia vem impactando cada vez mais pessoas.
É muito bom saber que eu vou comer no outro dia e que tem alimentação balanceada, né? De qualidade para me comer, né?
É prazeroso ver que eu tô podendo ajudar uma outra pessoa que está necessitando.
O Ibrahim, ele tinha muita dificuldade para respirar. E agora mudou totalmente a vida dele.
Que eu não conseguia me locomover direito. E agora que tá recuperando, daqui a pouco voltar pro futebol, né?
Esse programa realmente é muito bacana e foi assim que eu consegui recuperar o meu desanimado.
Eu recebi ele tá intacto, eu já dei uma olhada nele, não tem arranhão, não tem nada, então ele tá ótimo para uso, então tá perfeito.
A escola de tempo integral realmente me ajudou bastante. Me ajudou não só a gerenciar meu tempo e tudo, mas me ensinou a gerenciar o meu tempo da maneira certa.
Educar para mim é fazer parte do desenvolvimento das crianças e eu tenho orgulho de ser professora.
Sou mãe solteira, meu filho é autista, não tenho com quem deixá-lo e ele aqui eu fico mais tranquila.
Eu consegui a entrada no mercado de trabalho através dos programas do governo, né? Como jovem aprendiz, quando você recebe essa oportunidade de trabalho, sua dignidade fica conservada, né?
Esse é o Ceará que a gente quer, que cuida das pessoas, que avança no desenvolvimento, que trabalha unido para transformar a vida do nosso povo. Esse é o Ceará que estamos construindo. Governo do Estado. Cuidar das pessoas. Avançar o Ceará.
Há 22 anos, a Tecer Terminais é o braço operacional do Porto do Pecém, investindo em inovação e capacitação para transformar a logística do Ceará. A Tecer participa dos principais projetos industriais do Complexo do Pecém e é pioneira no manuseio de produtos siderúrgicos e eólicos. Desenvolvemos soluções inovadoras para otimizar a movimentação de cargas gerais, eólicas, granéis e projetos. Investimos continuamente em equipamentos de alta capacidade, como guindastes e empilhadeiras de até 150 toneladas. O futuro chegou e a Tecer está pronta para movimentar as novas cargas com a Transnordestina e os novos projetos eólicos offshore utilizando fontes renováveis. Nossa história é de inovação, compromisso e eficiência. Tudo que passa pelo Pecém tem o apoio da Tecer Terminais.
O que transforma um lugar? As pessoas, os negócios, o trabalho, as oportunidades, o propósito, a união. Assim nasceu a AECIP, Associação das Empresas do Complexo Industrial e Portuário do Pecém. Fundada em 2015, a AECIP tem o propósito de fortalecer e desenvolver de forma colaborativa e sustentável o ambiente de negócios instalado no Complexo Industrial e Portuário do Pecém. A entidade reúne empresas protagonistas no desenvolvimento do Ceará, presentes nos municípios de São Gonçalo, Paracuru e Caucaia. As associadas fazem parte de 4 setores da economia: indústrias de base, empresas de serviços, empresas de comércio e empresas de apoio. Juntas, elas representam cerca de 92% do PIB da região. O planejamento estratégico da associação envolve 3 eixos de atuação: governança e gestão, infraestrutura industrial e infraestrutura social. Os projetos da AECIP vão desde treinamentos de mão de obra da região, encaminhamento ao emprego, atendimento às comunidades, estratégias conjuntas de segurança do trabalho e patrimonial e estímulo à realização de negócios. As empresas associadas e sua cadeia de suprimentos junto com governos, academia e comunidades locais atuam como agentes do desenvolvimento sustentável de todo o ecossistema. A AECIP e suas associadas também trabalham como elo na estruturação de ações, por meio dos fóruns temáticos, nas áreas de recursos humanos, comunicação, logística, desenvolvimento de fornecedores, meio ambiente, relações trabalhistas, responsabilidade social, inovação, segurança patrimonial e saúde e segurança. E o trabalho só acontece porque também existem parceiros como o Instituto Federal do Ceará, IFCE-PECEM, Cine-IDT, Forças de Segurança, comunicadores locais, prefeituras, câmaras municipais, ONGs, escolas e toda uma rede que se interliga para tornar possível a transformação. Muito já foi feito para que possamos nos fortalecer e olhar para o futuro. Um futuro em sinergia com o ambiente para melhorar investimentos locais, capital de giro, empregabilidade e desenvolvimento social. Um futuro que valoriza o passado e o presente, projetando ainda mais conquistas no horizonte de oportunidades que estão pela frente.
Há 11 anos, a ATP embarcou em um compromisso com o futuro. Mais do que apenas representar, a ATP é movimento. É a transformação do segmento portuário privado e a modernização dos portos brasileiros. Ao longo desses anos, os terminais de uso privado se consolidaram e hoje representam 65% da movimentação portuária brasileira, impulsionando a economia e promovendo o desenvolvimento sustentável do Brasil. Conectar a sociedade ao setor portuário é parte da nossa missão. A constante busca por soluções inovadoras, como a Biblioport, Legiport e Dataport, que ajudam a disseminar conhecimento e dados sobre o setor, são exemplos do nosso compromisso com a transparência e a inovação. A ATP também é responsável pela coordenação de comitês, grupos e centros de apoio, conduzindo mais de 20 frentes de trabalho. Estamos crescendo e, juntos com nossos associados, estamos construindo um futuro melhor para as áreas essenciais da economia brasileira. Assim, seguimos firmes no fortalecimento dos terminais de uso privado, fundamentais para o crescimento estratégico do setor e para o futuro do Brasil. ATP, 11 anos de resultados, inovação e compromisso com o setor portuário privado.
Bahia tem o mais extenso litoral do Brasil. São 1.100 quilômetros de praias, enseadas e baías, entre elas a maior do país, a Baía de Todos os Santos, onde estão dois dos principais portos brasileiros, Aratu, Candeias e Salvador, ambos administrados pela Codeba, Autoridade Portuária da Bahia, empresa pública federal, responsável também pelo Porto de Ilhéus. Por seus portos entram e saem toneladas de produtos, riquezas e minerais, alimentos, grãos e tudo que movimenta a economia baiana e brasileira. Sem falar nos milhares de passageiros que desembarcam para fazer turismo em Salvador, a primeira capital do Brasil, que nasceu e cresceu ao redor do seu porto. Localizado no centro histórico da capital baiana, o Porto de Salvador é um terminal urbano multipropósito com uma posição estrategicamente privilegiada. A entrada da Baía de Todos os Santos, que tem condições navegáveis o ano inteiro, águas tranquilas e excelente profundidade. Por aqui, toneladas de grãos, trigo, celulose, frutas e cargas em contêineres são movimentadas diariamente. Também na Baía de Todos os Santos está outro porto da Codeba, o de Aratu, Candeias. Estrategicamente localizado próximo ao Centro Industrial de Aratu e ao Polo Petroquímico de Camaçari. O Porto de Aratu, Candeias tem forte vocação industrial e excelente acesso rodoviário e ferroviário. Tudo isso faz dele um dos mais importantes exportadores de minérios, granéis sólidos e da produção química e petroquímica do Brasil. Descendo em direção ao sul do estado, chegamos ao Porto de Ilhéus, o primeiro em alto mar do Brasil, operando com cargas da Bahia e norte de Minas Gerais. O porto tem capacidade para movimentar mais de 1 milhão de toneladas por ano, entre o tradicional cacau, grãos, minérios e carga geral. Além disso, o Porto de Ilhéus tem um potencial turístico que cresce a cada dia. Além de cuidar da gestão, infraestrutura e fiscalização de seus terminais, dos canais de acesso à Baía de Todos os Santos e áreas de fundeio, a Codeba, Autoridade Portuária da Bahia, é a responsável pela navegação comercial em águas baianas e segue em permanente evolução para garantir mais eficiência para a rede portuária do estado, buscando novas soluções no setor estratégico e vital para a nossa economia.
Chegou a hora de se destacar no mercado de trabalho. Seja Senai Ceará. Oferecemos mais de 300 cursos em mais de 20 áreas: energia, logística, TI, vestuário, automotiva, refrigeração e muito mais. De cada 10 alunos, 7 saem empregados. Tá esperando o quê? Vem alavancar sua carreira com a gente.
Todos nós temos uma receita de felicidade. Uma boa dose de saúde é essencial para vivermos em paz e aproveitarmos cada minuto. E o SESI Ceará leva a sério a missão de contribuir para a promoção de sua saúde, educação e segurança dentro e fora da indústria. Nossos serviços e nossa tecnologia estão se expandindo, proporcionando às empresas soluções inovadoras que impulsionam a economia cearense e criam diferenciais competitivos no mercado. Nas SESI Clínicas, oferecemos uma estrutura de qualidade profissional em diversas especialidades médicas. Também oferecemos teleconsultas em clínica geral, nutrição, psicologia e psiquiatria, garantindo acesso rápido e eficiente aos cuidados de saúde, realização de exames em tempo hábil e recebimento dos resultados com rapidez. Todas as nossas ações estão alinhadas com desenvolvimento sustentável. Ao substituir papel e películas de raio-x por sistemas integrados a QR Codes, por exemplo, estamos contribuindo para a preservação do meio ambiente, alinhados aos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável ODS. Nas indústrias, as empresas também contam com nossas soluções em saúde e segurança do trabalho, que garantem conformidade com a legislação, produtividade e qualidade de vida para os trabalhadores. O SESI realiza uma gestão integrada e inteligente de saúde e segurança por meio de uma plataforma denominada SESI Viva Mais. Esta plataforma dispõe de um software exclusivo para a gestão de dados e um BI denominado InfoSESI Viva Mais. Desenvolvido por uma equipe multidisciplinar, é um painel intuitivo com 60 indicadores que mostram a realidade da saúde e segurança no trabalho. Essa ferramenta traz informações que auxiliam na tomada de decisões, redução de custos e aumento da produtividade e qualidade de vida dos trabalhadores. E para termos uma vida saudável, também é preciso movimento. Por isso, nossas unidades contam com academias de alto padrão. Oferecemos estrutura para diversas modalidades esportivas, como natação, cross-sese, beach tênis, hidroginástica, pilates, entre outras atividades. É assim que damos sentido ao nosso trabalho com segurança e qualidade, criando uma relação harmoniosa com o mundo ao nosso redor. SESI Ceará, feliz de quem tem.
O transporte é um dos pilares essenciais para o progresso socioeconômico de um país continental como o Brasil. Todo o ecossistema desse setor é representado pelo Sistema Transporte, formado pela CNT, Confederação Nacional do Transporte, pelo SEST-Senat, Serviço Social do Transporte e Serviço Nacional de Aprendizagem do Transporte, e pelo ITL, Instituto de Transporte e Logística. A CNT é a entidade representativa das empresas transportadoras brasileiras. É a atuação da Confederação que garante os avanços necessários e assegura um ambiente de negócios propício ao desenvolvimento da atividade transportadora no Brasil. O SEST-Senat é o eixo social do sistema transporte. Na prática, cada uma das unidades operacionais oferece serviços de nutrição, psicologia, fisioterapia e odontologia, além de atividades físicas e cursos de capacitação, formação e aprendizagem para jovens e adultos. O Sistema Transporte também investe na melhoria da alta gestão. E esse é o papel do ITL, destinado à capacitação da alta gestão das empresas. Para isso, a instituição oferece, por meio de parcerias com instituições de ensino, os melhores cursos para garantir a evolução do setor de transporte. A atuação da CNT, do SEST-Senat e do ITL se baseia em ações que buscam garantir mais investimentos para o setor de transporte brasileiro. Afinal, o transporte movimenta a nossa vida. Movimenta o Brasil.
Eu não me enquadro
em nada disso.
Sempre é tempo de empreender com o Sebrae.
Com sua experiência e nosso apoio, você pode transformar ideias e sonhos em negócios. Sebrae, pensando o mundo para todo mundo.
A logística é o caminho que impulsiona o crescimento de uma região. E no Nordeste, a Sudene traça esse caminho. Com os fundos regionais FDNE e FNE, financiamos grandes projetos logísticos. Temos também incentivos fiscais fortalecendo a conexão entre negócios e oportunidades, gerando mais empregos e renda. A Sudene atua na análise do cenário econômico e social, para garantir que investimentos em setores como a logística possam transformar realidades. Sudene. A nordestinidade é para todos.
Cuidar das pessoas. Avançar o Ceará. Essa tem sido a nossa missão. A missão de cada servidor, de cada prefeitura, que tem nas mãos a chance de fazer a diferença na vida de milhões de cearenses. O empenho de cada um de nós é muito importante para cumprir esse propósito com eficiência, integração e responsabilidade em todas as áreas de atuação. Um compromisso que a cada dia vem impactando cada vez mais pessoas.
É muito bom saber que eu vou comer no outro dia e que tem alimentação balanceada, né? De qualidade para me comer, né?
É prazeroso ver que eu tô podendo ajudar uma outra pessoa que tá necessitando.
O Ibrahim, ele tinha muita dificuldade para respirar. E agora mudou totalmente a vida dele.
Que eu não conseguia me locomover direito. E agora que tá recuperando, daqui a pouco voltar pro futebol, né?
Esse programa realmente é muito bacana e foi assim que eu consegui recuperar o meu desanimado.
Eu recebi ele tá intacto, eu já dei uma olhada nele, não tem arranhão, não tem nada, então ele tá ótimo para uso, então tá perfeito.
A escola de tempo integral realmente me ajudou bastante. Me ajudou não só a gerenciar meu tempo e tudo, mas me ensinou a gerenciar o meu tempo da maneira certa.
Educar para mim é fazer parte do desenvolvimento das crianças e eu tenho orgulho de ser professora.
Sou mãe solteira, meu filho é autista, não tenho com quem deixá-lo e ele aqui eu fico mais tranquila.
Eu consegui a entrada no mercado de trabalho através dos programas do governo, né? Como jovem aprendiz, quando você recebe essa oportunidade de trabalho, sua dignidade fica conservada, né?
Esse é o Ceará que a gente quer, que cuida das pessoas, que avança no desenvolvimento, que trabalha unido para transformar a vida do nosso povo. Esse é o Ceará que estamos construindo. Governo do Estado. Cuidar das pessoas. Avançar o Ceará.
Há 22 anos, a Tecer Terminais é o braço operacional do Porto do Pecém, investindo em inovação e capacitação para transformar a logística do Ceará. A Tecer participa dos principais projetos industriais do Complexo do Pecém e é pioneira no manuseio de produtos siderúrgicos e eólicos. Desenvolvemos soluções inovadoras para otimizar a movimentação de cargas gerais, eólicas, granéis e projetos. Investimos continuamente em equipamentos de alta capacidade, como guindastes e empilhadeiras de até 150 toneladas. O futuro chegou e a Tecer está pronta para movimentar as novas cargas com a Transnordestina e os novos projetos eólicos offshore, utilizando fontes renováveis. Nossa história é de inovação, compromisso e eficiência. Tudo que passa pelo Pecém tem o apoio da Tecer Terminais.
O que transforma um lugar? As pessoas, os negócios, o trabalho, as oportunidades, o propósito, a união. Assim nasceu a AECIP, Associação das Empresas do Complexo Industrial e Portuário do Pecém. Fundada em 2015, a AECIP tem o propósito de fortalecer e desenvolver de forma colaborativa e sustentável o ambiente de negócios instalado no Complexo Industrial e Portuário do Pecém. A entidade reúne empresas protagonistas no desenvolvimento do Ceará, presentes nos municípios de São Gonçalo, Paracuru e Caucaia. As associadas fazem parte de 4 setores da economia: indústrias de base, empresas de serviços, empresas de comércio e empresas de apoio. Juntas, elas representam cerca de 92% do PIB da região. O planejamento estratégico da associação envolve 3 eixos de atuação: governança e gestão, infraestrutura industrial e infraestrutura social. Os projetos da AECIP vão desde treinamentos de mão de obra da região, encaminhamento ao emprego, atendimento às comunidades, estratégias conjuntas de segurança do trabalho e patrimonial e estímulo à realização de negócios. As empresas associadas e sua cadeia de suprimentos junto com governos, academia e comunidades locais atuam como agentes do desenvolvimento sustentável de todo o ecossistema. A AECIP e suas associadas também trabalham como elo na estruturação de ações, por meio dos fóruns temáticos, nas áreas de recursos humanos, comunicação, logística, desenvolvimento de fornecedores, meio ambiente, relações trabalhistas, responsabilidade social, inovação, segurança patrimonial e saúde e segurança. E o trabalho só acontece porque também existem parceiros como o Instituto Federal do Ceará, IFCE-PECEM, Cine-IDT, Forças de Segurança, comunicadores locais, prefeituras, câmaras municipais, ONGs, escolas e toda uma rede que se interliga para tornar possível a transformação. Muito já foi feito para que possamos nos fortalecer e olhar para o futuro. Um futuro em sinergia com o ambiente para melhorar investimentos locais, capital de giro, empregabilidade e desenvolvimento social. Um futuro que valoriza o passado e o presente, projetando ainda mais conquistas no horizonte de oportunidades que estão pela frente.
Há 11 anos, a ATP embarcou em um compromisso com o futuro. Mais do que apenas representar, a ATP é movimento. É a transformação do segmento portuário privado e a modernização dos portos brasileiros. Ao longo desses anos, os terminais de uso privado se consolidaram e hoje representam 65% da movimentação portuária brasileira, impulsionando a economia e promovendo o desenvolvimento sustentável do Brasil. Conectar a sociedade ao setor portuário é parte da nossa missão. A constante busca por soluções inovadoras, como a Biblioport, Legiport e Dataport, que ajudam a disseminar conhecimento e dados sobre o setor, são exemplos do nosso compromisso com a transparência e a inovação. A ATP também é responsável pela coordenação de comitês, grupos e centros de apoio, conduzindo mais de 20 frentes de trabalho. Estamos crescendo e, juntos com nossos associados, estamos construindo um futuro melhor para as áreas essenciais da economia brasileira. Assim, seguimos firmes no fortalecimento dos terminais de uso privado, fundamentais para o crescimento estratégico do setor e para o futuro do Brasil. ATP, 11 anos de resultados, inovação e compromisso com o setor portuário privado.
Bahia tem o mais extenso litoral do Brasil. São 1.100 quilômetros de praias, enseadas e baías, entre elas a maior do país, a Baía de Todos os Santos, onde estão dois dos principais portos brasileiros, Aratu, Candeias e Salvador, ambos administrados pela Codeba, Autoridade Portuária da Bahia, empresa pública federal, responsável também pelo Porto de Ilhéus. Por seus portos entram e saem toneladas de produtos, riquezas e minerais, alimentos, grãos e tudo que movimenta a economia baiana e brasileira. Sem falar nos milhares de passageiros que desembarcam para fazer turismo em Salvador, a primeira capital do Brasil, que nasceu e cresceu ao redor do seu porto. Localizado no centro histórico da capital baiana, o Porto de Salvador é um terminal urbano multipropósito com uma posição estrategicamente privilegiada. A entrada da Baía de Todos os Santos, que tem condições navegáveis o ano inteiro, águas tranquilas e excelente profundidade. Por aqui, toneladas de grãos, trigo, celulose, frutas e cargas em contêineres são movimentadas diariamente. Também na Baía de Todos os Santos está outro porto da Codeba, o de Aratu, Candeias. Estrategicamente localizado próximo ao Centro Industrial de Aratu e ao Polo Petroquímico de Camaçari. O Porto de Aratu, Candeias tem forte vocação industrial e excelente acesso rodoviário e ferroviário. Tudo isso faz dele um dos mais importantes exportadores de minérios, granéis sólidos e da produção química e petroquímica do Brasil. Descendo em direção ao sul do estado, chegamos ao Porto de Ilhéus, o primeiro em alto mar do Brasil, operando com cargas da Bahia e norte de Minas Gerais. O porto tem capacidade para movimentar mais de 1 milhão de toneladas por ano, entre o tradicional cacau, grãos, minérios e carga geral. Além disso, o Porto de Ilhéus tem um potencial turístico que cresce a cada dia. Além de cuidar da gestão, infraestrutura e fiscalização de seus terminais, dos canais de acesso à Baía de Todos os Santos e áreas de fundeio, a Codeba, Autoridade Portuária da Bahia, é a responsável pela navegação comercial em águas baianas e segue em permanente evolução para garantir mais eficiência para a rede portuária do estado, buscando novas soluções no setor estratégico e vital para a nossa economia.
Chegou a hora de se destacar no mercado de trabalho. Seja Senai Ceará. Oferecemos mais de 300 cursos em mais de 20 áreas: energia, logística, TI, vestuário, automotiva, refrigeração e muito mais. De cada 10 alunos, 7 saem empregados. Tá esperando o quê? Vem alavancar sua carreira com a gente.
Todos nós temos uma receita de felicidade. Uma boa dose de saúde é essencial para vivermos em paz e aproveitarmos cada minuto. E o SESI Ceará leva a sério a missão de contribuir para a promoção de sua saúde, educação e segurança dentro e fora da indústria. Nossos serviços e nossa tecnologia estão se expandindo, proporcionando às empresas soluções inovadoras que impulsionam a economia cearense e criam diferenciais competitivos no mercado. Nas SESI Clínicas, oferecemos uma estrutura de qualidade e profissionais qualificados em diversas especialidades médicas. Também oferecemos teleconsultas em clínica geral, nutrição, psicologia e psiquiatria, garantindo acesso rápido e eficiente aos cuidados de saúde, realização de exames em tempo hábil e recebimento dos resultados com rapidez. Todas as nossas ações estão alinhadas com desenvolvimento sustentável. Ao substituir papel e películas de raio-x por sistemas integrados a QR Codes, por exemplo, estamos contribuindo para a preservação do meio ambiente, alinhados aos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável ODS. Nas indústrias, as empresas também contam com nossas soluções em saúde e segurança do trabalho, que garantem conformidade com a legislação, produtividade e qualidade de vida para os trabalhadores. O SESI realiza uma gestão integrada e inteligente de saúde e segurança por meio de uma plataforma denominada SESI Viva Mais. Esta plataforma dispõe de um software exclusivo para a gestão de dados e um BI denominado InfoSESI Viva Mais. Desenvolvido por uma equipe multidisciplinar, é um painel intuitivo com 60 indicadores que mostram a realidade da saúde e segurança no trabalho. Essa ferramenta traz informações que auxiliam na tomada de decisões, redução de custos e aumento da produtividade e qualidade de vida dos trabalhadores. E para termos uma vida saudável, também é preciso movimento. Por isso, nossas unidades contam com academias de alto padrão. Oferecemos estrutura para diversas modalidades esportivas, como natação, cross-sese, beach tênis, hidroginástica, pilates, entre outras atividades. É assim que damos sentido ao nosso trabalho com segurança e qualidade, criando uma relação harmoniosa com o mundo ao nosso redor. SESI Ceará, feliz de quem tem.
O transporte é um dos pilares essenciais para o progresso socioeconômico de um país continental como o Brasil. Todo o ecossistema desse setor é representado pelo Sistema Transporte, formado pela CNT, Confederação Nacional do Transporte, pelo SEST-Senat, Serviço Social do Transporte e Serviço Nacional de Aprendizagem do Transporte, e pelo ITL, Instituto de Transporte e Logística. A CNT é a entidade representativa das empresas transportadoras brasileiras. É a atuação da Confederação que garante os avanços necessários e assegura um ambiente de negócios propício ao desenvolvimento da atividade transportadora no Brasil. O SEST-Senat é o eixo social do sistema transporte. Na prática, cada uma das unidades operacionais oferece serviços de nutrição, psicologia, fisioterapia e odontologia, além de atividades físicas e cursos de capacitação, formação e aprendizagem para jovens e adultos. O Sistema Transporte também investe na melhoria da alta gestão. E esse é o papel do ITL, destinado à capacitação da alta gestão das empresas. Para isso, a instituição oferece, por meio de parcerias com instituições de ensino, os melhores cursos para garantir a evolução do setor de transporte. A atuação da CNT, do SEST-Senat e do ITL se baseia em ações que buscam garantir mais investimentos para o setor de transporte brasileiro. Afinal, o transporte movimenta a nossa vida. Movimenta o Brasil.
Eu não me enquadro
em nada disso.
Sempre é tempo de empreender com o Sebrae. Com sua experiência e nosso apoio, você pode transformar ideias e sonhos em negócios. Sebrae, pensando o mundo para todo mundo.
A logística é o caminho que impulsiona o crescimento de uma região. E no Nordeste, a Sudene traça esse caminho. Com os fundos regionais FDNE e FNE, financiamos grandes projetos logísticos. Temos também incentivos fiscais fortalecendo a conexão entre negócios e oportunidades, gerando mais empregos e renda. A Sudene atua na análise do cenário econômico e social, para garantir que investimentos em setores como a logística possam transformar realidades. Sudene. A nordestinidade é para todos.
Cuidar das pessoas. Avançar o Ceará. Essa tem sido a nossa missão. A missão de cada servidor, de cada prefeitura, que tem nas mãos a chance de fazer a diferença na vida de milhões de cearenses. O empenho de cada um de nós é muito importante para cumprir esse propósito com eficiência, integração e responsabilidade em todas as áreas de atuação. Um compromisso que a cada dia vem impactando cada vez mais pessoas.
É muito bom saber que eu vou comer no outro dia e que tem alimentação balanceada, né? De qualidade para me comer, né?
É prazeroso ver que eu tô podendo ajudar uma outra pessoa que está necessitando.
O Ibrahim, ele tinha muita dificuldade para respirar. E agora mudou totalmente a vida dele.
Que eu não conseguia me locomover direito. E agora que tá recuperando, daqui a pouco voltar pro futebol, né?
Esse programa realmente é muito bacana e foi assim que eu consegui recuperar o meu desanimado.
Eu recebi ele tá intacto, eu já dei uma olhada nele, não tem arranhão, não tem nada, então ele tá ótimo para uso, então tá perfeito.
A escola de tempo integral realmente me ajudou bastante. Me ajudou não só a gerenciar meu tempo e tudo, mas me ensinou a gerenciar o meu tempo da maneira certa.
Educar para mim é fazer parte do desenvolvimento das crianças e eu tenho orgulho de ser professora.
Sou mãe solteira, meu filho é autista, não tenho com quem deixá-lo e ele aqui eu fico mais tranquila.
Eu consegui a entrada no mercado de trabalho através dos programas do governo, né? Como jovem aprendiz, quando você recebe essa oportunidade de trabalho, sua dignidade fica conservada, né?
Esse é o Ceará que a gente quer, que cuida das pessoas, que avança no desenvolvimento, que trabalha unido para transformar a vida do nosso povo. Esse é o Ceará que estamos construindo. Governo do Estado. Cuidar das pessoas. Avançar o Ceará.
Há 22 anos, a Tecer Terminais é o braço operacional do Porto do Pecém, investindo em inovação e capacitação para transformar a logística do Ceará. A Tecer participa dos principais projetos industriais do Complexo do Pecém e é pioneira no manuseio de produtos siderúrgicos e eólicos. Desenvolvemos soluções inovadoras para otimizar a movimentação de cargas gerais, eólicas, granéis e projetos. Investimos continuamente em equipamentos de alta capacidade, como guindastes e empilhadeiras de até 150 toneladas. O futuro chegou e a Tecer está pronta para movimentar as novas cargas com a Transnordestina e os novos projetos eólicos offshore utilizando fontes renováveis. Nossa história é de inovação, compromisso e eficiência. Tudo que passa pelo Pecém tem o apoio da Tecer Terminais.
O que transforma um lugar? As pessoas, os negócios, o trabalho, as oportunidades, o propósito, a união. Assim nasceu a AECIP, Associação das Empresas do Complexo Industrial e Portuário do Pecém. Fundada em 2015, a AECIP tem o propósito de fortalecer e desenvolver de forma colaborativa e sustentável o ambiente de negócios instalado no Complexo Industrial e Portuário do Pecém. A entidade reúne empresas protagonistas no desenvolvimento do Ceará, presentes nos municípios de São Gonçalo, Paracuru e Caucaia. As associadas fazem parte de 4 setores da economia: indústrias de base, empresas de serviços, empresas de comércio e empresas de apoio. Juntas, elas representam cerca de 92% do PIB da região. O planejamento estratégico da associação envolve 3 eixos de atuação: governança e gestão, infraestrutura industrial e infraestrutura social. Os projetos da AECIP vão desde treinamentos de mão de obra da região, encaminhamento ao emprego, atendimento às comunidades, estratégias conjuntas de segurança do trabalho e patrimonial e estímulo à realização de negócios. As empresas associadas e sua cadeia de suprimentos junto com governos, academia e comunidades locais atuam como agentes do desenvolvimento sustentável de todo o ecossistema. A AECIP e suas associadas também trabalham como elo na estruturação de ações, por meio dos fóruns temáticos, nas áreas de recursos humanos, comunicação, logística, desenvolvimento de fornecedores, meio ambiente, relações trabalhistas, responsabilidade social, inovação, segurança patrimonial e saúde e segurança. E o trabalho só acontece porque também existem parceiros como o Instituto Federal do Ceará, IFCE-PECEM, Cine-IDT, Forças de Segurança, comunicadores locais, prefeituras, câmaras municipais, ONGs, escolas e toda uma rede que se interliga para tornar possível a transformação. Muito já foi feito para que possamos nos fortalecer e olhar para o futuro. Um futuro em sinergia com o ambiente para melhorar investimentos locais, capital de giro, empregabilidade e desenvolvimento social. Um futuro que valoriza o passado e o presente, projetando ainda mais conquistas no horizonte de oportunidades que estão pela frente.
Há 11 anos, a ATP embarcou em um compromisso com o futuro. Mais do que apenas representar, a ATP é movimento. É a transformação do segmento portuário privado e a modernização dos portos brasileiros. Ao longo desses anos, os terminais de uso privado se consolidaram e hoje representam 65% da movimentação portuária brasileira, impulsionando a economia e promovendo o desenvolvimento sustentável do Brasil. Conectar a sociedade ao setor portuário é parte da nossa missão. A constante busca por soluções inovadoras, como a Biblioport, Legiport e Dataport, que ajudam a disseminar conhecimento e dados sobre o setor, são exemplos do nosso compromisso com a transparência e a inovação. A ATP também é responsável pela coordenação de comitês, grupos e centros de apoio, conduzindo mais de 20 frentes de trabalho. Estamos crescendo e, juntos com nossos associados, estamos construindo um futuro melhor para as áreas essenciais da economia brasileira. Assim, seguimos firmes no fortalecimento dos terminais de uso privado, fundamentais para o crescimento estratégico do setor e para o futuro do Brasil. ATP, 11 anos de resultados, inovação e compromisso com o setor portuário privado.
A Bahia tem o mais extenso litoral do Brasil. São 1.100 quilômetros de praias, enseadas e baías, entre elas a maior do país, a Baía de Todos os Santos, onde estão dois dos principais portos brasileiros, Aratu, Candeias e Salvador, ambos administrados pela Codeba, Autoridade Portuária da Bahia, empresa pública federal, responsável também pelo Porto de Ilhéus. Por seus portos entram e saem toneladas de produtos, riquezas e minerais, alimentos, grãos e tudo que movimenta a economia baiana e brasileira. Sem falar nos milhares de passageiros que desembarcam para fazer turismo em Salvador, a primeira capital do Brasil, que nasceu e cresceu ao redor do seu porto. Localizado no centro histórico da capital baiana, o Porto de Salvador é um terminal urbano multipropósito com uma posição estrategicamente privilegiada. A entrada da Baía de Todos os Santos, que tem condições navegáveis o ano inteiro, águas tranquilas e excelente profundidade. Por aqui, toneladas de grãos, trigo, celulose, frutas e cargas em contêineres são movimentadas diariamente. Também na Baía de Todos os Santos está outro porto da Codeba, o de Aratu, Candeias, estrategicamente localizado próximo ao Centro Industrial de Aratu e ao Polo Petroquímico de Camaçari. O porto de Aratu, Candeias tem forte vocação industrial e excelente acesso rodoviário e ferroviário. Tudo isso faz dele um dos mais importantes exportadores de minérios, granéis sólidos e da produção química e petroquímica do Brasil. Descendo em direção ao sul do estado, chegamos ao Porto de Ilhéus, o primeiro em alto mar do Brasil, operando com cargas da Bahia e norte de Minas Gerais. O porto tem capacidade para movimentar mais de 1 milhão de toneladas por ano, entre o tradicional cacau, grãos, minérios e carga geral. Além disso, o Porto de Ilhéus tem um potencial turístico que cresce a cada dia. Além de cuidar da gestão, infraestrutura e fiscalização de seus terminais, dos canais de acesso à Baía de Todos os Santos e áreas de fundeio, a Codeba, Autoridade Portuária da Bahia, é a responsável pela navegação comercial em águas baianas e segue em permanente evolução para garantir mais eficiência para a rede portuária do estado, buscando novas soluções no setor estratégico e vital para a nossa economia.
Chegou a hora de se destacar no mercado de trabalho. Seja Senai Ceará. Oferecemos mais de 300 cursos em mais de 20 áreas: energia, logística, TI, vestuário, automotiva, refrigeração e muito mais. De cada 10 alunos, 7 saem empregados. Tá esperando o quê? Vem alavancar sua carreira com a gente.
Todos nós temos uma receita de felicidade. Uma boa dose de saúde é essencial para vivermos em paz e aproveitarmos cada minuto. E o SESI Ceará leva a sério a missão de contribuir para a promoção de sua saúde, educação e segurança dentro e fora da indústria. Nossos serviços e nossa tecnologia estão se expandindo, proporcionando às empresas soluções inovadoras que impulsionam a economia cearense e criam diferenciais competitivos no mercado. Nas SESI Clínicas, oferecemos uma estrutura de qualidade e profissionais qualificados em diversas especialidades médicas. Também oferecemos teleconsultas em clínica geral, nutrição, psicologia e psiquiatria, garantindo acesso rápido e eficiente aos cuidados de saúde, realização de exames em tempo hábil e recebimento dos resultados com rapidez. Todas as nossas ações estão alinhadas com desenvolvimento sustentável. Ao substituir papel e películas de raio-x por sistemas integrados a QR Codes, por exemplo, estamos contribuindo para a preservação do meio ambiente, alinhados aos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável ODS. Nas indústrias, as empresas também contam com nossas soluções em saúde e segurança do trabalho, que garantem conformidade com a legislação, produtividade e qualidade de vida para os trabalhadores. O SESI realiza uma gestão integrada e inteligente de saúde e segurança por meio de uma plataforma denominada SESI Viva Mais. Esta plataforma dispõe de um software exclusivo para a gestão de dados e um BI denominado InfoSESI Viva Mais. Desenvolvido por uma equipe multidisciplinar, é um painel intuitivo com 60 indicadores que mostram a realidade da saúde e segurança no trabalho. Essa ferramenta traz informações que auxiliam na tomada de decisões, redução de custos e aumento da produtividade e qualidade de vida dos trabalhadores. E para termos uma vida saudável, também é preciso o movimento. Por isso, nossas unidades contam com academias de alto padrão. Oferecemos estrutura para diversas modalidades esportivas, como natação, cross-sesi, beach tênis, hidroginástica, pilates, entre outras atividades. É assim que damos sentido ao nosso trabalho com segurança e qualidade, criando uma relação harmoniosa com o mundo ao nosso redor. SESI Ceará, feliz de quem tem.
O transporte é um dos pilares essenciais para o progresso socioeconômico de um país continental como o Brasil. Todo o ecossistema desse setor é representado pelo Sistema Transporte, formado pela CNT, Confederação Nacional do Transporte, pelo SEST-Senat, Serviço Social do Transporte e Serviço Nacional de Aprendizagem do Transporte, e pelo ITL, Instituto de Transporte e Logística. A CNT é a entidade representativa das empresas transportadoras brasileiras. É a atuação da Confederação que garante os avanços necessários e assegura um ambiente de negócios propício ao desenvolvimento da atividade transportadora no Brasil. O SEST-Senat é o eixo social do sistema transporte. Na prática, cada uma das unidades operacionais oferece serviços de nutrição, psicologia, fisioterapia e odontologia, além de atividades físicas e cursos de capacitação, formação e aprendizagem para jovens e adultos. O Sistema Transporte também investe na melhoria da alta gestão. E esse é o papel do ITL, destinado à capacitação da alta gestão das empresas. Para isso, a instituição oferece, por meio de parcerias com instituições de ensino, os melhores cursos para garantir a evolução do setor de transporte. A atuação da CNT, do SEST-Senat e do ITL se baseia em ações que buscam garantir mais investimentos para o setor de transporte brasileiro. Afinal, o transporte movimenta a nossa vida. Movimenta o Brasil.
Eu não me enquadro
em nada disso.
Sempre é tempo de empreender com o Sebrae. Com sua experiência e nosso apoio, você pode transformar ideias e sonhos em negócios. Sebrae, pensando o mundo para todo mundo.
A logística é o caminho que impulsiona o crescimento de uma região. E no Nordeste, a Sudene traça esse caminho. Com os fundos regionais FDNE e FNE, financiamos grandes projetos logísticos. Temos também incentivos fiscais fortalecendo a conexão entre negócios e oportunidades, gerando mais empregos e renda. A Sudene atua na análise do cenário econômico e social, para garantir que investimentos em setores como a logística possam transformar realidades. Sudene. A nordestinidade é para todos.
Cuidar das pessoas. Avançar o Ceará. Essa tem sido a nossa missão. A missão de cada servidor, de cada prefeitura, que tem nas mãos a chance de fazer a diferença na vida de milhões de cearenses. O empenho de cada um de nós é muito importante para cumprir esse propósito com eficiência, integração e responsabilidade em todas as áreas de atuação. Um compromisso que a cada dia vem impactando cada vez mais pessoas.
É muito bom saber que eu vou comer no outro dia e que tem alimentação balanceada, né? De qualidade para me comer, né?
É prazeroso ver que eu tô podendo ajudar uma outra pessoa que está necessitando.
O Ibrahim, ele tinha muita dificuldade para respirar. E agora mudou totalmente a vida dele.
Que eu não consegui me locomover direito. E agora que tá recuperando, daqui a pouco voltar pro futebol, né?
Esse programa realmente é muito bacana e foi assim que eu consegui recuperar o meu desanimado.
Eu recebi ele tá intacto, eu já dei uma olhada nele, não tem arranhão, não tem nada, então ele tá ótimo para uso, então tá perfeito.
A escola de tempo integral realmente me ajudou bastante. Me ajudou não só a gerenciar meu tempo e tudo, mas me ensinou a gerenciar o meu tempo da maneira certa.
Educar para mim é fazer parte do desenvolvimento das crianças e eu tenho orgulho de ser professora.
Sou mãe solteira, meu filho é autista, não tenho com quem deixá-lo e ele aqui eu fico mais tranquila.
Eu consegui a entrada no mercado de trabalho através dos programas do governo, né? Como jovem aprendiz, quando você recebe essa oportunidade de trabalho, sua dignidade fica conservada, né?
Esse é o Ceará que a gente quer, que cuida das pessoas, que avança no desenvolvimento, que trabalha unido para transformar a vida do nosso povo. Esse é o Ceará que estamos construindo. Governo do Estado. Cuidar das pessoas. Avançar o Ceará.
Há 22 anos, a Tecer Terminais é o braço operacional do Porto do Pecém, investindo em inovação e capacitação para transformar a logística do Ceará. A Tecer participa dos principais projetos industriais do Complexo do Pecém e é pioneira no manuseio de produtos siderúrgicos e eólicos. Desenvolvemos soluções inovadoras para otimizar a movimentação de cargas gerais, eólicas, granéis e projetos. Investimos continuamente em equipamentos de alta capacidade, como guindastes e empilhadeiras de até 150 toneladas. O futuro chegou e a Tecer está pronta para movimentar as novas cargas com a Transnordestina e os novos projetos eólicos offshore utilizando fontes renováveis.
We are here in the last hours of our event. Today, North America is celebrating Thanksgiving, and we don't always have the opportunity to thank the world for the blessings preferred upon us, like this one here, where we are together and strengthening our networks and celebrating life. To begin our afternoon program and schedule, we have Multimodality and National Logistic Plan 2050, which will encompass a debate about logistics in Brazil and the trends for the next years. Don't forget that everything you see here is being broadcasted on Expolog's channel on
YouTube. And of course, this allows us to go beyond frontiers and borders worldwide. During this 19th edition of Expolog, our event is also being translated to English. Our interpreters performing extremely well. We have here with us Mr. President Mario Povia, who I would like to invite on stage. He is the Director President of the Brazilian Institute of Infrastructure. Mr. Mario, who is already a partner of Expolog throughout the years, it is always a great joy to have you with us. Mr. Mario, let's get to know our panelists, shall we? Let's take a look at our screens. I would like to invite to the stage all of our panelists, Mr. Secretary of State of Infrastructure of Ceará, Mr. Leitão, Hélio Winston Leitão, Mr. Superintendent of Road Transport Services and Multimode Cargos, Mr. José Aires Amaral Filho. Mr. President of the Union of Cargo and Logistic Transport Companies of the State of Ceará, Marcelo Maranhão. Executive Manager of Development in Transport of CNT, Thiago Fernandes Távora. CNT being the National Confederation of Transport, and Mr. Director President of APM Terminals Pecém, Daniel Rose. Please take your seats. We would like to greet everyone here with us that is here at our event, those here in person and online. And I would like to invite the moderator to take the floor. Mr. Mario Povia, President Director of the Brazilian Institute of Infrastructure, IBI. Good afternoon. I cannot begin this panel without thanking everyone here at Expolog in its 19th edition. I had the opportunity of being a part of prior editions, and I would like to make register that this event has been growing with each year that has passed. I would like to thank Augusto Wagner and Niji, all of those who always assist me with the works here. Marcelo Maranhão as well, always contributing to the agendas and enriching the panels with thematic and local issues. We're going to talk right now about multi-modes and the 2050 plan, which actually doesn't exist as of now. It is being devised by Infra SA. It is a plan that is interministerial. It involves transport, the Ministry of Transport and of Airports and Ports. The plan that we have today is the 2035 PNL, and our Subsecretary level of Airports and Ports has recently reported that terrestrial, airplane, port, and waterways, the plan will probably be relaunched at the end of the year by the competent ministry. So that is wonderful news, and these plans reference within the port sector, which is the one I overlook the most closely. We will probably have the equivalent in other modes of transport. Brazil will always be challenged in terms of logistics. Our condition, geographically speaking, and our size being continental with disparities in terms of regions, it is a challenge to logistics, and we also have characteristics among the cargo that we transport and that we import. This will always represent some degree of challenge. What would be wonderful would be for us to solve our issues within this current generation. And the problems that we have can change in levels, but we do expect to be able to deliver ever better infrastructure for transportation. And we have observed constant evolution in this sense, whether it be road, railroad, waterway, or air transport. We have a series of airports that have been assigned, and I think each and every one of you here that uses airplanes for their transport has been able to see the evolution of airports themselves and how that has improved over the last 10 years. We also have railways. We have from north to south of the country railways that are under construction. We have the Transnordestino. We were able to hear about that in prior panels. And there will be a railway from Transnordestina to Pecém Porto, which without a doubt will be transformative for the Ceará economy and for all ports in Ceará that meet the needs of the market, that go far beyond Ceará in terms of size. Yesterday, when opening the panel, the governor brought to our attention some investments that for which the government has been promoting fundraising. They were in Brasilia, for example, trying to raise funds with the politicians of the state, trying to obtain funds from governmental amendments to the budget. And maybe today the main challenge we have are ports. They are going well from the gates in. We have record success. And this year specifically, keep your eyes on the statistics. We should go up in two digits, 11, 12%, which is very significant if we consider prior numbers. Of course, we have a structure to be demanded. So we have agribusiness, minerals, and all other sectors that are growing. The port will answer this call. And of course, they do have to remain, to keep space available for incremental growth. We're going to talk to our panelists here, and each will speak a little bit about this. What we have in terms of legislation is over 20 years old, involving multi-mode transports. And we have fiscal issues within it that, once addressed, should benefit the logistics sector of Brazil. But there is a lot happening today that impacts the port sector and specifically, and in general, logistics. As I said, from north to south, east to west, we will have railways. We have a public policy for waterway concessions and the transformation of our rivers in official waterways for transport, and this should be regulated despite the legislation being from January 2020. We are in need of the complementary laws that will regulate this issue. It was said that until the end of the year, the decree regulating this legislation should be ratified, and this tends to increase the freight capacity on Brazil's coast. And of course, ports will be demanded twice, from the origin port to the delivery port. Let's not forget that Brazil's GDP relation to exports is pretty small. Our markets for products with more aggregated value are still restricted. But I believe that in the next decade, we should be able to report numbers similar to countries of OPEP, which will demand a lot from ports in terms of tankage, outflow, marine support. The sector also works leveraged by the GDP. So there's a lot that is happening. And the main item that I wanted to speak about was energy transition, which I'm finally reaching right now. But overall, when we talk about clean energy based on wind power, solar power, that transforms into green hydrogen, that's where we have huge exporters for this product. But we also need to appropriate this energy, focusing on the company's industrialization. That is an absolute truth at the ministry. Energy is fundamental to make production feasible in Brazil, and there's a lot to do in terms of competitivity involving this new energy, and that will be an advantage in business for the country. Talking about Thiago Veras from CNT, which is a reference in terms of statistics and a reference to all of us here in terms of diagnosis and studies and conducting this entire process with a special consideration for transport. How to see multimodalities. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Thank you, Mario. I would like to say it's a huge joy to be here back at my city of birth, Fortaleza, and especially talking about transport. It's a very happy opportunity for me to be here before people involved in logistics. I imagine that for those who know me, I'm speaking not only to you, but to all of those here, and I think it's important to mention this. We aggregate a representation of 29 federations and national unions. We have Translog and 25 associated entities. So this representation is provided for all modes of transport. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank Bruno Batista and President Van der Costa. Basically, we have two branches. One that defends the interests in the intermediation of executive, legislative, and judicial branch. So we have this understanding that for us to make the best decisions, we have to be surrounded by the best data, and the correct information so that we can make an information-based decision. In terms of knowledge, this is manifested through production of studies and research and published data. You can find them on our website, and I'd also like to say that this is provided free of charge and in full so that the audience and also point to solutions for improvement, and they are able to influence and guide the decisions of the public sector, of course. In a plural democratic society, it makes utmost sense that civil society participate and cooperate, showing us problems and presenting solutions. I think it is a cooperative logic with public powers through its different manifestations. That includes federal, municipal, and state governments. So I would like to invite everyone to access our website. And I'm going to bring some data from our published works. But basically what I also wanted to say, Mario, in regards to the multimodal theme that we are addressing here, is that it represents all transport modes, and multimodality is an important theme. We understand that multimodality is strategic and brings solutions in terms of logistic cost and to improve competitivity in all economic sectors. So in a country with the dimensions and complexity of ours, a lot of times we lack a culture of productivity and planning, and that is very much interconnected with transport. You can think about transport in a separate way from where people are, where the economy is located, and so forth. So in this context that I'm bringing you here, we understand that we still have a lot of issues and deficiencies. We have to think about the transport sector, and this is in a context of challenges. And many times, despite some advancements, we still have a lot to do. And we still have infrastructure in terms of dimension and extent. We have to assure also and so we have the outflow of all of this concentrated on the coast. So we have to have an infrastructure that can actually meet those needs. Given those difficulties, we have a recent publication regarding cargo terminals in Brazil. And they focus on facilities that are geared towards commerce, trade with other countries, and most of these facilities today, they are deficient in railway and waterway connections. So the profile of the cargo that we have, with the profile we have of cargo, it would make full sense to have all of those interconnected, but we don't. We are a country that predominantly transports via roads. But still, that still doesn't mean that we have excellent roads yet, despite having good roads in some parts. But we still lack that higher quality that is needed for that cargo to reach its destination without additional cost. Madhu, I'm sorry, I took my eye off the time here. Talking about the low density and extension of our infrastructure, our country has a huge number of rivers that are humongous. And With an economic focus, we are now opening our perspective to enable the use of these waters as transport means. For roads, as I said, with everything that we produce, it is transported via roads, but we still have a low percentage of paved ways in terms related to the total, a very low ratio. So we have a lot of roads to duplicate, a lot of roads to pave, a lot of things to do, and it is one of the modes that receives the most in terms of fund injection from the federal governor. And I'm going to show you some slides, and we're going to talk about some information on roads. This was just launched recently, and just if you don't know it yet, this is the largest survey of road conditions in the country today. It has been ongoing since 95, and this is how we get to analyze the condition of our roads. So the research is highly relevant because we survey. This is not an opinion research. This is actual surveys with methodology that meets the metrics, the new metrics that are used, and it goes over 100% of the paved federal roads.
In this last survey, we had thousands of kilometers that were analyzed, and out of that total, we have a lot of variables, 22 in total to be precise. When it comes to what to do to the pavement, we have those little bars that represent the different conditions of those motorways. Blue represents a good condition, red represents a bad condition of those motorways. So even though we had some improvement in a general way, we know that that is very slow. We want that to be a bit faster. And of course, for that we depend on resources, public resourcements. But we know that there are some limitations connected to those public funding. So we need the initiatives that come from the private sectors. We need to have a propitiatory business environment so we can have a return from those investments. So we have different segmentations that we analyze, and when we compare those variables, we see that those motorways, the private motorways, they show better quality when compared to public motorways, because there are, of course, more investment on those motorways, on the quality. When it comes to the traffic lights, for example, the building of it is definitely better quality, higher quality. We have some critical points when we analyze the dangers that we can see, for example, problems with the infrastructure and roads, and we had a reduction of that number last year. Still, we have a very high number in a general way, so lots of dangers on the motorways. So when we use our vehicles, we have to be very careful. We may face some sort of danger on the road. That's not what we want. Lots of things to solve. We have a little ranking too, where we see the quality of those roads. We have 527 different roadway or motorway segments, and that's very important for managers of that road to be put in charge, so that they can understand and actually visualize the results of that management. No matter if it's a state initiative or a federal initiative or even private. So that's a very important thing that we have to do. Of course, we know that those managers want to occupy a better position in the ranking, so it's very important for them to analyze that data. We have the economical impacts too. So we see how much more expensive that can become depending on the quality of the pavement. If we have perfect pavement compared to the investments that were done, we see that there is a better ranking in the graphs. But of course, we know that there's going to be an increase in the costs to implement all of that. And we know that if we don't really, if we don't invest on all of that, we're going to have some problems. The users of that road are going to have problems. And depending on the situation in each region, we have an operational cost that might be superior. For example, here in Ceará, you may be able to consult that in another panel. We can have a detailed inspection connected to each region. So concerning pavimentation, we know that Ceará has an increase in its costs, an increase of 40%. So when we use the different motorways that we have in the state, we're actually paying for all of that. We have our website, pesquisarodovias.cnt.org.br, where you can find other publications, other CNT publications. I don't know if I have more minutes, but I think I'll be able to conclude my thoughts. I'm going to have some other points to tell you, some final considerations. But I would like to highlight something important here. We've already talked about planning. There are some publications about that planning. I want to highlight that we have released a plan in order to ameliorate the qualities of those roads in 2018. We're going to discuss that later. And we were trying to answer the question, how much do I need to invest so we can have an ideal motorway infrastructure in the country? In 2018, we started that survey and we started some projects too. So we could really see the need for that improvement, and that would take trillions of reais. So all of that served as something that would put us in the right way when it comes to finding solutions to the problems we've already discussed. So planning, checking, predicting also things that might happen in the motorway building sector. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tiago. These numbers are very important, trillions, yeah? And that coincides with other values that we have in mind too. Investments are really important, especially on infrastructure. So this is a diagnosis that is very relevant. If you would like to get to know better, if you want to know more about that, the CNT website is definitely very rich, showing different studies, different surveys. I invite you all to take a look at that. I'd like to add to Tiago, well, the environmental, the business environment here is a problem, definitely. In Brazil, the need for investment, no matter if they're public or private, in infrastructure, in transport infrastructure, that is definitely very important. We don't have public incentive for all of that. So there is a need to develop some mechanisms, participation mechanisms by the private sector, maybe creating different partnerships with different companies. And then if we see that relationship between the public sector and the private sector, we're going to have to see if we find some other solutions in case that doesn't work. We have no other way out. We need to use private capital to invest on all of those. Now I'm going to hand it over to our other friend. We're going to continue talking about the multimodality. So we're going to talk about the things that preceded that creation, the creation of a multi-model approach to all of that. It's a pleasure for us to receive you. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity of being here. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank all the friends that are here with me. So, our agency has their competencies. We're trying to have that approach, that multimodal approach. It's very important for us to also talk about the data that we've seen. We see the BNL 2035, for example, and we see that 60% of our transport is on the motorway. So we use mostly motorways to transport for logistics operations. Sorry. So it's very important for us to really analyze and evaluate and see what we can do, and also look back into past experiences. For example, in 2018, we felt a little bit of the bad effects of being dependent on only motorways. So the absence of multimodality was very evident indeed. So in very few days, the country was out of supply. We had a strike by the truck drivers, so it was a very big problem. There were no supplies around the country. We were just focusing on fuel, one segment. So it was a hyper focus that was not constructive. So this is also connected to national security and safety. So the country is dependent on only one form of transport, and that's not good. Still adding to Thiago, we've done some studies with CNT. Our motorways total thousands of kilometers, and not all of them are paved. That is also another problem that we have to solve. Even though the main kind of transport is on the motorways, we have to really invest on all of that to foster security and safety on those pathways, on those motorways. We're going to show you a parallel between multimodality and intermodality. We need to distinguish those two. Multimodal transport is when we have the same contract between the origin and the destination of that cargo, and still have different ways of transportation. Today in our company, our numbers are not satisfactory. So we have to really work on that. And even if it's not our main concern, it's not our responsibility, we have to habilitate, to enable multimodal transport. We have done some research, even though it's not our main responsibility, on how it's working, on how it's going. In 2022, we did some research just to get to know a bit better. What are the difficulties of the transport operators? What is their profile? What are their challenges? So in 1998, there was an important figure and a law that was implemented, and we needed to understand why all of that was relevant to our case. We did digital research with private advisory. We forwarded it to all the operators that were enabled by our company, some other associations, transport associations. And we had some relevant results from that research. 52% of all those that participated said that they just use one way only, one way of delivering cargo, which is not ideal. For example, 35% use motorways, 13% waterways, and 2% rail. They use the rail roads. So we see that diminishes. The motorway is definitely the most important one. So even between those people, among that public that needed to operate in a multimodal approach, approach, we see that that was not the case through that research. They just had one way of transporting the cargo. There were some contributing factors to all of that. They commented on some of them. Today we're talking about that infrastructure. That is the first point that all the operators said that was a limiting factor to having a multimodal approach. It's the road infrastructure. We see lots of problems with the infrastructure in ports too. That was also pointed out as one of the limiting factors. And that impacted directly on the multimodal approach. The lack of intermodal terminals to transfer cargo, the lack of interest by different companies in operating with more than one kind of transport. That was another difficulty that we found. Some bureaucratic barriers, state barriers, that were also a problem. Taxes, that was an obstacle to multimodality. Not being compensated for all the investments, lack of technology. So, and out of all of that we've mentioned, and that was a unanimous thing that was said, was the fees, the taxes that were employed on those investments. That was a big difficulty to the multimodal approach. Of course, when we have a challenge, we also find an opportunity. We're going through a tax reformation, and it's something that we need to discuss. We really need to battle to fight those problems. With that same survey, we found some other piece of information. Even though we're not operating in an ideal multimodal way, those operators pointed out to some reasons why they didn't operate in multimodality. The first one was the difficulties connected to the implementation of multimodality. They said they didn't have multimodal services. And sometimes it was a personal preference by the company. It was a cooperative decision sometimes too. Some other points that were highlighted among the biggest companies in the state. Something that was mentioned was the importance of investment, expanding the scope of investment by those companies. They need to expand and augment, increase in a significant way. From the last government, we see that there has been heavy investments by the public capital, and we see that there is a little growth happening. So but we also need some private help too from the private sectors. Another point that we need to highlight, another problem, a difficulty that we face, this integration is very strong. There is a difficulty to access the motorway infrastructure, be it either for commercial reasons or because of the planning that accompanies it. Our main railroads, for example, they are connected to exportation, most of them. Exportation/importation, but mostly exportation. And then the internal market is not assisted when there is when we plan for that network. We've got some data that was requested by the president in Maranhão. In 2022, in December, there was some alteration in the reconfiguration of all of those motorways. We had a change in the paved quantity of kilometers around the country. In this new configuration, We've had an amelioration of 6 different areas, and we have already finished the project for all of those 6. It's still under liberation, about to be liberated, and some of them are still waiting for inspection. These two and it goes until the countryside of Ceará. It starts in Piauí and goes straight to the countryside in Ceará. It goes up to Acopiara. This is the portion that is actually liberated now.
Well, continuing, moving on, we had another issue that had to do with insurance. Insurance was a great hindrance to multimodal transportation. And we have several issues regarding responsibility and liability. And now we have insurance for multimodal transport. We have occasional, if there is a claim to be made, this is very significant because basically what it says is that the existence and hiring of this multimodal insurance that is exclusive to multimodal transport operators, it would exempt other social responsibility insurances. It would exempt the need for them. But if the operator does So if the transport operator does have this insurance, they would be exempt from hiring any other insurance to cover this aspect. So despite the difficulties that we see in terms of infrastructure, fiscal, insurance, all of these issues, what we have heard and know about multimodal, we also know that even within the work that has been developed, based on the diagnosis that was determined from 2025, what we think of is bringing together the stakeholders, maybe the fiscal entities, state fiscal entities, and city fiscal entities. And what's really important is to enable communication between the parties. Maybe the fiscal entities could begin looking at this through a different prism and understanding, of course, that we're not going to be able to solve everything, but we will be able to solve some of the issues that exist. A lot of the issues addressed here, so for example, tax reform that will determine the end of a tax battle between states, especially regarding ICMS, the tax rate upon services and merchandise, and also a predominance of the road mode of transport. Because even within this, which is the most used matrix, if you look at it as a whole, it still lacks plenty. It's incredible to actually come to the conclusion that we need huge investments. We need to be able to bring in the private sector to make these possible. And today we have a very strong movement that is demonizing a bit regulations within Brazil. And wherever I've gone, I represent a regulating agency, and I would like to congratulate all regulating agencies. There are 11 at a federal level and others so many at the state level, and it's not rare that the agencies get hit systematically with questions about their qualifications and their competence. And I just want to say that I am a fan of Brazil's regulatory model. It is a model that it survives all governments and has worked tremendously and sufficiently. Of course, there are some issues to address, but that is no reason to question an entire system that is built. At NTAC, there is an excellent work being proposed, and all of the efforts that are placed into it in terms of human resources and budget. There are limitations in that regard, but with a lot of effort, the agencies have been living up to the expectations, and there's no way that I could I could not mention this to everyone here. Here in Ceará, the issues involving logistics and mobility and sectoral planning, I would like to grant the floor to our Secretary, Hélio Leitão, not without thanking you for the honor of having your company here on the panel. Well, good afternoon. I would like to greet everyone here on the panel. Marcelo, Mario, good afternoon. I greet you. Everyone that is sitting here in the audience, I am honored that I am here today, and it brings me joy to be able to share a little bit about Ceará here, despite the fact that the governor was here yesterday and did expose to everyone what Ceará's view as a state is and has been over the last 10 years. How it's been dealing with economic and social development and its infrastructure. But allow me, Mario, we asked to prepare a video, and I apologize, it's a brand new video. It's just a few minutes, very quickly. Feira is completing 30 years of age. Feira is the Secretariat of Infrastructure, and I would like to ask for your permission to show this video very quickly. The Secretariat of Infrastructure of Ceará has been transforming Ceará with dedication, connecting people, places, and dreams. 25 years building a stronger and sustainable Ceará. We bring mobility to a new level. Ceará now has subway lines, light vehicle lines, an airport in Sobral, and aside from Fortaleza, we took the light vehicles to Sobral. And to the region of Cariri, promoting more connections and boosting economy in more regions. We contribute with energy, with efficient energy solutions. We feed industries, companies, and thousands of homes. In Ceará, we launched the first renewable natural gas distribution system based on biogas, thus contributing to bringing down the GHG emission. Our systems, solar energy systems, promote sustainability in public schools of all regions, ensuring a better future for the next generations. With special investments in energy, we promote the internalization of the electric grid. We have created new substations to attend education, industry, health, and other sectors. We build and participate in the modernization of the Becém Port Terminal, one of the largest ports of Brazil. We closely follow up with transmission lines and how they are built so that we can meet the needs of green hydrogen that is to arrive to our region in the next years. We offer citizens a service of excellence to ensure the seamless operations of the government across the strait. Each work that is finalized and delivered to the Ceará population represents more opportunities, more access, and progress for our people. 25 years building the present and shaping the future. We continue leading the state's development, promoting growth with responsibility and innovation. Secretariat of Infrastructure of Ceará. Together, we build the future. Thank you. This is just a little piece of our history and background that I made a point to bring to you, and I would like to begin by taking what Thiago has already said when he talks about business environment. It is very important, and I would like to highlight this here. Heitor, you know Ceará very well. I would like to point out the positive, healthy business environment that we have here in Ceará. And for you to be able to have this environment, I come from regulatory agencies. I was responsible for the agency here in Ceará that is responsible for transport. So I know regulation, and I also had the pleasure of being the president of the ZPE for 3 months. And I just want to say that to have this environment, you need legal security. We have very assertive rules and regulations and legislation. You have to have fiscal and financial balance, and the state of Ceará has all of that. And this week, we just got a grade A from the Ministry of Treasury that was attributed to us this week. You have to have political stability, and over the last decades we have presented this as well, and this without a doubt reflects in investors and how safe they feel to invest, and you have to be transparent in your acts. And it's also important to say that in Ceará, that Ceará within Brazil is a state that has always obtained excellent scores regarding its governmental transparency. So this environment that we have, even in regulation, this regulatory environment, we have a series of criteria that are met, significantly met. So wherever I've gone in the last 10 years of being from state agencies, wherever I went, you cannot talk about economic development without talking about infrastructure. And you must talk about infrastructure not pertaining simply to roads and railways and etc. You have to talk about energy, and that is another agenda in which Ceará has been a beacon, which is energy transition. And I was happily surprised when, before being called to Feira, I was the president of ZPE, which is part of the Pecém Port Complex, and I came to understand how public policy is being developed here in Ceará in a very positive way. Of course, we have challenges. There's no denying that. What I'm saying, though, is that we have the perfect ambience to develop. And as Amaral said, we have Transnordestina as well. And that, as you mentioned, Amaral, I'd like to give you news, actually. Our governor is now, with the President Lula, signing the release of funds to invest in Pecém Port. So that is excellent news for Ceará, for Brazil. This afternoon, Lula will be signing, together with Elmano, our governor, allowing the release of these resources that will, without doubt be applied to Transnordestina that will bring development. And specifically talking about Ceará, Transnordestina goes right by ZP. It goes right along the industries of green hydrogen. We already have 6 pre-agreements that are signed. We have landscaping that is being done at this time. And evidently, despite the number of challenges that exist, and let's also mention that these challenges are being faced head-on in the most efficient way possible. If you look at the numbers from Pecém Port, you will see that they are breaking records with each year that goes by. There is, this year, an increment of almost 13% in terms of cargo transported. So, these are advances that we have to mention. We have to highlight. Bring front and center. And I always like to mention that when we talk about infrastructure, we have to remember that we need to talk about energy. Energy on the roads where you can provide great infrastructure, but in addition to signage, you need lighting. And there are places where you cannot not have lighting. I'll give you an example. I know there are people here that are from Ceará, but if you're not from Ceará and are able to visit that region, you will be able to see actual economic development. You will see how the economy here is alive. I don't know if you got to know the region of the port, but you have the Highway 115 that even takes that transports wind blades from one point to another, but there is no lighting on that road. So I just want to call attention to this because you have to provide the solutions needed by the infrastructure. Infrastructure also needs energy. In this case, Infra is already in the phase of public procurement and tender to provide the lighting for this entire road. And what I say about that location, the port and surrounding regions, is that's no longer the land of tomorrow. That is a land of today. We have a number of industries around there too, and everything that I'm saying here, what I intend to show is how the state of Ceará has, over time, been extremely careful. Heitor knows this. We have been extremely careful and in our attention to development. And for us that take part in governments and participate in acts of the public power, a lot of times public law, and I actually teach administrative law, we know that there are hindrances. We know that we need to debureaucratize. We know we need to speed up things. So what I see in the governors here in Ceará is their will to persist and to overcome these challenges, to speed things up, to promote seamless flows, and to make things real, to bring them to life, despite the barriers that are faced. And that's basically what we try to do, is make things possible. So, to all of my colleagues here, I would like to give my word and say that Ceará is very happy to have you here. Rest assured that, as I said, Marcelo, and I have said that in 10 years, Ceará will be something to be admired. Come back in another 10 years and you will see the state is transforming fully. I would say less than 10 years, but I'm trying to give you a timeline in which I know this will actually be true. I am fully It is my full conviction that in 10 years this will be an entirely new landscape. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Infra, for your 25 years of existence. I was here a few years ago, and sometime after that, the state has actually been reporting significant results. And whether it's a coincidence or not, Ceará was awarded in education a few years back, and I think everything begins with education.
There are no coincidences indeed. We have new concepts such as the correlation between port and industry. ZPE, something that is administered by the state. Clean energy resources, that is also more common. Bringing back railroads to the Pasean importing systems, and transportation systems. And I'm speaking as a citizen. Education on all of that is fundamental. We need to have an alignment, especially when it comes to having clean energy. We've had some partnerships with Rotterdam, as already mentioned in the other panel. That is the result of planning that comes from reflecting and also taking advantage of the potential that the state has. And that's the potential that comes with the Pasean port. Ports really have the capacity of fostering the economical development in a state, and I think Ceará has explored that in the country, so congratulations for all of that, for your management too. And continuing talking about what we were discussing before, first of all, congratulating President Maranhão for all your dedication to this event, and I'd like to explore a little bit of your wisdom. You are a thinker indeed. You ponder over the whole sector, the issues that are related to that. You instigate us with all of those questions about logistics. Thank you very much for being with you. It's an honor for me. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for being part of this panel, and for you too, for being here. You are an enthusiast for infrastructure in Brazil. Thank you very much, all the panelists. In early January, we're going to start preparing Expolog 2025. I'm not kidding. We need a lot of work to get an event like this ready. I've got some considerations. I've got the vision of an entrepreneur, the vision of a transporter. What is the commitments that we need to have? And also the commitment that the state needs to have. Ceará, for example, had two important hallmarks in infrastructure. A few years ago, it was the Paulo Afonso energy. It was something that really, it was a hallmark that really facilitated industrialization, that also facilitated commercial transactions and the economy. I really believe that comes from the government, the government of Tasso Gereissati, when he took over himself the responsibility of building the Pasean port. And it was against all odds. Nobody was in favor of that, together with his secretary. And the reformation of the international airport, that was a hallmark too. From then on, we see the commitment of the state government with the infrastructure in our state. We see the Pasean hub, the air hub, the international airport. We have a data processing hub that is which is fundamental for the infrastructure of our country, not just the state. So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we have 6 data centers that really connect Brazil to the whole world. This is definitely fundamental. And when it comes to the energy issues, well, I was there the other day, and those data centers today are the biggest consumers of energy in the world. They are the biggest consumers of energy, and that is going to continue to increase. It's undeniable to see the commitment by the government of Ceará. I'm not talking about a government an isolate government, but the whole state, the whole commitment that the state has been proving to show. But it's true that we've got some obstacles still. For example, the Porto do Pecém, or the Pecém port, is definitely one of the pearls that Ceará has to expose. If you come from the south through the BR-116, which is a very important motorway in the country, getting there, accessing that is still complicated, even though it's one of the main ways to get there. I was in a seminar yesterday about free collective transport, public transport, and we were analysing the issue of the metropolitan transport in between the cities that are part of that. For example, between Maracanaú, which is a city of the metropolitan area, to the other cities of the metropolitan area, takes in average 2 hours and 30 minutes to do, and that's not something that we can tolerate. For example, our company, we have some trucks that come from Roças, which is in the countryside of Ceará, from Quixeré, Baraúna, other cities from there, with a lot of cargo to supply for the Pecém port. Those trucks need to go on 200 kilometers on BR-116 in 4 hours. That's a 50 kilometer per hour speed, and that needs to be improved. We need some ameliorations, we need some implementations, reformations. We need to duplicate BR-116, and that's what we're going to do in December. There's a project about that, and it's going to take up and actually down to Limoeiro in the south of the state. When we go to Anel Viário, which is another important motorway, it takes 4 hours to get to Pecém, so it's urgent that we conclude those works in Anel Viário. We've got some obstacles that need to be taken away. We need to solve that problem. This is probably what we're on this 5th or 6th investment program, but we still haven't had any solid solutions. But this model through which we get all of the equipment for the infrastructure is no longer up to date. I'm not an expert, I'm not a building expert, but I am a user of that public infrastructure, so I can see the need for improvements. It's been taking 12 or 13 years. That's not something that we can tolerate. If we see in different areas of the world, it's also something that is present. We need procurement. We need another extra year for our procurement. And then the public entities are stuck to that legislation, and that needs to be altered as soon as possible. For example, CE55, which is another important road, state road. This road is undergoing a project that has been taking 15 years. The wind blades that were there, that are operating there, are 36-meter long. Today we have 74, 86. We've been having some improvements. 109 on Washington Soares Avenue. So we need to re-adequate to adapt CE 155 because of the structure. We've been having some updates, so we need to keep up. There are things that we can't accept in the infrastructure. If we take up a wind blade on CE 060, which is another important road, to Aracati, when we get to another need to make is impossible. Cars really don't get to do it. So we really need to make some alterations there on that BR. We need to do that so that they can go straight to Rio Grande do Norte. So there are some structural issues that depend on quotations and budgeting, but there are small things, punctual things that we have to focus on. And it's easy to solve all of that if we just focus on them. So all of the infrastructure issue that we have, these problems go over 1,300 kilometers all over Ceará, the Ceará state. Even though we have all of those issues, we have many good, excellent roads. We have 78% of regular ways and some others that are bad. So we're doing better than many other states. But we're still deficient anyway. And that increases the cost of transport and other costs in the country. So we need to do something about it. So the governor is trying to find a solution to all of that. We had the budgeting by PAC for the states of Ceará, but we didn't have anything for the motorways because there was a contingency of the resources. So our governor, wisely, he's been working to guarantee that those resources actually come to our state and so that we can use them. So all of that has to come. They can't really go through contingency now. We need to use those resources with no limitation. So we know that the problem today is budgeting and the country doesn't have that. So how can we solve that problem? That's the question. Then we have NTT, CNTT, which are departments that are working hard to solve that. We really need new concession models so that they can be attractive to investors. We need to have guarantees, juridical guarantees on a state level and also on a country level so that international investors may be able to come and invest in our country and in our states. Because here, us in Brazil, we don't have the necessary capital for all of that. We need to bring capital from overseas, from abroad. For that, we need to have juridical security and a concession model that is more modern. Thank you very much, President Maranhão. So I see that all of those considerations are very aligned to all that we've been discussing. We don't have enough public investing, accessing the ports. That's a problem. That's not just in Ceará. That's from one tip of Brazil to the other, from one end to the other. So we really need to address those issues. We need to work together. So we see that you are way ahead in the issue, so we're very proud of that. We're going to have some meetings to discuss logistics in Ceará, the logistics of our state. And we're going to try to address some of those issues that you've brought up. So I'm already giving a little spoiler on next year's programming, the agenda that we're going to discuss. So I think it's really going to work. We're going to analyze the demands, the state demand, everything. Now I'm going to hand it over to Daniel Rose. So APM is trying to invest on port terminals, and that contributes a lot to intermodality, multimodality. So we would like to listen to Daniel Rose, Director of APM Terminals. I'm very happy to be with you here today. Yes, our group is part of the APM Terminals. I am the president here in Besen. The APM terminal is part of 4 terminals in Besen. terminals, Itapuã and Santa Catarina. It's really nice to be here with you today. The APM terminals is also part of another group that also encompasses other companies like Allianz and Line. So we're working together to achieve those objectives. We really think that it's going to bring effectiveness to Brazil. Brazil has a lot of opportunities, lots of challenges too, but many opportunities to be explored. So with our terminal group, in the next years, those 4 terminals that I've mentioned, we have already invested more than 5 million reais in Brazil, because we really believe that this country has got a lot of potential. When we look at Latin America, we have 12 terminals here, and around the world we have more than 50. So something that we're trying to bring here, still talking a bit about the investments, the foreign investment in Brazil, we really think that our investment here might bring better practices, the best practices in technology and all the related areas in the country. So I'm very optimistic. I don't see Brazil as I see that the cup is not half empty, it's actually half full. So there's lots of things that we can do, lots of investments to make here in Brazil. So yeah, we see a lot of potential, indeed. I've got some notes about what I want to discuss, a little plan, a logistics plan that I'd like to show you. It's a very important plan. It's a tool, a relevant tool. And we are aiming to 2050, that's our deadline. We want to work together with the International Maritime Organization. So for us, that's a really important project. Not just for us in the company. We've been building a lot of different ships that work with the steel industries. We're using a lot of that in our terminals, buying more equipment. Now it's all electric. So this new terminal that we're building is the future. It's completely electric. So we're trying to mind all the environmental issues too. This is our interest. And we keep on paying attention and focusing on logistics in order to have harmony in all of those, between all of those points. If we want to change the logistics in a country, we need some special incentives. 80% of the population in Brazil lives less than 200 kilometers away from the shore. We still need a lot of roadway solutions. We need to augment public transport to increase the demand, the fleet in public transport. That's also important for the railroads. It's true that those projects take a bit too long, but it's important that we create those projects, especially when it comes to the railroads in Brazil. So when we look at Europe or America, we see that there is a very strong participation in all of that. Brazil can also join the team, so we don't need to wait anymore. We need railroads, good railroads. I know they're expensive to build. It takes a long time, but it's necessary. Maybe the private sectors can help with that. It's fundamental. So we know that the motorway is still important, but we can't ignore railroads. We can't depend just on that. We need something more, because there's a lot of problems that come from that. That also causes a lot of problems related to environmental issues. We want to reduce the emission of carbon dioxide. We want to be environment friendly.
And the ideal is to have a plan, but we need to move forward faster and execute. The risk Santos Port became a national problem due to the lack of planning, delay in projects that were 2 years delayed. And now we need to see this as the opportunity to actually make things happen and move faster. We have reached important solutions, but now we have to implement these solutions. Here in Ceará, we saw a number of initiatives in infrastructure, creating Pissing Port 24 years ago, years and years before the actual need, and this was a discussion at the time, but today it is fundamental to our infrastructure. We need Brazil's infrastructure to also be looked at in the same way. We need planning, we need foresight. And we also need the execution of whatever is thought of. Of course, this is a lot of work for the public powers, but there are means of accelerating the creation of this infrastructure. I don't know if you have seen this, but yesterday we launched a white paper together with our partners where the ports are going to distribute the cargo. And I think it's time for Brazil to define its role within Latin America. This study that we just put out suggests that Brazil can lead port logistics in the region with Santos and other ports and fulfilling this role, serving as the main distribution centers. And we also have current public studies about transportation that, despite being volatile, is critical but demands higher investments in port infrastructure. Here in Pissing, 40% of our cargo is transshipment. That creates efficiency. We can bring huge vessels that distribute to smaller vessels that can reach these places that don't have the infrastructure for the larger ships. That's very important. What's important for us here is that the state fulfill a critical role. Of course, the state is closer to this issue. The federal government is aware and overlooks it, but it is the state that has the commitment to these projects, because they're there every day. They're witnessing everything that is going on. We see projects arising that are focusing on the growth of infrastructure, and we have to focus on economic development as a whole and aligning a number of issues. This is one of the decarbonization is one of the focuses at this time. Deacceleration of investments. And that is our view. That is how we see it. It's very gratifying for us to see how Brazilian infrastructure is going. We fully believe in Brazil, and we are going to continue doing more and more. But of course, it could be a little bit faster, you know. But we fully believe in Brazil, and we see the potential of the country. And as I said in the beginning, I think that for us, that is what counts. Thank you, Daniel. I would like to draw attention to two things that Daniel said here and mentioned, and I fully understand what he's saying. The first is when he says we need to move faster in terms of bureaucracy. The time of the private sector, how long the private sector takes is completely distinct from what the public sector takes, and I understand that the public policy of the port and airport sector, they are a set of rules addressing 6 axes that focus on pricing of port leases and procurements, and that is just inadmissible. Something else that is said is decentralizing the local power better understands the reality, or is more sensitive to the realities that are right there beneath it. And they know what needs to be done. We have been defending this. We have been defending a greater empowerment of port authorities. Bissing, however, maybe is less affected by this due to its structure, legally and company-wise. Santos, as mentioned, is another story. The study that was launched, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday, right? I read half of it, not all of it, but I found it extremely interesting, the diagnosis that is addressed and showing how important it would be to actually have a few hubs. These hubs will not exist by decree. They will arise from a natural circumstance of logistics through rationale and in a natural way. And when we have a cabotage program on course, it makes full sense. So I recommend to those who are interested, please read the article. We're almost at the end of our panel, and as every good panel, we are practically out of time, but I think we have about 1 minute for each of you to make your final considerations. Thiago, your turn. I would like to thank you for your participation and for being here with us today. I would like to end by thanking you for the invitation. It was a rich debate. Thank you so much for all of those listening. I am going to very quickly talk about what Daniel said, and it's about decision making and making decisions before things are needed. That is a result of planning, and my comment is actually on the nature of this planning. The P&L, it guides other instruments, the pluriannual plan, the budget plan, sectorial plans. So all of us, it's very important that we follow up with this and are knowledgeable on all of this legislation. Log on to the website. You'll find plenty of material that can help you in this understanding. And this plan is an investment to increase investment. And as we mentioned, we sometimes have to take more than one path, but at some point we have to converge and we have to take the same trail and walk alongside each other to be able to get anywhere. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. I would also like to thank everyone for the attention, the interest. It was very interesting, and I just wanted to say that multi-modes, as were mentioned, are very important. and decarbonization of the sector as well. We understand this is a fundamental step, and when we consider cargo capacity of other ports in relation to us, we see that most certainly multimodality does play a role in this, and I would like to call upon you to reflect on infrastructure and also services. Today, road transport is under a huge human resources crisis, and worldwide, it is said that there is a deficit of drivers, and I am sure that, as Daniel said, our speed is not that fast, and we will not be able to convert our transportation matrix into something else in the blink of an eye. But let's foster and value the professionals that drive around our country. And if we don't do that, in a short time, Brazil will have a transportation blackout. I would also like to talk about maritime transport. We can already feel this lack of personnel that is competing with offshores and cabotage and all of these others. And we're also working via institute with the Marines that train these people, and it's great that you talked about the truck drivers, because that is actually something that we need to draw attention to. Secretary, 1 minute for your final considerations. Again, it is an honor to have you here. Thank you so much. I just want to thank you, Marcelo. We have huge challenges, and the government challenges, whether they be municipal, state, or those of the private sector, they are all of these are important actors, and it's even more important that we advance united. And as Daniel said and Marcelo said, and I made very clear in my words, debureaucratization, as I mentioned, the governors need to face this in a very efficient way. You have to have willpower. And because we are here in the position of public agents, we face public legislation. It's not easy. We take one step forward and 10 steps back in a lot. I come from the private sector. I am a lawyer, and I am now in the public sector. I'm here testifying for you, and sometimes we just hold our head and we say, oh my God, I'm going crazy. A lot of times the legislation of the sector is specifically in public tenders, despite the advances that we have had. That's why regulation and comprehending, deeply knowing the regulation is so important. And another thing that Marcelo pointed out is the modeling that you have today. The PPPs, private-public partnerships. We have to keep going over those constantly, and I think it's time now for us to revisit this. We have several examples of lack of interest of private partners, and we all know that we need private partners. Therefore, I'm going to end with these thoughts and these statements as a public agent, that yes, we do need to bring down the bureaucracy. We do need private investors, and we also need to know the legal pathways of our country. Your final considerations. Thank you so much for being here today as well. Just to contribute to Amaral's provocation, it's actually worse than that. Until 2026, 60% of truck drivers, registered truck drivers in Brazil, will be at age of retirement, and there is nobody to take their place. Through Sesc Senachi, there is a program called Driver of the Future that is managed by CNB, and it is trying to advance in among truck drivers and to boost and to make people change their driver's license category from regular car drivers to truck drivers, but it is a very difficult ordeal. I was in Canada last month, and a driver from my segment, cement driver, they make $2,500 a week. A driver in Brazil makes half of that per month. Per month. So, oh, it's the transporters, it's their fault. No, it's because it's a structural problem. It's not a problem with A, a problem with B. It has to do with the freight price. It has to do with the costs. And this intermodality, you might even think that I'm working against my segment, which is road transport. I'm not. We need intermodality. The profitable length of road transport is 800 kilometer. Anything above that implies huge costs and expenses. I'm sorry, I need to ask you to reach the end. I just wanted to say thank you in my name, in the name of Expolog, and all cooperators and sponsors here today. I want to thank you for being here and for accepting our invitation. Thank you, Marion. Thank you for everyone. And just to conclude, 1 minute. Thank you so much for being here with us. Of course, I'm not from here, so I would like to say that the people that we have partnerships here and that we cooperate with are excellent here in Brazil. Our workers, our employees here they are wonderful people. We need to train them, of course. We have our systems, our ways, our technology, but in general, here in Brazil, we have outstanding employees, and that is a point I wanted to make. Thank you so much for the invitation. It was great being here with you today, here on stage. And thank you, Expolog, for the wonderful organization. Your testimony is very important. You have an international point of view in terms of activities, and our terminals, as you can see, owe nothing to those that are the most modern in the world. Of course, we do have operational features that are different from other ports, like a longer stay at the port, because most ports in the world, they work with transshipment and are not the final receiver of the merchandise. And we were here, we debated a lot about Ceará, but Daniel, here in Ceará, we say that the best thing about Ceará are its people. Well, thank you very much.
We would like to thank all the partner institutions, Dr. Mario Gouveia, that accepted our invitation to be the moderator of this instigating panel. Thank you all the panelists that participated for your kindness of sharing the richness of your experiences and of your knowledges. During this Expolog, it has become ever more important for the state of Ceará and Brazil as a whole. would like to remind you of our gamification here at the Expolog 2024. Right after our next panel, we're going to the last moment of our session of this 2024 edition of Expolog. We're going to have our raffle. I hope you all visited our stands and that you may be able to participate in the raffle that is going to take place between 6 and 6:30 in the main auditorium. Right now, giving continuity to our program, we're going to watch the next panel, the impact of CO2 reduction and renewable energy in logistics. To talk about that, we're going to invite some of our friends, some of our expert friends that are going to share their views about the energy transition that is necessary in the logistics sector. The moderator of this moment is the Vice President of the Syndicate of the Logistics Operators, Leonardo Ribeiro. Dr. Leonardo, welcome. Now we're going to see the panelists for the next session. Please watch the screen. I'd like to invite to the platform Beatriz Canamari, the CEO and the founder of Shore Strategy Group. Welcome to the stage. I also invite Mr. Joaquin Rolim, the advisor of energy from FIEC. I also invite Isabella Maciel, the advisor from Senai for the energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated so we can start our activities. We have the moderator of our works here and the vice president of the syndicate of logistics operators in São Paulo, Leonardo Ribeiro. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity that I'm having here. Thank you, Expolog. I know that you've noticed that the image that appeared here in the screen, it was definitely not me. It was the president of IBL, the Brazilian Institute of Logistics. He was the one who was going to be the moderator, but unfortunately he was not able to be present here. Now we have an extremely technical slide, and I'm going to try to explain to you the impact of the reduction of CO2 emissions and the connection between that and logistics. So feel free to make your presentations. We're going to start with Beatrice. So first of all, before starting, I'd like to thank for the opportunity of being here today, participating in this event, being invited by Enid. Thank you very much, Ricardo Parenti from the iron industry. It's a big pleasure for me to be here to share a bit of my knowledge, my expertise, my experiences outside our country. And if it was not for the opportunity that I had in Ceará, our state, as your contemporary and countrywoman for the last 15 years in different industries, like the iron industries, working in Passain Port, if not for the experience that I've had here, I would not be able to develop such a work, such a pleasant and big, important work in the international environment, in America specifically. So today I'm here to share with you some of the things that I've been able to carry out there. And I'm also at your disposal to contribute, to help out our state, especially the Passain Port. Well, the focus of my presentation today is the decarbonization in the maritime sector, especially the port sector, mainly on the port sector. So the transport sector today is responsible for 25% of emissions of the greenhouse effect gases. In the United States in 2022, this transport sector emitted 29% of all of that total. And when it comes to the maritime transport, the contribution of that sector to the emission of those greenhouse effect gases was 2.89%. And if we go on like that, that number is going to evolve to 70% by the end of 2050. Just to illustrate a little bit, if the maritime transport was a country, it would be the 8th biggest greenhouse effect gas emitter in the world, producer in the world. So since 2020, we've been trying to implement new measures for the maritime sector to reduce those emissions. In 2020, we established a goal to reduce all of that reduction until 2030. And that reduction would be around 30%. And until 2040, that would reach 70%, having 2008 as the basis. And by the end of 2050, 0% emissions. This slide that you can see here, this board, is just the regulatory framework for the decarbonization of the maritime sector. And I'd like to show you the red stripe, which is the CII. It shows the intensity of the CO2 emission by the maritime sector. That's really aggravating. And all of that, those projects are being executed. 2024 has been the first year when we see that maritime companies are reporting their emission, their CO2 emission, and those indicators are being evaluated, analyzed, and many different institutions are contributing for that calculation to be carried out successfully. So in 2024, 2025, during these 2 years, analyses are going to be made so that in 2026 we may be able to report this data with a plan of mitigation in order to reduce that. If those numbers reach numbers that are superior to those that have been stipulated, then there's going to be consequences. And then in 2027, we want to have effectiveness connected to all of that, an effective contribution in repairing that scenario. Now we're going to be talking about the port ecosystem. Why do ports need to worry about their emission of CO2, of greenhouse effect gases? Because ports have a key role in this process. First of all, ports are responsible for 90% of the global trading. All of the merchandise, the cargo that comes in and out and goes out of countries, ports are responsible for 90% of all of that. Those ports influence lots of different institutions. They're also influenced by all the interested parts that are making part of that port ecosystem. Maybe communities, operators, the employees, the navigation industries, all of the interested parts are part of that ecosystem. They're also able to have an impact, a big impact on social issues, economic issues, environmental issues too. They are regulated by local institutions, regional and global institutions too. So they are able to influence different regulations in all those spheres. So there was a recent study that was published this year, 2024, by Science Environment. This study was done with over 5,000 ports in 30 different countries in the world, from data varying from 2001 and 2018. We've seen that different port activities have direct impact on the health of communities around those ports. There is a direct impact on the population general health. Just for you to understand a bit more about the emission of those greenhouse gases, GHG, we see that the motorway transport by cars and trucks, and also the maritime transport, come to 80% or 85% of all of that emission in the port ecosystem. So because of all of that, ports are pressured to take 3 important steps. The first one is to face the CO2 emissions. There are 3 myths that we're going to discuss. The second thing is the transparency in reports, in making known those emissions. And also number 3, mobilizing communities so that they can be conscious and aware of the environmental responsibility that they have, what we can do. So let's talk about number 3. So we're going to talk about scope 3. Many people say that it's irrelevant. And what is that, first of all? What is scope 3? So the emissions by different companies are divided in 3 pillars. The first one is the direct emission that come from that organization, maybe a port or a multinational, a factory. Scope 1 is connected to those direct emissions that come from those institutions. Scope number 2 are indirect emissions of GHGs connected to the purchase of electricity, vapor, heat. And number 3 are all those indirect emissions, imports that are connected to upstream or downstream. Everything that comes in or goes out of the port. That is always encompassed in scope number 3. Today in the European Union, many different organizations, not just ports but also factories and industries, are obliged to report scope 3 too. They're responsible to measure and report all of those activities. In the United States, that obligation to scope 3 is not yet valid. But when we see that reality in Europe, when you see that obligation in Europe, we see that there is a problem when they go to the United States. We see a problem because they receive a lot of pressure for not doing that, since they will lose demand, they might lose money. So they need to keep up with other local enterprises. For example, the ports in New York, New Jersey has reported that last year, in scope 3, more than 90% of their emissions were connected to that scope. So in the port industry, scope 3 is very relevant, representing more than 90% of that CO2 emission. The second myth is that that emission is never part of scope 3. We know that it is part, it's part of all of that. It's all connected to maritime transport too. And the third myth is that ports cannot influence those emissions in different sectors, transport sectors, but it's not true. Ports have a key role in the reduction of CO2 in different sectors, transport sections. So still talking about the roadway sector, many ports have already done something very interesting in the United States and in the European Union. Different implementations. For example, monitoring, gate monitoring to keep track of truck emissions. They're implementing different tools in digital platforms to help in the optimization of these trucks, to reduce the idle periods of those trucks so that trucks keep on the move. Whenever they see a cargo that is being transported on a motorway, if it can be transferred to a different kind of transport, they will do that in order to reduce CO2 emission. We also have the hydrogen technologies. We have many trucks, as we've already seen, that many trucks are being rebuilt to operate only based on hydrogen-based fuels. We have also some other implementations being done. Loading containers. We have electrical trucks and lorries. We have a big fleet of all of those, which is also contributing to an improvement in that scenario, especially in the United States. We have scheduling systems in the ports. So truck drivers are able to schedule appointments so that they may get into ports only at the right moment. So that will also reduce their waiting time and their reduction, and that it will also facilitate the reduction of that emission. We have some restriction zones. Only trucks that are emission-free are allowed to ride in those portions of land and areas. We've got some partnerships too, which are from the public and private sectors. We've got some examples on the screen. We have some of them in New Jersey, in Seattle, in San Diego. All of those have those initiatives alongside states and other companies and transport companies. Houston, for example, has a partnership with the railroad transport community. And we've got some other partnerships and initiatives that are being carried out to reduce those emissions. I'm just talking about the motorway sector. Now, what are the biggest challenges when it comes to the transition of those port operations for us to have cleaner operations? So if we can't reduce to zero our emissions, how can we manage all of that? So there is an increasing interest in emitting reports with an inventory of all of those emissions. So how can we get somewhere if we don't know what we're doing? So it's very important for us to have a report. We see an increasing pressure in reporting all of that. That's those emissions. Even the community is involved in all of that. There is a pressure from clients too. For example, clients that are part of the European market, they expect the same to be done in the United States in order to compete with the local companies. And the competitors' pressure too. The Inflation Reduction 8, through this data, the Environmental Protection Agency, which is the equivalent to IBAMA in Brazil, they've been working together and they've been publishing that they have released $3 million in investments for 55 different ports in several states in the United States for them to implement on turning technologies. So we have 55 ports in the United States with that volume of investment from the governmental states, from the state government. So creating those reports is very challenging. When we are trying to create those inventories based on the manuals that we have from advisors, it's really tiring. It takes a long time. It's expensive. We were together in a meeting in San Diego. They told me that they take 18 months to finish an inventory of the emissions, of the CO2 emissions inside the port environment, because they need different sources of information. They need lots of data that is difficult to collect.
And now what they need, they are required to divulge this on a yearly basis. So they are using digital solutions to create the emissions inventory of the port. And finally, emissions transcend frontiers and emphasize the need for cooperation and mobilization of several sectors and communities. Ports are managing to identify value chains and cooperative partnerships towards decarbonization. And when we talk about the maritime sector, we talk about value chain, which is never centralized in a company as the port. It's distributed throughout the global supply chain. So we can't emphasize the port alone as the great conductor of this. We have three value chains that are interconnected in the maritime ecosystem and are important players in decarbonization. The first one is the green fuel production itself, production and distribution. The second value chain is naval industries. Now we have vessels that are operated with clean fuel. We have 6 vessels that are now operated using methanol. And the third value chain is that of maritime operations. And the ports, despite the fact that they operate mainly in maritime operations, they also have a crucial roles within the other 2 value chains. So for example, fuels. If you don't have the infrastructure available at the port, there's no way fuel industries can produce these clean fuels and distribute them. If vessels and ships are adapted to new fuels, but the port infrastructure is not adapted to that, they cannot operate. An example of this cooperation is ZIMBA. ZIMBA is Zero Emission Maritime Buyers Alliance, which is a non-governmental institution created that began with Aspen Institute. It's a technological innovation and research institute, and they joined Amazon, IKEA, Nike, New Balance, Unilever. Basically, the owners of cargoes who came together with the maritime industry to create vessels, and we have the second one coming out now in California. It's sponsored by Nike. It carries Nike cargo and leaves California to go to Singapore. It works on methanol and is fueled with methanol and carries cargo from California, Los Angeles more specifically, to Singapore. These 2 institutions, the ZEMBA, which is Zero Emissions Maritime Buyers Alliance, it is simply, actually, COZEV, is ZEMBA's platform, basically. They have now instituted a new procurement process And the contract awarded addresses another transport issue regarding clean fuel. We have green corridors in maritime transport to be able to achieve decarbonization in maritime transport until 2050. In the 26th CUP in Scotland, in the Confederation of Parties, we had the creation of green corridors. The idea was to have at least 6 until 2050. We now have 57 green corridors recorded around the world, but 3 of them stand out. The first is Los Angeles, Long Beach, which is Long Beach, Los Angeles, Singapore, and Rotterdam, sorry, not Rotterdam, Shanghai. We have Singapore, Rotterdam, which is the digital corridor, and the main objective of these corridors is not only to develop decarbonization, implement and develop new fuels, to contribute to the decarbonization of this sector, but also develop new technologies and digital transformation within the maritime industry. And the leadership of these corridors and their goals vary. We have green corridors that are led by government, others that are led by private sector. We have others that are led by ports and other by public and private partnerships. And it will vary depending on the strategy, and others, they can be used to develop green fuels and technological innovation, but also to accelerate the drafting of regulation, of formulating political ways of support, and to increase market demands for clean transport services. This is the market dynamic. It is no longer institutional, governmental, partisan. It has become a market policy. All populations all over the world, the industries, the companies, they have all been mobilizing in this sense. And here I end with 3 main lessons. One is, first of all, dare to lead change in your community and your region, and start, especially through partnerships. The second is establish your goals ambitiously, monitor your progress, and report transparently. And third is share what you have learned internally and externally, both in your company and with your stakeholders. I would like to thank you for letting me participate and share a bit of what I have learned over these years. I will grant the floor to the next speaker. A very instigating presentation. I think you were able to show a lot of what's taking place around the world, and we have to reflect if we are leading these initiatives, and also if we have ambitious goals. So, Isabella, feel free to use the floor. Do you have a clicker for the slides? Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. First, I would like to thank the event for this invitation to be here today and to talk a little bit about the scenario, talking about training. And I would also like to say congratulations on the infrastructure of the event. Thank you for being here today and listening to this debate. My name is Isabella Maciel. I am an advisor in energy transition of Senai Ceará. I'm going to bring a little bit of this perspective involving training and innovation and the opportunities that come about when we talk about energy transition. So to start with, I would like to very shortly mention the context of logistics in Ceará. We do indeed have a huge opportunity, which is our green hydrogen hub that is going to be built in Peseng. We have over 35 MOUs signed green hydrogen, and they represent over $30 billion in investments. In addition to the opportunity provided by the green hydrogen hub, we have an air hub, which provides us the opportunity to invest in decarbonizing the air sector. We have road infrastructures of about 9,000 paved kilometers. We also have Transnordestina. So all of these are opportunities for the logistics sector to transition to net carbon. So in this promising scenario foreseen for the next years, we see several opportunities in innovation, research, and development. When we talk about green logistics, the first opportunity for decreasing GHG emissions is electrification. That would be the fastest way for us to have a cleaner fleet. We have heavy vehicles that tend to go this way as well. We also have biofuels, whether they be for airplanes, for vessels, or for vehicles. When we replace hydrogen and carbon for natural source, we are able to obtain a more sustainable fuel with less GHG emissions. So in Brazil, this scenario of electrical vehicles, according to the Brazilian Association of Electrical Vehicles, they show that Fortaleza is the 22nd city in Brazil in number of electrified vehicles. And this is very significant, especially when we look at the northeastern region, where Fortaleza has 82% of electrical vehicles here. BYD is the strongest company in terms of presence. And in the last 2 years, if we sum up the number of vehicles, 2024 is actually going to sell more than in the last 2 years. So the trend is that vehicles increasingly be electrical. We had a great advancement over the last few months, which was the publication of Future Fuels Act. And according to this legislation, when we talk about aviation fuels, we have the goal of reducing in 1% the CO2 emissions until 2037, up to 10% in decrease. And I really like to bring this analysis that the air sector today, sustainable aviation fuel, it is a sector that, due to its characteristic, it highly impacts transports as a whole, and it is also a more noble and higher priced fuel. So when we talk about transition, we have to pay attention to this. We talk about high initial investment value, so it is really a bet. And when we bring SAF's perspective, we see here in Fortaleza a significant win, which is Latam, that made its first flight to Fortaleza using SAF in its route. And because of the airport that I just showed you, that is a concession of 31 years, we need to be able to create air corridors that connect Brazil and the world using this fuel. And Europe already has clear, well-established goals. I know that Brazil has 1% of CO2 reduction as its goal, but in Europe, they are more bold. So if we want to be part of the global market, we have to start thinking about decarbonizing all transport modes in Brazil as well. And in the maritime sector, we have methanol use in vessels. This is a reality at Fortescue in the maritime sector, and there are also goals established by Europe for this decarbonization. For vessels over 5,000 crude tons that stop in European ports, they have to reduce the intensity of greenhouse effects. So energy transition is expensive. It needs to be planned so that we can actually meet the goals and survive. Now, when we look at training, if you look at this chart right here, it analyzes the market, the labor market since 2006 until 2027. You can see transport accelerates in growth, and it is the sector that most employs and will employ most until 2027. Compared to construction, for example, which took second place, you see almost double the number of employment opportunities in logistics alone and transport. Especially here in Ceará, when we have the hydrogen hub perspective and the Transnordestina, this scenario is very meaningful to us and shows the importance of our event here today and the discussion surrounding energy transition. On the other hand, we also observe that today we have a high demand for green competence on resumes, and companies are demanding this. According to the World Economic Forum, the positions that demand any form of green competence, they are in crescent growth, and you will see an increase of over 20% in the number of searches for professionals that have green competences, at least one. So managers and leaders have to grasp the idea that this is a differential for the company. They have to know that in terms of logistics, if they want to be part of a global market, you have the need to follow and obtain international certifications to be able to insert yourself in this worldwide market. Everything is going to be impacted by energy transition, and that's why it's so important that we're discussing here today. Today, we are divided in 6 units of Senai around Ceará to be able to meet the demands of this energy transition, which is in dire need of qualified professionals. We have a portfolio comprising over 27 areas, and we are offering courses that are being molded into what is needed by the market for these professionals of the future. And to train these professionals, we recently inaugurated our Center of Excellence for Energy Transition. I would love to invite you to get to know it. There is a laboratory where you are able to see hydrogen, which is highly discussed as of now. The name of the center is Professor Jurandir Picanso. We have several partnerships, and I will be very specific. I'm not going to go into detail with everything, but I would like to highlight some initiatives in green hydrogen. The first is our hydrogen lab, which was developed by MEC, the Ministry of Education, in partnership with GZ, where we are able to show the production chain of green hydrogen. We have distribution through pipelines, loading onto vehicles. All of this is going to affect logistics. We're talking about cars that use hydrogen. We're talking about pipelines that are going to transport these solutions. And we're talking about the hydrogen hub, not only that in Becém, but others that are spread across Brazil. And in this lab, we are able to see everything in a practical way, focusing on safety, so that we are able to understand that all professionals involved with hydrogen, be it at the hub, be it in production, and that are going to be part of this value chain, need to know the safety rules for handling hydrogen. And according to a study published by FIEC and published in partnership with MIT, Ceará's green hydrogen hub is going to demand over 80,000 workers, and that is in the implementation phase. We just established a project with Germany, and they have expertise in handling ammonia and hydrogen. This is the first time we are talking about this. Sinai, together with Heinlein, are going to train 150 professionals for BIS. Importantly, ideas at this project be replicated so that we are able to have trained professionals and support the development of green hydrogen and other technologies that are sustainable throughout the country. This is our practical infrastructure today, and now, reaching the end of my presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit about technology from the beginning. The importance of innovation and having technologies in this transportation scenario. Our Sinai Institute of Technology develops consultancies and innovation projects, so we have several labs, chemistry, calibration, paints. We have some pictures here that is a bit different from the labs in the education sector. These are designed to provide support to the industries and, of course, in partnership with startups. And a project that shows how logistics is influenced by innovation was this project right here that we developed here in the state in partnership with several institutions so that we could meet the needs of Expolog, the union of heavy construction. And it wasn't just about reducing CO2 production. When we talk about energy transition, we have to think about logistic transition. We have to think about the ability to bring sustainability to all the elements. So we have to think about efficiency. Am I taking too long? We have digitalization of processes. That is also part of transition. And in terms of onboarded systems, we had an onboarded system installed in each heavy vehicle that moved cargo. And these onboarded systems analyze these movements throughout the day and their displacement, and sent everything to the cloud, and they were able to track all of this information of this operation through a web system. This platform was developed with the support of ABDI, which is the Brazilian Industrial Development Association, and at work sites, they have onboarded systems that monitor in real time all of the operations that are being performed. The information and data is sent to the technical room so that engineers and decision makers can follow up this process and draft up reports and have trackable data. And then the worksite managers are able to make a decision. Here's an example of how the system works. We're able to see the route that the truck made throughout the day, how much fuel was consumed, and of course the number of how much CO2 was emitted during this movement.
We have a clear example in the state of Ceará of how logistics have been developing so we can have more efficient processes and easy to track. If you don't measure, you can't control, so that's why it's important. And consequently for the emission of CO2 too. So the engineer is able to see to make a good decision. It's an example of how we can work with that. We need to guarantee that we're not going to have emissions until it gets to Europe. We don't keep track of just the production, but also the moving of that cargo, the logistics involved. It's a complex operation. It's a global one too. And I'm sure that this transition has a potential of changing the logistics and the economy in our country. So thank you very much for your attention. I am available for your questions. Congratulations on your presentation. Good job. We have a different view of this world. And it's important for us to see the job offers that are going to be made possible after all of those implementations. We have Professor Joaquin, who's going to speak about his view on the matter. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here with you to organize to moderate, to be part of this moderation. Thank you the sponsors, thank you the partners, all of the friends that have been acting as aids in this matter. So thank you for your lectures, your presentations, and still adding to them, I'm going to try to create a correlation in this little allotted time that I have between logistics and transition, energy transition, and decarbonization. We know that decarbonization is something that we need to act on. We need to do that fast. Our planet is in danger because we want to have a future life. We have the energy sector that represents 73% of the GHG emissions on a global level. And the transport sector has 14% in that emission. So on a world level, the generation of electricity is one of the biggest emitters because we're using a lot of coal, a lot of natural gas to produce electricity. And what about Brazil? 23%. That's the number, that's the percentage of the GHG emission. It's a different situation, of course. So we really need to remedy the situation according to the needs, of course. So decarbonization on a global scale is very important. What have we found to be the solution? So it's been said that 25% of the solution is through renewable energy. So our goal for 2030 is to triple the resources connected to renewable energy. We want to have 3 times more of that all over the world, and to double energetic efficiency, because a big percentage of those kinds of energy is related to that efficiency. What's the best way to decarbonize? Is to diminish the consumer of energy. So when we use more efficient equipment, I'm going to have an improvement in that regard. I'm not going to emit as much GHG, and I'm going to have an economic gain too. To make everything electric, that's also responsible for 20% of that improvement. So how are we going to do that? For example, we're thinking of the transport sector. So migrating to electric vehicles, or vehicles that operate with cell combustibles or cell fuels. We have a very interesting graph between the distance and the sizes of vehicles that do that distance, that go that distance. A big vehicle that goes 700 kilometers every day, a big one, the recommendation is that that vehicle be electric. So the biggest challenge connected to those is the autonomy, how long it takes to charge them, to recharge them. So if they ride for hundreds of kilometers, we have to use hydrogen-based fuels. For example, in hydrogen, I have the water molecule, and I transform it in hydrogen and oxygen. So we have to use renewable energy to break the molecule. And in cell fuels, it's the opposite. A vehicle that has that kind of fuels, we have different cylinders of hydrogen, and we mix it with oxygen, the oxygen found in the atmosphere, and that reaction produces electricity, produces power. So when we have a big vehicle, we recommend that it be electric. That's our recommendation. Why not? The problem is that such a vehicle would have to carry a battery. That is the obstacle. That would be the thing that would limit this operation. But what about ships and planes? Then we have other solutions, which is to use biofuels, biocombustibles, and others. So what what is the connection between renewable energy and logistics? Well, first of all, logistics is something it's a transversal sector. The solar sector, for example, during the pandemic, we saw that most of the solar products and equipment are produced in China, in Asia. So there was a big difficulty, logistics difficulty to transport all of that. So we're trying to decentralize, and we're trying to do it. We're trying to decentralize the production and the distribution of that equipment from Asia. In the wind power industry, well, we know that it's a very important industry. The transport of wind blades, for example, they are big, more than 100 meters long. So we have a challenge transporting them, and other generators that are inbuilt. So we have a big challenge in motorways, and logistics is connected to all of that. What about the sea transport? Sometimes we use 3 or 4 different kinds of ships to transport. So it has to be a more complex kind of logistics. And by the way, Brazil has a big potential with all of that. It's one of the best places in the world for production, for wind power that is produced on the seashore and in the ocean. So this is all undergoing studies. So renewable energy depends on logistics. And how does that kind of energy contribute to logistics? What is the other way around? Logistics today emits 14% of all the GHG in the world. So what do we need to do? We need to regulate, we need to act, we need to execute projects towards solving the problem. It's not about just speaking, it's about doing. I have lots of complaints about that. It's not time to debate anymore. It's time to execute those projects. We need ports with decarbonization projects, for example. If a port is an emitter, we need to change it. We need to use self-fuel. So we need to use hydrogen, for example, to move those vehicles. We need to use electrical vehicles, not just in Ceará, but in the whole region, the northeastern area of Brazil, but in the whole country too. We need to implement and realize, accomplish all of those projects and to monitor them, keep track of what's going on. We need to act more. We need more action. We need execution. Today I'm starting a new project. I've got a new position. I'm very grateful to Ricardo Cavalcante, the president of the association. Today I'm the manager of sustainable development, and we act in 3 important areas. Those 3 areas are about certifying different companies to prove that they are working together with us. So we emit certificates. It's a connection between social issues, economic issues, and environmental ones too. We worry that the community be part of those projects. For example, in Bessem, we have PAC, which is a partnership with the state government. It's important that we mind environmental issues, which are being taken care of by FIEC. So we're trying to act more actively in that. And the energy sector. We know that lots of relevant works have been carried out in the states of Ceará. So we need to work in a team. We need teamwork. We need to work together. We need to develop all of those hubs in Brazil. We are working together with the local universities, with gyms, with society. We are all together. You can count on us. Thank you very much for the opportunity of being here. Thank you for the moderation, for your hosting of this panel. Isabel, Beatrice, we're all together. Thank you. Now let's debate a bit of that. So starting with Beatriz, we were talking at the beginning about investing, like necessary investments. I know we don't need big actions. We can do small things like replacing equipment, for example. Using electric equipment rather than equipment that is going to use fossil-based combustibles or fuel. It's very important to have standardization. Many of the port operators, I've heard that they need to turn everything electrical. So how have you seen that in different ports? Have you seen that taking place in international ports? Maybe some sort of standardization that is being discussed. Is it easy to do? Is it easy to implement? Is all of that technology easy to adopt? What's happening in the USA? I know that in Auckland that happens already. So what is your view for that about that in Brazil? So something that we've seen in big countries like Brazil and the United States is that the strategies, they follow different steps at different speeds. For example, in California, they are way more advanced than ports in East America. In Texas, for example, they're halfway there. There are many reasons for that. First of all, we have the state government incentive. So the government in California regulates and furnishes, gives, invests in all of that. Helps with budgeting indeed. Helps with decarbonization. In Texas, however, when we have a lot of petroleum, when we have a lot of energy generation, we see that we have that incentive too, depending on the context where in which the port finds itself. But when we go to New York, well, New York follows that same line too. But if we go to Florida, to the Carolinas, they're a bit behind. That doesn't mean that they're not doing well. Each one follows their own rhythm, their own pace. The other ports that are starting to do it, they are stimulating other ports that are a bit behind to do the same. So we have a lot of governmental incentive and financing. Those $3 million that were invested, that were part of that investment, and were liberated in November for ports to use and start making everything electrical when it comes to their equipment. Industries can start a consortium to receive those investments too. There are sometimes partnerships between the port and the factories and industries, the companies. The port invests 90% and the factory 10%, and that percentage can vary depending on the partnership. So financial incentives are very important. They are very relevant, and it really stimulates and motivates that transition and decarbonization. Professor, what do you think about those plans that were discussed today? All the plans connected to maritime transport or road transport, are they also included in those innovations? Are they also included in the use of green fuels? Can we actually find other ways to supply for those sectors? Greener forms of doing that. Are those issues part of your discussions? Fortunately, yes. We have lots of different plans. We're trying to elaborate on many of them now. We're creating new laws that will regulate the coal market, the production of green hydrogen. That's all in the agenda too. We're trying to reconcile everything in an energy transition plan, a strategy plan. For example, Brazil has a goal, the new goal for Brazil when it comes to the reduction of GHG emissions until 2035 needs to be detailed. We have the goal, but we need a report saying that we're going to get there and how we're going to do it. It's important that we have a strategic plan associated to that. We assume that we know that we need to set the goals. We need to actually find what to do. When it comes to the hydrogen in southeastern Brazil, in northeastern Brazil, what are the choices that we're going to make so that we can actually have a successful follow-up to all of that? So when we talk about hydrogen, in 2030, how many vehicles are going to be using that kind of fuel? How many stations, terminals that supply for different companies are going to be using that kind of combustible and fuel? So if we do all of that, we're going to be able to visualize, to have an overview of how we can get to that result. We have lots of different planned strategies, law projects, laws being created and approved. But the best thing to do is actually planning. Decarbonization and energy transition are definitely connected. Brazil is definitely a pioneer in the production of energy. Brazil is big. 48% of our energy consumed in its entirety is renewable. And in the world, it's just 14.5%. So Brazil is ahead of everyone. We're having technical problems with the sound. Okay, now it's back. So in its entirety, Brazil is doing well because we've got 48% against 14.5% in the world. So Brazil is ahead in the game, but we should not lay back. We have to do something more about it. So up to 2035, we want to get to 0% emission of those GHG.
So we need to have goals and a plan and follow up with what is actually being implemented. It's very clear that we can have a net carbon sector by 2030 or 2040, but we need to have this goal. Isabella, talking a little bit about what you bring in your presentation. I was reading some research, and about 1 million employment opportunities can be created as a result of green fuels. And approximately a few 100,000 openings can disappear due to this technology. Brazil is now preparing itself to face this reality. We have the Ministry of Education that has been developing. I know you addressed this a bit in your presentation. I'd like you to delve deeper into training and talking about our youth. Are they prepared, or are they prepared to be trained at least? And that is a wonderful question. This is actually a concern that we have, which is employability. And if you're talking about economic development, we need to develop the local community and engage them in this project and train them so that they can actually be hired and contribute. That makes it possible to avoid hiring external workers. And what we see is that throughout the world, this is globally, there is not a clear guidance on what training is needed. So we are working in the development of training these port workers in hydrogen, ammonia, and others. We noticed that this knowledge was restricted to the manufacturers and to a select number of people that directly work with the technology or research. but it is not a widespread knowledge in a proportion of 1 million people or 300,000, as you mentioned, are the numbers of employability. So what I actually notice is that we are able to advance little by little, including new competencies and skills. And as you know, hydrogen is invisible, has no color, has no smell, and is inflammable. So there is knowledge that has to be added to these resumes, and whether it's via ministry, federal institutions, or Sinai, we have been working on this agenda. And with the Ministry of Mines and Energy, yesterday I was at the closing of an event that was H2O Brazil. It was a 4-year project. It was implemented throughout 6 different states, and through this project we're able to bring a little bit of Germany's expertise that has more pilot projects and are able to share this with us. And this was through the Ministry of Mines and Energy that has been developing this agenda. With the Ministry of Education, we launched a new phase of Professionals of the Future, which brings this reality of information technology and renewable energies and electrical mobility into our curriculum. But I think this has to be constant and ongoing and growingly. The gap is not going to be erased from 1 minute to the other. It needs structuring. We need more resources for education, for innovation, to make sure these green skills are implemented in all areas. You mentioned a great need for investment by countries that want to be inserted into this discussion, included in this discussion, and you brought those 3 major goals. Don't be afraid of measuring and implementing and so forth. Do we have anything positive related to this within our country? Do you believe that governments and businesses that you have relationships with, do they hold these bold goals? And are they able to monitor them? Well, I think Isabella and Joaquin can probably speak better on this subject regarding government incentives here in Brazil. What I can say is that the Brazilian people is extremely bold, courageous, daring, the Northeasterners even more. I truly believe in the power of partnerships, especially with the private sector, the institutions, non-government NGOs, in search of governments that can actually contribute to the maximum within this partnership based on 3 pillars: private initiative, NGOs, and government itself. And I believe that this is bound to be a success, and as I said, you have to start. You have to start somewhere. I don't know what the government incentives are like and regulations are like here in Brazil regarding all of this energy transition part. I haven't really been monitoring or surveying that, but Isabella, please help me, Isabella. I hope that they are able to contribute and notice that it is a global movement. One thing that is being very mentioned frequently, especially in an event held 2 weeks ago, Confederation of the Parties, was the Global South Initiative. And there was a bit of a heated discussion there, and I'm not sure what the results of these incentives are going to be. They are incentives from developed countries to countries under development. There were promises in the past that were not fulfilled, and that's why the decision was picked up again. It's a heated discussion, no doubt, and there is an internal role that needs to be completed. Basically, money needs to come in, right? There's a lot of promises that were made. We had some triggers for the investments, and the investment never came. So I have a question. Do you think that here in Brazil today we have ambitious projects, and do we actually have the courage to be the protagonists of this discussion? Yes, we do. For example, the green hydrogen law defines 18.5 billion HAL incentives from 2018 to 2032 to develop green hydrogen in Brazil. We have other initiatives, for example, at a state level. We have the H-Tech initiative, which is to train 1,000 multipliers who will become 10,000 hydrogen trainers. So we have several initiatives, but we also have the National Hydrogen Plan, which does not yet have well-established goals, a roadmap or master plan determining what is going to be done, a schedule. We don't have an energy transition, a national plan for that energy transition either, that tells us how to reach the goals of 67% in reduction until 2035, for example. But we do have initiatives that are in place. We have public-private partnerships. We have FIEC involved in several initiatives. One of our goals in this new sector, area that is being developed, is to establish partnerships, projects. Japan, for example, is developing a project called the Society of Hydrogen. Japan has great difficulties in energy. They have to import a lot of it, but they're seeing hydrogen as an important vector. And how did they begin? They began developing forklifters. And now they have forklifters that are using hydrogen as fuel. Trains. You have trains with low carbon emissions. They have developed what is now getting to be known as the hydrogen economy. So it's an actual decarbonization program. Now let's bring this over to Brazil and talk about fertilizers, for example. We import 80% of our fertilizers. We could have a program where year after year, ammonia, which is an input for fertilizers, what is ammonia? NH3, hydrogen and nitrogen. So what we could do was increase in 1% the use of green ammonia in this composition with every year that goes by. We could consume 3 million tons of green hydrogen. So instead of having a truck that is fuel combustion based, fossil fuel, we could have trucks with hydrogen. So we have to look into the future, and we have to find our way, our strategic plan to transition in the use of energy. And as the experts say, you have a program, and maybe sometimes you think, no, I'm going to spend some money here. But this money is an investment. This money will return. Something that I wanted to mention, and I think is important to add here, is that when you want to attract investment, you have to show your value. And Brazil needs to attract foreign investment. And we have a lot of natural resources, the minerals that are today being a requirement. What can Brazil offer? What can incentive policies boost in terms of this? So natural resources, mineral resources, innovation, technology, investments. Okay, I'll offer this mineral, but you bring your industry, your plant over here. So this exchange between countries, it's a two-way street. You give to receive. So what can we provide provide abroad? What can they provide to me? Within these green corridors, for example, how can the country generate and add value with favorable public incentives to contribute with the developed world? And what do we have to offer them that can be to insert ourselves in this global chain. I think everyone needs everyone. So we need to know exactly what we can offer to receive what we want. Before moving on to the final comments, I would like to ask one question to all of you. And it is, how do you, Professor, see the future in this line of discussion? Because in fact it is a challenge. You have several challenges. During your speech, you said that 17%, I think it was, I wrote it down even. You said that emissions were at 17% in 2050, but the commitment is to bring these emissions down to zero. So that completely reverses the logic. So beginning with the professor, how do you see this? There are several challenges. But what does that mean for the future of us Brazilians? Of course, emphasizing the north and northeastern regions. Fortunately, the future tends to be brilliant, but we cannot wait for this future. In the National Energy Plan of 2050, is that Brazil, the challenge of abundance. I don't know if you are aware, but if you take the energy that Brazil is going to need from now to 2050, and you will have 15 billion of equivalent tons in oil. So, regarding renewable energy alone, we have 250 billion tons equivalent in oil. So we have an abundance. We have 17 times. So we need plans, we need strategy to use this energy. And that's why I said that fortunately the future for us tends to be brilliant. The northeastern region here in Ceará is one of the only places in the world that has very high quality wind energy, very high quality solar energy, and all sorts of energy with very high quality, sustainable energy. So we are in a place as a state to not only export molecules, but also to produce green products and develop technology. Yeah, why not? But for that, we need actions, more actions. We already have actions implemented, but we have to go beyond so that we are actually able to surf this wave at the right time. Several countries also have their plans, and these plans, a hydrogen industry, might invest here in Australia, in Europe, in the US. So it's a very hard competition, and this is going to increase significantly. Everyone wants to be the best place to implement these developments, and Ceará, due to everything that has already been investment, the port it has, the logistic conditions it offers, the governance, it all leads us to believe that the future of the northeastern region will be brilliant. Brazil similarly, and especially Ceará. The more we act, the faster this will happen.
Whenever we talk about energy transition, it's a challenge. What's going to make it possible is the juridical protection, incentive to innovation. And when it comes to the energy transition, a difference that we can witness compared to oil and gas, these two sectors, is that we want to do that in a fair way. The hydrogen law foresees incentive that is going to make possible that society is also a part of that. So we see that concern with the globe, with the environment, is something that we see everywhere. we've been talking about two important things, the environment and the social. This energy transition encompasses everything. When we talk about sustainable fuel, for example, if we're talking about biomass, there's going to be a competition with in the feeding sectors. So we need structure, and we're witnessing that. I think it could be a bit faster than what we're able to do, but we're getting somewhere. When it comes to revenues, to the local populations, we're able to engage those people. Dr. Joaquin has given an example, one of the Sinai projects that were carried out in a partnership with the local state government. The question is, are those projects going to foster jobs, employment? So this is something that we need to analyze when we create a project. That's an opportunity that we can't miss out on. We need to take the chance to change our economy, our local economy, to grant better wages and better opportunities. And what about you? How do you view our future, Beatrice? Also, talking about the international relations that we have, we can't speak about decarbonization only looking at our country alone. It's just a small community, we can say. We depend on one another. So we need to see other examples too. So first of all, I think nature is speaking by itself, for itself. We see lots of impacts on the environment. Last year was the worst of many. The hurricane that we saw in Florida that cost millions of dollars. The floodings in the south of Brazil, the floodings in Spain and in other parts of the world. That should be the first motivation, the first push. This is a global movement. So I really believe that everybody has got to be a part of it in their own respective spheres. It's a mass movement. All the countries have to be there together. I really believe in partnership between countries, between different institutions of those countries. I really believe the market dynamics is really pressuring public agents and the government. It's no longer the opposite, the other way around. The population has been seeking that, demanded that. It's no longer the role that only belongs to rulers, to governors, for example. They are being pressured by the market dynamics. It's an irreversible thing that is happening. We have many geopolitical crises, for example, in Israel, in Russia, Ukraine. All of those geopolitical issues have made it more difficult, of course, but I really believe that we're going on the right way and there's no way back. Decarbonization, energy transition needs to continue. Now, going to our final considerations. The panel is ending. Professor Joaquin, what are your final considerations? Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate our host, our moderator, and he admitted that he doesn't know a lot, but you did a very good job. So Ricardo Parenci, Giulio, Hector, big authorities on the matter. I'd like to congratulate Expolog, all the organizers of the event, of this high quality event that is in its 19th edition. So congratulate you all. I'd like to do that. Even during the pandemic, we didn't stop. So that shows how competent you all are. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity of being here. We at FIAC are at your disposal to help you. Our director is an enthusiast of this theme, energy transition, sustainable development. He's not just an enthusiast, but he also acts on that enthusiasm. So we are at your disposal. Thank you very much, Isabelle and Beatrice, for your lectures. I'm very happy to be here right now. Thank you very much and count on us. what about your final considerations, Isabel? I'd like to thank you very much, and I've learned a lot from you all today. Thank you for the opportunity that I've been given. I would like to invite you to visit our stand. We have our little hydrogen-based vehicle. We have a little stereo prototype there, so just so you can see that it's already a reality. Thank you. I would like to thank our director, who is an enthusiast of this theme. He's been fostering different meetings, different events like this. When we talk to people of different sectors, we learn a lot. For example, I've learned a lot about international and national trading, what's going on in Ceará. So for me, it was a great opportunity. I really hope that you all enjoyed it too. Beatrice, today is Thanksgiving, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity of being here. And thank you, Ricardo Parenti, for your invitation. I'm happy for sharing all of my knowledge with you. I'm happy for meeting you. I'd like to be grateful. I am grateful for all the opportunities that I had here in Ceará as an engineer in the iron industry. All of those opportunities made it possible for me to reach the horizons. So my heart is always here, I have to say. So I'm happy to be back and bring this knowledge that I acquired. And I want to take some of that out to wherever I am. And I'm always at your disposal. I'm at the disposal of my country and of my state. I will contribute with whatever I can. Thank you, Enid, for the event that they have organized. Thank you all for your presence here. For me, it was very enriching. It's not really my field, but everything that you've brought to the table is also connected to us working in the port. How to turn the docks electric, for example. So it's very important for me it was very good for me to see all of that. Not just in Santos, but many other ports are investing on all of that. So I can see that it's a dispute in investments. The best investment takes the resource. So when I take a project to the United States, for example, I have to defend it. I have to tell people that the Brazilians believe that, so I can have some investments from the US. So hearing from you that Brazil has a brilliant future is very enriching. It's very, very pleasant, and it's good because it's going to be useful whenever we're trying to make whenever we're trying to make business abroad. Thank you for the organization of this event. It was very beautiful. From the very beginning of this project, back in the days of Pedro Brito, the minister, I can see the good results of this all. I would like to ask that you stay on the platform, please. Before we take the photo, I'd like to invite our co-hosts so that they can also leave a message to you all. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite to the platform the CEO of Prática Eventos, the company that actually organized Expolog, and also the president of the Cearense Company for Logistics, and Augusto Wagner, who is the executive director of IBN. He was also part of the technical committee of Expolog 2024. Hello everybody, good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here, closing everything with Leonardo. He's been with us for 19 editions of the Expolog. I would like to invite President Maranhão to be part of this panel. dear Joaquin, Isabelle. Well, my friends, for all of you that were in the stands and also you who are in the audience, I would like to say that I am grateful. Thank you. For all those who helped us build and create and organize this event. Every year we've been trying to challenge ourselves. Right, Ricardo Parinci? So I would like to salute all of the friends that are here. And we're really trying to make Ceará grow. We want it to be the host for these logistics authorities that are always here every year. I would like to call Carlos Alberto, one of our coordinators, to be part of this moment. I don't know if Raul is here from the Brazil-Portugal Chamber, who is also one of the organizers of this event. Anyway, this is a moment to say thanks. Now we have some improvements in the organizing of this event. Now we have international representatives, thousands of different brands and names participating, different partners, to all of you who believed that it is possible for us to make big events in Ceará, in Brazil, when it comes about in the logistics field. If you really think that Northeastern Brazil can be the platform of big discussions and debates, for all of you who believed that, thank you very much. Thank you again, Carlos Alberto, President Maranhão, and all the big partners that have been our helpers in this project. Thank you, Parachica Eventos, for all of those who assembled the equipment, who are responsible for that. Those are companies that are 100% local from Ceará. And I am proud that here in Ceará we have big companies, big enterprises that are able to organize an event such as this. See you next time. Enid, I've got another, I would like to add to it. Besides all of that effort and partnership, none of that would be possible without your effort. We've been together throughout these 19 years of Expolog. I was here when the first time when we first met. My hair was not this white, and we can see the growth of it all. It was just a hotel room. The first Expolog was held in a hotel room with just a few people, where we had an exchange of knowledge. And out of that knowledge and exchange, 20 years ago, we have all of it, all of this that you can see. We've been able to exchange a lot of knowledge that comes from the States, from the country, and I'm sure that we can transform what's been said here. All of this teaching, we can transform that into documents, and in the end, policies. So it's really good that we've had such enriching technical panels. We, the organizers, the lecturers, the speakers, the hosts, we are very happy for the support that we've received. It was worth it. Now, as the speaker and a businessman working with ports in the port segment in the last 10 years, participating with all of those friends and seeing the history that we built, I can only say that I'm just satisfied. I'm happy to see the quality of this event. And all of the clients that came here to pay us a visit, the network that has been created was very good. I'd like to congratulate all of the good practices that have been encouraged here. This Expolog was remarkable. In January, as President Maranhão said, we're already planning. We are starting to plan the 2025 edition of Expolog, which is going to be better. First and foremost, I'd like to invite Carol Macedo. Where is Carol and Edna? Where are they? Heitor, all of the people belongs to the technical committees. Please, can you please come up to the platform and be with us for an instant? Hermes, Julia, who is also working with us. Julia, please come up to the platform. Ricardo Parente too, one of the great aides that we've had all along. So in behalf of the co-hosts of this event, for us we are very proud to see what this event has become. This event is not limited to the Portugal-Brazil Chamber. It's not an event by Prática Eventos. No, it's an event carried out by a group of people that are dedicated, technicians of high-level technicians and professionals that are together. They've been getting together throughout the year to discuss the themes for the next one, the one to come, the next seminar. So after that, we have a lot of work, distributing, delegating different panels. So as a co-host, I'd like to thank you. First, to all of the technical committee from Prática Eventos for helping us with the carrying out. Our press friends that have been supporting us in all of the moments in the carrying out of it. So I would like to salute you all. We've got some rookies, some new people here, like, for example, Ricardo Parente. He's been here for a few days only. We have Studat, lots of dedicated people that really are working hard for the realization of this event. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, visitors too. You are the reason why we keep on holding these events, so thank you very much again. And in November 2025, that is very close, we're going to have another edition. So I'd like to invite you for that. I'd like you to be together with us once again. I know it's going to be even bigger and better than this year. Thank you. Now we're going to take a photo. Now we have many of the professionals involved in the event. A photo that is going to carry lots of affectionate memories. We're going to reminisce on the 19 editions of Expolog. It's been already highlighted by our Professor Augusto Valle and President Maranhão. An ovation, please, to all of those people that thought together, that worked together to make Ceará bigger, and our country too. Now that we've finished taking our photo, oh okay, we still haven't. Waiting a little bit more. We're having our Portugal representatives. I would like to once again speak about the innovation that these events stand for. So Professor Alan, Professor Marta, representing innovation. We're really working hard on that, on being innovative. There you go. Each year, new partnership. We see that our views are amplified and extended. Technology, innovation, those are results of Expolog. Okay. Now I'm going to ask Hermes Monteiro to stay on the platform. He is the director of Nova Era Aduaneira, and he's going to let us know more about the gamification. The little game. We have the winners of the raffle. So Hermes, please. Thank you, Norma. Good afternoon, everyone. We've thought about a new way to gamify our event. We wanted to make our event advanced technologically. So we've chosen a new platform called gotas.social, and through NFT images we are able to spread the word about the stands. And now the participants are they're going after the hidden treasure. So now that they have scanned a QR code, they were able to collect a little drop, a gota. Those who are able to collect their drops throughout the event, they're going to actually 4 raffles. And in a few instances we're going to do that live and online. And the prize is each of the people that win are going to receive a bank transfer of 250 reais. We know that there were lots of young people here, students, so who knows, maybe that can help you. So I would like to ask for my support team, our press team, to prepare our first raffle. So this has been sponsored by gotas.social. Thank you, Ariel and Gabi, who have been helping us with that. They are part of the team. And now we have this innovation. We bring it straight from Portugal to our event. So whenever you're ready. So you can put it on the screen so we can see who the winner is. We're going to shuffle a bit. If you'd like to know how it works, you can go to gotas.social. Shuffle it, shuffle it. All right. So who of the ones here has been able to collect the drops? So we've got some people with their... So the first winner is... We're shuffling. Let's see who the first winner is. Elianeuza Oliveira. Elianeuza Oliveira. Are you there? There you go. You are the winner, Elianeuza. Faith is really important. We need to believe. Believe things even before they take place. So please stay with us. We're going to take a photo with everybody. Elianeuza Oliveira was the first winner of our raffle. Congratulations. Now we're going to the second one. Congratulations, Elianeuza. That's incredible. So you can stay here with us. The second raffle now. Now we're going to get everybody together here for us to take a photo, yeah? Gotas.social. We're going to the second raffle. So lots of football clubs are using that as their bonuses. You can use that in your enterprise too. You can speak to the Expolog committees just to know how to use that tool. Is everything all right with the raffle? Are we ready? So we have this platform called gotas.social that uses NFT images to create different interactions. Now we're going to the next bank transfer of 250 reais. Elianeuza, our winner, is going to take his wife to dinner this evening. So he is very happy, and his wife too. Now we're going to have the next winner. Let's check who the next winner is going to be. We're waiting to see the results. Who do you think is going to win, a man or a woman? Leticia Ellen. Leticia Ellen is the winner of the second raffle. So Leticia, are you there? If you are there, please, can you come up to the platform? If you're not though, we're gonna get in touch with you so you can receive your 250 reais. What's your name, my friend, again? Elia Neuza, right? How do people call you? Jose? There you go. So Jose is the first winner, Leticia is the next one. And now we're going to the third one, third round. Norma, do you think it's going to be a man or a woman? Another woman? All right. We are prophesizing that women are going to win. More women are going to win. Now let's go to the next winner. 3, 2, 1. Let's see who the next winner is. We have the third transfer, 250 reais transfer. This is a partnership with Gotas.social. The next winner is Marcos Apollo. Number 3. He is the number 3 winner of our 250 reais transfer. Marco Apollo, if you are here, you can come up to the platform. If not, Elianeuza is going to be the only representative. Elianeuza from Pacatuba. Have you been present to the 2 days of the event? So I'm finishing a logistics course right now, and one of my teachers commented about this event, and now I'm here. So I'm representing Sebrae. So we know that logistics is really moving the global economy. So logistics is what moves the world. That was a very nice motto. Thank you very much, Elianeuza. And a big hugs to the friends from Sebrae. Now let's go to number 4. Let's see the 4th winner of the raffle. Let's get ready to see number 4. Let's see who the winner is going to be now. Now it's probably going to be a woman. This is the gamification through NFT images. Now let's see who the winner is. Number 4 winner. Raul, do you think it's going to be someone who is here or someone who is at home that's going to get the prize? Melanie Kaelani Souza. Kaelani Souza, you are the 4th winner. You got 250 reais picks in a little game that we're playing here, innovative game that we are playing that uses NFT images. Lots of different football clubs are using this platform, Gotas.social, to engage, to create engaging activities. Congratulations to all of you who participated in the game. We had more than 2,000 drops or gotas that were collected throughout the event. And now Jose is one of the representatives, is one of the winners. We're going to collect your data later on, and you're going to receive 250 reais. Yeah, that's going to be amazing. Let's take a photo now. Congratulations, my friend. Good job. May God bless you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Big hugs. I'll see you next year with more games and more prizes. Maybe you're going to be the winner. Who knows? Norma, thank you very much. And now Norma is going to call another prize. Our friends who worked in the pre-Expolog Hague. Now I'm going to hand it over to you.
Wonderful news, and he's also very swift. So now we end our event with the award ceremony of the second Expolog rack, and for those who are competing in this important initiative for innovation, I would like to invite the Director of Projects of Instituto Amigo, Daniel Pereira. Thank you so much, everyone. Good afternoon, Expolog. Thank you for being with us at this time. For us from the Institute Amigo, it is very fulfilling to see the dedication that we have employed to making everything here happen and bringing the perception of everything that we've been building over these years of history. I have Evan Yilson Costa here with me, the co-founder of Institute Amigo, and he greatly contributed and thought of the impact. The Institute Amigo was born in Santos, but we are now looking out into Brazil, understanding that we are able to impact people more and more and spread this impact even further. We impact people through innovation and technology, in logistics, and it's so we are very grateful to be here in this event. Everything we do is focused, has a social focus, thinking about the value that we generate and add. Exactly. The idea is to always improve people, to better people, evolve people. Of course, consequently, you will influence processes and companies and businesses. I am a businessman, so I also think as an entrepreneur and businessman, but as an institute, we look at the people and how do these younger people, what are they going to be in the future? What are they going to do? How can we help them build a more feasible path to results? And here at Amigo, we greatly focus on hackathons, which are development marathons, technology competitions in which we are able to identify talents. So within our database and analyzing the impact generated, we have this social responsibility. Specifically here within the Expolog hack, we have the greatest logistic trade show in the north and northeastern region happening, and we were able to create a hackathon within a short amount of time to deliver value to our logistics community. And just talking very briefly about what the hackathon was, it was comprised of 35 hours. In the month of November, we had 31 teams that were enrolled. 31 teams were approved, and today we are going to have the opportunity of seeing the 3 finalists presenting the solutions for the projects that they had. And it's really interesting when we draw a parallel to large corporations and private sector. You think, well, how can people that are so young develop such functional projects in such little time? And a lot of times you see huge corporations with resources and everything unable to do the same with everything they have. And it's wonderful to be able to reveal these talents and offer them to the market. It's a way of developing these people and boosting their development and providing them a means of income and inserting them into new spaces. And just so you know how our dynamics are going to work, we have 3 teams that are going to present their projects. Each team has 5 minutes to tell us about what they did within 35 hours. Then they will have another few minutes to present their prototype and the solution developed. We also do a code review, so we review all of the products to verify that they are working, and later on we will have 3 minutes for the board so they can analyze and ask questions and allow us to have a more critical view of what is being presented. At the end, we also have the participation of the audience who will be able to vote on these solutions. mentioning which one they thought was best, which one they related to more. Of course, the audience has less of a weight in this vote than the technical board, but it is a moment for everyone to be able to interact. And the main thing, but not the only important thing regarding this moment, is that the winning team will receive an award of 10,000 reais that will be delivered considering the recognized projects. We also have money awards for second and third place, not as a means of making the final goal the award, but to stimulate their continuous development and providing opportunities to people, which I think is the key word of this event, opportunities. With no further delay, we are going to begin. I'm going to call upon the first team. I can see them anxious over there in the corner. Let's see who's going to present first, but before we determine that, I wanted to show you our jury. You wanted to know who is going to be analyzing our presentations. I'll begin from the right to the left. In first place, we have Marcelo Maranhão, who is the president of the Union of Transport Companies of Ceará. He is an organizer of the event. A round of applause for Marcelo. If you can stand, Marcelo, please, so everyone can see you. Thank you so much. We also have Professor Alain, and despite not liking the name Professor, I'm sorry, it's with you. Just ride with it. We have Professor Batista, a great partner of ours. He is one of the jurors that is going to assess your results. We have the manager of innovation of Bessem Port here as well. We are bringing people who are important in the industry. Director of operations of over here. You have a person representing the Free Hub, LLM Port Operations. It's a company born in Ceará that just began operations in Maranhão. So we have executives and important people in the private sector, and we have others as well. The theme of our hackathon is decarbonization of logistic operations, so it is extremely broad, and all three teams were able to cut out a focus that was each one more interesting than the other. I'm going to call on Jussara Massimo, who is going to present the project. Hello. 5 minutes. So just to reinforce, Jussara will have 5 minutes to present the solution developed by her. When you begin speaking, our team will begin counting the time. Good afternoon. My name is Jussara Massimo. I am from São Luís, Maranhão. I am representing Veselops. What if maritime transport was more efficient, competitive, and sustainable? All of this at the same time. I want to talk to you, Port Authority, and others involved who are seeking for a more intelligent, smart way of controlling emission and attracting more businesses that are more aware. That's why we developed Veselops Portal. It connects decarbonization and port logistics. This is our problem. Maritime transport moves 80% of global commerce and issues 1 billion tons of GHG. According to the Paris Agreement, the goals for reducing these emissions are ambitious, but in Brazil, the goal is to reduce 50% of what is produced in 2030. So what we have here are ports and other transports faced with a significant challenge, which is to align ports to decarbonization goals. And here in this context, we have these letters, CII, the Carbon Intensity Indicator, an abbreviation implemented in 2023 that measures environmental performance of vessels. It calculates CO2 emissions by transported mile, and it is rated according to A, B, C, D, or E, where you have A is excellent, the last one is insufficient. The higher the classification, the more financial incentive you receive and the preference of the global market. Vessel Ops Portal allows freight leaders and port authorities to access the stats of the vessels that they intend to contract or to receive in their ports. And why is that important? Because it's going to help make strategic decisions. Like, should I contract this vessel or not? Should I allow it to operate in my port or not? And this way, you can provide discounts to vessels that are more efficient and charge more from those that are not. Vessel Ops will work with yearly subscriptions with continuous access to the platform's tools. Our market is significant. The total of our market is over $1.2 billion a year. In Brazil specifically, we have 50 freighters. And the scalability of this project is going to allow us to reach different markets, beginning with Brazil, expanding to Latin America, and then basically the sea is our limit. Currently, we don't have a lot of platforms consolidating environmental and port information in terms of CO2 emission. The differential here is the advanced tools involved, such as heat maps, that shows where CO2 is emitted the most. We have strategic business information, everything within a very accessible, user-friendly platform. And according to the demands that we feel of the market, we have a few steps to be implemented further on, which is the previous calculation of emissions per scale and emissions per transport route of a determined cargo. So the vessel arrives at the port, reaches its destination, and then leaves. Despite being at the beginning of its processes, we already have validation for this platform, which shows the acceleration of the alignment of these operational practices and the alignment to decarbonization goals worldwide. We have the team here. Técio Máximo, a port manager, Jussara Máximo, me, and our programmer. So optimize, decarbonize with Vessel Ops Portal. A round of applause right within your time now. 2 minutes for remarks. If you want to show the video. Right here we begin with the login interface. Oops, where'd it go? Here we go. We begin with the login interface and we move into the homepage where you will be able to access all the vessels in the world and their due classification. This is, for now, what we have here are some particularities of these ships, and we will also have their classification, whether A, B, C, D, E, and their target right over there. In the future, as mentioned, we will be implementing this predictiveness through AI to talk about the calculation of emissions and how much they're going to spend in terms of CO2 according to their operations. Wonderful. A round of applause. It was there the entire time. You were the one that didn't see it, but continuing with our presentations. Does the jury have any questions? Now, our judging panel is going to be able to make any considerations they desire. They already have some information in hand, and while they are looking at that, we're going to bring the next team on stage. And it's interesting because we have teams from several places. We have teams from Ceará, from Maranhão, from São Paulo that traveled for 36 hours to be here, and it's exactly this team that we're going to call on. The representative of Red Millie, Mr. Veloso. We have one person missing their assessment. Allah, it's your vote that's missing. Perfect, everyone has voted. So please begin speaking. We will be timing you. 1 billion of tons of carbon generated each year by maritime transport. Vessels are today the 8th largest source of carbon dioxide emissions. What we want to do is reduce these emissions, and we're thinking about renewable fuels. We still have difficulties to face regarding alternative fuels. We have other sectors, other modes like road, railway, etc. that are already transitioning. Thinking about all of this, how can we create a feasible model to produce renewable maritime fuel? My name is Beluzu. I'm from São Paulo. I traveled here by bus over 2 days, and I came here to talk about feasibility measurement for hybrid plants in Brazil. With this, you will be able to decrease the cost of green methanol and also create an internal market for green methanol. We are already mapping the best places for you to be able to deploy your hybrid plant. And here, what you can see is the hybrid plant itself. We already have a pilot in the south of Brazil and Rotterdam port in Holland. Basically, what we have here, the CO2 plant and hydrogen plant, and we're going to be able to capture hydrogen. One will null out the other, cancel out the other, and basically, how are we going to help you build this platform? We're going to take the distance between ports. So with this variable, we're going to be able to decrease the complications surrounding calculations. How is it going to work? Basically, each plant will have data, and we're going to take all of this data, place it in a report, and the integration feasibility here on the left, you see the minimum cost of green hydrogen, which is here in the Northeast, you lead, and we might be able to lead the market until 2050. And here we have close to the ports, Pernambuco will have the first methanol factory of the country with an investment of 2 billion from European Energy, and the industry already has 100 orders. 88 out of 100 of the main international ports already have infrastructure installed to operate with green methanol. Some already operate with blue and gray methanol. And the size of the market, let's talk about that. Up to 2028, we can quintuple the amount. Until 2050, we have foreseen $3 billion. Our business model begins with software that is going to have feasibility analysis, management of hybrid plants, reports. Our roadmap begins here at Expolog, development of the AI model to increase feasibility, development of our AI, validation with the market, and especially a tokenization of green methanol so that we can sell this abroad and become a powerhouse in the market. My name is Thiago. I am Beluso. We have Thiago Henrique and Karen on my team. Now, what do you think? Let's join us in decarbonizing the world. We have a few QR codes that are spread around, and at the end of this presentation, can you please show it here on the screen? No, that's his solution. On the next slide, you'll see the QR code. Where is it? Basically, our goals and functionalities and resources, you can see here, this is in real time with the system installed in the hybrid plant. And everything is responsive and coded and working, up and running. Right here, we have a login system. You are able to log in using your Google account. Here we have places where it is viable to deploy these hybrid plants. You are able to see the name of the location and also its hydrography. Here you are able to manage your hybrid plant in its entirety. You can also see how much CO2 was absorbed, and you can choose any specificities you like. Here in the report, you are able to export everything into Excel, and then you can use it as an internal table or for anything you need. A round of applause for Veloso. For those who are in the audience, this is a QR code that you can use to vote. You can vote on the first team and on the second team. 620. Thank you so much for being here. Our judging panel will also be providing their votes. Does anyone have any questions? And just so we can get ready, we have the last team representing Ceará. Please come up to the stage. The moment to shine is yours. Wonderful. Everyone from the jurors has voted. You have 5 minutes to present your project. When you begin speaking, we will be timing you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Clara, and I am part of the Steve Jobbers team, which is comprised of specialists that bring innovation into logistics. And I am bringing a reflection. We are all waste. All of us are waste. A plastic bottle, I'm sure you have taken in water, even the pizza box that we ate at the hackathon. All of this is intrinsic to humanity. Wherever there are people, there is waste. And don't think the problem ends in your waste bin at home. Because in Brazil produced over 81.8 million tons of waste in urban settings alone. And whose responsibility is that? Who should be answering? Who should be taking on the consequences? Is it who provides, who consumes, or the logistics sector that brings those two together? What we know is that none of them is held liable enough, because there is a rate of only 4% of recycling in Brazil. And in addition, in the logistics sector itself, we have delivery logistics companies, and we have packaging that is thrown out, pallets, boxes. All of this produces waste. So let's change the question and ask instead of who is responsible, let's ask who is going to be responsible for change. That's what our solution brings. We developed a mobile app that connects logistic companies, delivery logistic companies, to other companies to convert recyclable trash and carbon credits that allow you to rescue discount coupons. And that aligns with the SDGs 11, 13, and 17 to create partnerships with this common interest of decarbonization. Our solution, despite still being under validation, it already has caught the interest of 3 companies, Global Solis, G4 Turismo, and Cerama, who want to take part in the benefits of our ecosystem. To be able to do that, we have RecCycle, the 4th R of sustainability. It works in a way that you are able to register your collection and rescue your credits that are in the form of coupons. We also have a chat box that is able to answer your questions while using the app. And how do we get this bill paid? We have a business model where for every carbon credit generated inside the app, we convert an amount to us, and this means that the more we stimulate recycling and decarbonization, the more revenue we generate. It's a win-win situation. So with the amount of waste produced by Brazil, with its highest potential, our app can move over 200 billion reais. And that's not it. That's not the end. The next steps that we see are the CO2 footprint calculator to be added into our app so that the companies can know the impact that they are causing. We also intend to expand AI use as a problem solver. We want to identify bottlenecks and action plans and decrease impacts. And we are very happy to say that our solution also has benefits for those of you who are at home. We intend to expand our audience, target audience, so that within your everyday lives, you can also use the discount coupons offered by partnering companies. So, let's come with us to recycle. Thank you. This is the QR code. So Steve Jobbers is going to have 2 minutes to present your solution, the developed solution. If you want to play the video, Rexcycle. We begin with the login screen where you are going to be able to log in as a transport company or a company willing to exchange coupons for carbon credits. We have our balance here in carbon credits. That's interesting for companies that launch CO2 into the environment and aren't able to meet their CO2 emission goals. And this way they can actually purchase these credits and we intermediate these relationships. We have a coupon service also that can be exchanged for carbon credits, and you can also acquire the token so you can exchange these at a store. We have collection points that are registered by us. You can say the material you are going to be exchanging, how much, and this will be converted into carbon credits. Here we have the balance that was already adjusted, and now we're going to see how it works when you log in as a company that wants to generate coupons in exchange for carbon credits. Right here we have a fishing course. We have a title, a description, and the cost that we are, the cost for creating the carbon credit. So a very important resource is the AI, generative AI-based chat box, and it's able to answer accurately to all of your questions pertaining to the app and everything it involves. That was wonderful. Everyone managed to stay within their times. Now, our judging panel is finalizing their votes, and while we're here, I would like to call upon everyone here to reflect upon the path that we have completed until here. It's wonderful seeing these 3 teams that have come from 3 distinct locations. Some took Uber, others car, another one took bus and traveled by bus between states, and they all cooperated to this event happening. Some people brought their families, others brought their children, and this is so important for us to see. It shows how these kinds of moments integrate and celebrate moments. I think that is the magical part of participating in a hackathon. It's understanding the impact that we have upon people. And I am very happy to say that I am not one of the people making up the judging panel. That has got to be extremely difficult, so I will throw that responsibility out to you. But honestly, this was only possible because Prática Eventos believed in us, in our challenge. The Institute also looked at the proposal and said, yes, we can do it. And the intention is to be more challenging and more welcoming. And of course, we have the financial consequences, which are a result of everything that you have produced. But the 3 teams, I want to say, are already winners. the people that are with you, everything that you have gone through. For me and Evan Newsom, we were able to deliver what for us was the main point. We got you here on stage. We gave you the opportunity to present your projects. You had the opportunity to solve actual issues, and I think that is what the greatest award that we could get. Well, the result is there already. I think it's important that Eniji or Edna or Maria Augusta be the ones to deliver the result to the winners. I only see Maria Augusta here, so I think they could come up to the stage. We are mere representatives of a result, but they are the actual people that commit to this result, that commit to making this result possible. We are here as partners and people and companies that are here developing a work, and we have to credit the people who are here organizing and making everything happen.
We have a very big sponsor that is coming up to the platform. I would like you to give him an ovation. He's very happy to have come here to share a bit of that moment with us. So we're going to whisper in their ears. We know that the three of them are champions, but we're going to start with the third place, and then second, and then the big winner, first place. So I would like you to be in suspense now. I'm going to whisper into your ears the name of the winner. So we're going to have a little bit of a tension moment right now. Maria Augusta is going to announce the third place. In third place, we have Head Miley. Congratulations, everyone. So he didn't give up. So that's great. Now he is in third place. You are a big professional. So tell us a bit about your experience. How did you spend, what was it like to spend 36 hours on a bus? I've been present at different reggaetons in Brazil. So taking having a 40-hour trip just to get here that was big. And I wasn't really used to the maritime sector, so it was actually great to be here. Now we're going to announce the second place. We have George, who is our great sponsor. So he's going to tell us who the second place is. And then when we announce the second one, we're obviously going to know the first place. In second place, we have Vessel. So, Vessel Ops, you are in second place. You brought your whole families, yeah? Your wives, your friends. So, an ovation to all of you. You have made this moment very rich and unique. I'd like to add an important piece of information. Well, the winning team already knows that they are the winners. But just so you all know, we had a popular vote, and it was not that defined the winner. So why are we mentioning that? It's a local team, it's from Ceará. It's actually our mission as an institute. And that's me. Not even my partners know. They don't know how that goes, because we want to make sure that it's a faithful and trustworthy votation. So it wasn't really because the team is from here that they won. Absolutely not. It was a fair election. So we're not here discussing the merit of each team, but those results were not. They didn't come from some sort of favoritism. So we are here just to make sure that you understand that. So I would like to reinforce the words of Eva Nielsen, who is one of the partners of the institutes that I represent. So I would like to thank you all. Thank you, Daniel, Eva Nielsen. Thank you, Anna, that is over there. One of our friends, Marcos Ribeiro, who is in São Paulo, he wasn't able to come. I would like to invite Anna to the platform to represent the institute, the Amigu Institute, that has been essential. We were not in a position to do that. We weren't able to carry out the hackathon. So I would like to thank you very much, all of the Amigu Institute friends. And I would like to invite you all from the Cearense team, Maria Clara and all the others that I met on Sunday. And Steve Jobbers. I'm very happy for you, Steve Jobbers. An ovation, please. And I would like to compliment the discourse by Evan Nilsson, that disclaimer. I've got 3 representatives from Maranhão, 3 representatives from Ceará, in order for that decision to be fair and just. We want to recognize and acknowledge the merits of those who deserve that merit. Our goal is for you to actually get to the top, go to first place, and win that. That's your moment. So Steve Jobbers, you are in first place. First place receives 10,000 reais, the second one 350 reais, and the third place 2,000 reais. An ovation, please. Now we're going to take an official photo of the teams. That's the most important thing. All of them have come. They are wearing their uniforms. They took it seriously. I would like to ask the voters to come up to the platform, all of the ones that elected these companies to come up to the platform to take a photo with us too. And that's how we close Expolog 2024 with the winning teams on the platform. I would like to thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, the audience, our online audience too. I would like to wish you all an excellent trip back home. I hope you have lots of blessings and merry parties to all of you. I'll see you at Expolog 2025.
A Bahia tem o mais extenso litoral do Brasil. São 1.100 quilômetros de praias, enseadas e baías, cargas em contêiner. Também na Baía de Todos os Santos está outro porto da Codeba, o de Aratu-Candeias, estrategicamente localizado próximo ao Centro Industrial de Aratu e ao Polo Petroquímico de Camaçari. O porto de Aratu-Candeias tem forte vocação industrial e excelente acesso rodoviário e ferroviário. Tudo isso faz dele um dos mais importantes exportadores de minérios, granéis sólidos e da produção química e petroquímica do Brasil. Descendo em direção ao sul do estado, chegamos ao Porto de Ilhéus, o primeiro em alto mar do Brasil, operando com cargas da Bahia e norte de Minas Gerais. O porto tem capacidade para movimentar mais de 1 milhão de toneladas por ano, entre o tradicional cacau, grãos, minérios e carga geral. Além disso, o Porto de Ilhéus tem um potencial turístico que cresce a cada dia. Além de cuidar da gestão, infraestrutura e fiscalização de seus terminais, dos canais de acesso à Baía de Todos os Santos e áreas de fundeio, a Codeba, Autoridade Portuária da Bahia, é a responsável pela navegação comercial em águas baianas e segue em permanente evolução para garantir mais eficiência para a rede portuária do Estado, buscando novas soluções no setor estratégico e vital para a nossa economia.
Chegou a hora de se destacar no mercado de trabalho. Seja Senai Ceará. Oferecemos mais de 300 cursos em mais de 20 áreas: energia, logística, TI, vestuário, automotiva, refrigeração e muito mais. De cada 10 alunos, 7 saem empregados. Tá esperando o quê? Vem alavancar sua carreira com a gente.
Todos nós temos uma receita de felicidade. Uma boa dose de saúde é essencial para vivermos em paz e aproveitarmos cada minuto. E o SESI Ceará leva a sério a missão de contribuir para a promoção de sua saúde, educação e segurança dentro e fora da indústria. Nossos serviços e nossa tecnologia estão se expandindo, proporcionando às empresas soluções inovadoras que impulsionam a economia cearense e criam diferenciais competitivos no mercado. Nas SESI Clínicas, oferecemos uma estrutura de qualidade e profissionais qualificados em diversas especialidades médicas. Também oferecemos teleconsultas em clínica geral, nutrição, psicologia e psiquiatria, garantindo acesso rápido e eficiente aos cuidados de saúde, realização de exames em tempo hábil e recebimento dos resultados com rapidez. Todas as nossas ações estão alinhadas com desenvolvimento sustentável. Ao substituir papel e películas de raio-x por sistemas integrados a QR Codes, por exemplo, Estamos contribuindo para a preservação do meio ambiente, alinhados aos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável ODS. Nas indústrias, as empresas também contam com nossas soluções em saúde e segurança do trabalho, que garantem conformidade com a legislação, produtividade e qualidade de vida para os trabalhadores. O SESI realiza uma gestão integrada e inteligente de saúde e segurança por meio de uma plataforma denominada SESI Viva Mais. Esta plataforma dispõe de um software exclusivo para a gestão de dados e um BI denominado InfoSESI Viva Mais. Desenvolvido por uma equipe multidisciplinar, é um painel intuitivo com 60 indicadores que mostram a realidade da saúde e segurança no trabalho. Essa ferramenta traz informações que auxiliam na tomada de decisões, redução de custos e aumento da produtividade e qualidade de vida dos trabalhadores. E para termos uma vida saudável, também é preciso o movimento. Por isso, nossas unidades contam com academias de alto padrão. Oferecemos estrutura para diversas modalidades esportivas, como natação, cross-sese, beach tênis, hidroginástica, pilates, entre outras atividades. É assim que damos sentido ao nosso trabalho com segurança e qualidade, criando uma relação harmoniosa com o mundo ao nosso redor. SESI Ceará. Feliz de quem tem.
O transporte é um dos pilares essenciais para o progresso socioeconômico de um país continental como o Brasil. Todo o ecossistema desse setor é representado pelo Sistema Transporte, formado pela CNT, Confederação Nacional do Transporte, pelo SEST, Serviço Social do Transporte e Serviço Nacional de Aprendizagem do Transporte, e pelo ITL, Instituto de Transporte e Logística. A CNT é a entidade representativa das empresas transportadoras brasileiras. É a atuação da Confederação que garante os avanços necessários e assegura um ambiente de negócios propício ao desenvolvimento da atividade transportadora no Brasil. O SEST-Senat é o eixo social do sistema transporte. Na prática, cada uma das unidades operacionais oferece serviços de nutrição, psicologia, fisioterapia e odontologia, além de atividades físicas e cursos de capacitação, formação e aprendizagem para jovens e adultos. O Sistema Transporte também investe na melhoria da alta gestão. E esse é o papel do ITL, destinado à capacitação da alta gestão das empresas. Para isso, a instituição oferece, por meio de parcerias com instituições de ensino, os melhores cursos para garantir a evolução do setor de transporte. A atuação da CNT, do SEST-Senat e do ITL se baseia em ações que buscam garantir mais investimentos para
os projetos eólicos offshore utilizando fontes renováveis. Nossa história de inovação, compromisso e eficiência. Tudo que passa pelo PCM tem o apoio da TCER Terminais.
O que transforma um lugar? As pessoas, os negócios, o trabalho, as oportunidades, o propósito, a união. Assim nasceu a AECIP, Associação das Empresas do Complexo Industrial e Portuário do PECEM. Fundada em 2015, a AECIP tem o propósito de fortalecer e desenvolver de forma colaborativa e sustentável o ambiente de negócios instalado no Complexo Industrial e Portuário do PECEM. A entidade reúne empresas protagonistas no desenvolvimento do Ceará, presentes nos municípios de São Gonçalo, Paracuru e Caucaia. As associadas fazem parte de 4 setores da economia: indústrias de base, empresas de serviços, empresas de comércio e empresas de apoio. Juntas, elas representam cerca de 92% do PIB da região. O planejamento estratégico da associação envolve 3 eixos de atuação: governança e gestão, infraestrutura, estratégias conjuntas de segurança do trabalho e patrimonial e estímulo à realização de negócios. As empresas associadas e sua cadeia de suprimentos junto com governos, academia e comunidades locais atuam como agentes do desenvolvimento sustentável de todo o ecossistema. A AECIP e suas associadas também trabalham como elo na estruturação de ações, por meio dos fóruns temáticos, nas áreas de recursos humanos, comunicação, logística, desenvolvimento de fornecedores, meio ambiente, relações trabalhistas, responsabilidade social, inovação, segurança patrimonial e saúde e segurança. E o trabalho só acontece porque também existem parceiros como o Instituto Federal do Ceará, IFCE-PECEM, Cine-IDT, Forças de Segurança, comunicadores locais, prefeituras, câmaras municipais, ONGs, escolas e toda uma rede que se interliga para tornar possível a transformação. Muito já foi feito para que possamos nos fortalecer e olhar para o futuro. Um futuro em sinergia com o ambiente para melhorar investimentos locais, capital de giro, empregabilidade e desenvolvimento social. Um futuro que valoriza o passado e o presente, projetando ainda mais conquistas no horizonte de oportunidades que estão pela frente.
Há 11 anos, a ATP embarcou em um compromisso com o futuro. Mais do que apenas representar, a ATP é movimento. É a transformação do segmento portuário privado e a modernização dos portos brasileiros. Ao longo desses anos, os terminais de uso privado se consolidaram e hoje representam 65% da movimentação portuária brasileira, impulsionando a economia e promovendo o desenvolvimento sustentável do Brasil. Conectar a sociedade ao setor portuário é parte da nossa missão. A constante busca por soluções inovadoras, como a Biblioport, Legiport e Dataport, que ajudam a disseminar conhecimento e dados sobre o setor, são exemplos do nosso compromisso com a transparência e a inovação. A ATP também é responsável pela coordenação de comitês, grupos e centros de apoio, conduzindo mais de 20 frentes de trabalho. Estamos crescendo e, juntos com nossos associados, estamos construindo um futuro melhor para as áreas essenciais da economia brasileira. Assim, seguimos firmes no fortalecimento dos terminais de uso privado, fundamentais para o crescimento estratégico do setor e para o futuro do Brasil. ATP, 11 anos de resultados, inovação e compromisso com o setor portuário privado. Há 11 anos, a ATP embarcou em um compromisso com o futuro. Mais do que apenas representar, a ATP é movimento. É a transformação do segmento portuário privado e a modernização dos portos brasileiros. Ao longo desses anos, os terminais de uso privado se consolidaram e hoje representam 65% da movimentação portuária brasileira, impulsionando a economia e promovendo o desenvolvimento sustentável do Brasil. Conectar a sociedade ao setor portuário é parte da nossa missão. A constante busca por soluções inovadoras, como a Biblioport, Legiport e Dataport, que ajudam a disseminar conhecimento e dados sobre o setor, são exemplos do nosso compromisso com a transparência e a inovação. A ATP também é responsável pela coordenação de comitês, grupos e centros de apoio, conduzindo mais de 20 frentes de trabalho. estamos crescendo. E juntos com nossos associados, estamos construindo um futuro melhor para as áreas essenciais da economia brasileira. Assim, seguimos firmes no fortalecimento dos terminais de uso privado, fundamentais para o crescimento estratégico do setor e para o futuro do Brasil. ATP, 11 anos de resultados, inovação e compromisso com o setor portuário privado.
O complexo do Pecém é formado por uma área industrial, pelo porto do Pecém, um terminal offshore de classe mundial, e por uma zona de processamento de exportação, a primeira a entrar em funcionamento no país. Possui mais de 19 mil hectares, administrados pelo governo do estado do Ceará e pelo porto de Roterdã, na Holanda, o maior e principal porto da Europa. Desde sua inauguração em 2002, este importante terminal marítimo vem sendo ampliado. Sua profundidade natural permite receber navios com calados de até 15,4 metros e atualmente pode abrigar até 10 navios ao mesmo tempo em seus berços de atracação. O Pecém é privilegiado por ter uma posição geográfica estratégica. Na prática, isso proporciona redução no tempo de viagem para navios que movimentam cargas entre o Brasil e os principais portos dos Estados Unidos, Europa e Oriente Médio. O complexo do Pecém impulsiona a economia do estado. Na área industrial, estão instalados diversos segmentos geradores de cerca de 80 mil empregos diretos e indiretos. São usinas siderúrgicas e termoelétricas, cimenteiras, fabricantes de pás eólicas, pré-moldados, suplementos minerais para animais, tubos e equipamentos. Além disso, o Pecém também quer transformar o Ceará num grande fornecedor global de energia limpa e sustentável, com a implantação do hub de hidrogênio verde, que vai gerar mais emprego e renda para os cearenses. Este é o complexo do Pecém, feito de pessoas e do compromisso com o crescimento do Ceará.
Para Larissa, buscar conhecimento era uma necessidade para entrar no mercado. E a Rebeca sempre soube que tinha que estudar para alcançar seus objetivos. A presença do sistema Fê-Comércio fez toda a diferença na vida delas. Pelo programa Senac de gratuidade, a Larissa se capacitou e até ganhou prêmios. Estudar gastronomia no Senac foi essencial para a Rebeca conquistar um bom emprego. Sistema Fê-Comércio, presença que faz diferença. Desde cedo, o Nunes teve que quebrar barreiras com determinação, treino e estudo. E estudar é o que dá a Morgana a certeza de um futuro melhor. A presença do sistema Fê-Comércio fez toda a diferença para eles. O Nunes pôde competir pelo Parasesc, mas, acima de tudo, se sentir pertencente, no pódio e em qualquer lugar. E graças à rede de ensino Sesc, a Morgana pôde ser protagonista do próprio aprendizado. Sistema Fê-Comércio, presença que faz diferença.